Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the Philo dark theme landing page. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges. You can scroll all the way to the bottom. It's one of the first challenges, and you can just click on this card. And because I already completed it and I already submitted it, then I'm going to click on restart, but your button is most likely going to be different. So just click on restart, and then I'm going to say download starter, which is going to download the starter files for me. So once it downloads the files for me, you can see it has a zip file right here. I can navigate into my downloads folder, and I'm going to get a zip file called, which one is it? Dark theme landing page, should be this one. So I'm just going to extract this, extract it here, which is going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to right click and say open with code, which is going to open up a new instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And I'm just going to open this folder and open the design files, because we're going to be taking a look at the design files. Hello there, please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So this is the design that we're going to be working with. We have our logo here, we have some links on the right, we have a showcase image, some text, and then we have this image that is the curved background, and then we have this grid, we have this section, we have the testimonial section, we have the call to action, and then finally the footer on the bottom. Now let me just check that we have these images. I'm not sure whether they provide these images, but you can see that we have the email, we have the phone, we have the location, but I don't think we have the social media images. Yeah, I don't think we have the social media images. So what I'm going to do is, for the social media images, then we're going to be using Font Awesome to generate them. And I also forgot to mention that we're going to be using Tailwind CSS to style this out. And we're going to be using Tailwind version 2 from the CDN, because version 3 usually ends up like messing up with my workflow for some reason. So I'm not going to install Tailwind using npm. Instead, I'm going to just copy the link tag from CDN.js, and then I'm going to paste it here, and let me do that right away. So you can head over into cdnjs.com, and then you can search for Tailwind CSS. This search bar is weird. So Tailwind CSS, you can see it's version 2.2.19. So copy the link tag and then just paste it, paste it above this. And then let's also get Font Awesome. Okay, this search bar. Okay, so copy Font Awesome version 6. Then you can paste it here as well. And then let's do this. Let me go and inside my workspace, let me create an index.css file. And then let's move this into our index.css, paste it here and save it, and then add a space. And then on top, we're going to specifying a font family on the body, and it's going to have a fallback of sans serif. So sans serif, and the font family that we need to specify on the body should be in our style guide, and it is called, the body has this one, so Open Sans. So let's specify Open Sans here. And then it also says that for headings, call to actions, and header navigation, then the font family is Railway. So let's do this. Let me specify for the headings, so H1, H2, H3, H4s, H4s, H5s, and H6. My comma button is not working. H5s and H6, this should be H6. We're going to specify a font family of Railway with a fallback of sans serif, and we're going to get these fonts in a moment. But it also says for call to actions, so I'm going to specify a custom class called CTA, which means call to action. And then I'm also going to specify for all the list items. So let me just specify that for all the list items that have a class of, let me say list dash item. And let me just remove this part here. Let me just specify that for the class that has a list item, because we're going to be specifying this on the list items. And then let me go ahead and also specify that for all the paragraphs, I want the line height to be 1.8. And then on top of this, let me specify that all the images should have a max width of 100%, so that they don't overflow outside of the container that they are placed in. And then let me also specify that for all the unordered list items and the ordered list items, as well as for the list items, then I want the list style type to be list style type to be none, so that we don't have bulleted lists. And that should be okay. So let's go ahead and get these two fonts. So inside our style guide, let's just click on this. We can go ahead and get railway loading. So we want which font? 400 and 700. So we want the 400 here, and we want the 700 here. And then we need to go back, and we also need to get the font that is called Open Sans. This one. We also need to get the 400 and 700 as well. So just scroll to the bottom here, get the regular 400 and the bold 700, and then just use the import tab here. Just copy this, and then you can paste it on top of this. And then now these fonts are going to apply on our body as well as on our on this part here. Now we can save this, and then I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server. You can delete this, it's technically irrelevant. I'm going to use an extension called Live Server, which is going to help me to launch a local development server with hot reloading, so that every time that I make a change in my code editor and save, then it's going to automatically show up in the browser. So if you get into your extensions here and search for Live Server, then you can install it. You don't have to use it, but this is what I'm going to be using. So this extension right here. And so what I'm going to do is just say right click on this and say open a live server, and you can see that it formats everything for me. So I'm just going to say Control Z because I don't want this to format yet. I just want to build up the structure, and then we can work on everything else once we have built out the structure. You can see that it launches the server right here, and we have our files. And the reason why this hasn't changed, like the fonts haven't changed, is because we haven't linked our index.css file. So on top of our index.html file, right below this, let me link the index.css file that we have created. So this is our index.css file. And you know what, let me cut it out from here. Let me place it on top of these other ones, so that our CSS file loads in first, and then Tailwind loads in, and then this loads in. And then we can remove this space. You know what, let me space this out of here. Yeah, that looks okay. And then now let's build all this out. So we are going to have the following. Let me see. Let me check the mobile design. Okay. So the mobile, it's not all that complex. I mean, we don't even have a navbar, so that's looking nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Okay, why does it keep doing that? So let's do this. So this is the header part. So let me cut this out, place it inside a header element, and paste this in. And then on top of this, I'm going to have a div, and then this div is going to be our logo. And because I want that when you click on our logo, then it goes back to the top, then I'm going to link this to a hashtag. And then inside here, I'm going to have an image which is coming from /images/logo. So this is our logo. And then this is our div. This is the end of the div. So I want this other part to be a navbar, which has a UL with 3 list items like so. And you know what, these list items are going to be buttons. And the reason I'm saying they're buttons is because they're not linking anywhere. So I don't want to have them in as hrefs. So just reformat this a bit. Okay. And probably you should have this into something like index.html, so that when you click on the image or on your logo, then it like takes you back to the home page. But you can have it as hashtag for this particular project because this project doesn't have any other pages, right? So basically just, it depends on whether you have multiple pages or not. And then this second part, let me see. So all the way up to get started. All the way up to get started is another image. Sorry, another section. So let's cut this out all the way up to here. Cut it out, place it inside this section, and then inside an article. And then we can paste this in, and then we can cut this to be inside an H1. Remove this space, and then cut this, place it inside a paragraph, and then you can cut this and place it inside a button. And then you know what, let me remove these spaces here as well, and here, and then this one. And then on top of this, we're going to have another article, and then this article is going to be our showcase image. So basically this one, and I think that should be, let me see, it should be illustration intro.png. Let's have in our image here coming from /images/illustration intro.png, and then we can do this. Let me see. I'm trying to build out the structure in my head first, because it has a background image here that you can see is behind the showcase, right? So I'm wondering whether to place this image on the showcase or on this other section. I'm still haven't figured that out yet, but let's just continue building up the structure and then we're going to figure it out. So this second section is going to be our grid, so access your files anywhere. And so for the grid, we're going to do this. It goes all the way up to store any type and shared. So all the way up to store any type and shared here. So cut this entire section out, place it inside a section, and then inside a div, let me say a div with a class of cards. And I'm only adding a custom class just to like to show me that this is the div with the class of cards that we're dealing on. And then how we're going to structure it is this. We're going to have an article. So each of these is going to be one article, and then it's going to have an image, then the h2 or the h3, and then the paragraph. So it says this. Let me see. We have this part. Cut it out, place it inside an article. You can place it inside a div if you want, really. Cut this out, place it inside an h3. Cut this out, place it inside a paragraph. And then on top of this, we're going to have an image, which is coming from /images, and should be access anywhere. This one, correct? And then cut this out. Do the same thing. So article. And then on top of this, we have the image /images/ should be security. And then cut this out, place it inside an h3. Cut this out, place it inside a paragraph. And then for this one again, have an article, have an image coming from /images, and it is called real-time collaboration. So let me see. Oops. What's it called? Icon-real time. Is there no collaboration? There we go. And then we can have this. So cut this out, place it inside an h3. Cut this out and place it inside a paragraph. And then one more time, do it for this one. Cut it out, place it as an article. The image should be /images, and it is called icon file. I don't know its name. Let me see. Icon-any file. There we go. Paste this in, cut it out and paste it inside an h3, and then this one, paste it inside a paragraph. Okay. Remove this space, remove this space, and this space, and then remove this space. Let me see, what are we missing? That should be the div with the class of cards. Okay. And then we have stay productive wherever you are. So stay productive. Let me see. Okay, so what we're going to do is see how this background image, sorry, not the background image, like the background is a bit darker than this first one on top. See this part? And it goes all the way up to, actually even up to the footer, right? Even up to the footer. So even this section, maybe being the keyword. So what I'm going to do is just cut this section out, and then let me see where this ends. So it ends all the way up to get started for free. So just scroll the way down up to get started for free, and then paste in our end section. So that entire section is going to be like the darker background. And then what we're going to do now is this div with a class of cards, we're going to just style it out correctly, and then we can add in this other section with that to be another div. So stay productive. Let me see, stay productive. We have the image, we have this. Let me see. So up to see how file works, up to here. Cut this out, place it inside a div, and then we're going to have an image on top of this. Let me place it inside an article, and then add in our images / it's called stay productive, this one. And then we're going to have another article that covers this entire section. So article, paste this in. This is going to be an h2, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Oops, this is going to be a paragraph, right? And then this is going to be another paragraph, and then this is going to be a link. So oops, this one, this is going to be an href that's not going anywhere. We can paste this in, and then it has this icon here. So we're going to have an image here coming from the slash images / icon dash arrow, should be icon dash arrow. And then you're going to say we're going to style this out. And then let me see, we have our testimonial sections next. So for our testimonials, it goes all the way up to here. So just cut this out up to here. Oops, is that? Yeah, that is correct. So up to here, cut this out, place it inside the div, and I'm going to give this div a class of testimonials. Again, this is just to show me that we are now dealing in the testimonial sections, but we're probably not going to create these classes in CSS anyway. And then we're going to have this. So first of all, we have an image come from /images, and it is called the quotes, the BG quotes. So this icon right here. And then we're going to have an article. So this is going to be an article, and the article is going to be the paragraph, and then this image, and then the name of the person here. So let's go ahead and cut this out. So cut this out to be a paragraph, and then below this, let me see, below this we're going to have a div. This div is going to have an image coming from /images / this should be what is the icon, profile1 profile1.png. And then below this image we're going to have a UL with two list items, the first list item being the name of the person here, and then founder and CEO. So the name of the person here, and then founder and CEO. Cut this out, paste it here. And basically this is going to be the structure for the rest of them all. So we're going to cut this out all the way to here. Then below this we're going to have an article. Cut this out. Isn't this the same text? Oh, it's the same text. Okay. So cut this out, paste it into the paragraph. Cut this out, place it inside a div, and then have our image coming from /images / profile2. Then we're going to have a UL with two list items. Cut this out, paste it here. Cut this out, paste it here. There we go. Okay, and then we have a final article, and then just grab this, paste it here, grab this, paste it inside the paragraph, grab this, place it inside the div. On top of this, let's have our image come from /images / profile3, and then grab this, have it inside the UL with two list items, and then grab this second part here, cut it out, paste it into this second list item, and we're going to have that. And then we're going to create our call to action section next. Okay, so for the call to action we have this part, and let me see, how do I want to do this? I can grab this and place it inside the div, place it inside the div with a class of CTA. And the class of CTA, what does it do, by the way? Just adds this font family. Maybe I think I might have to change this up a bit. So inside the class of CTA we have a form. Sorry, is it a form? Oh, let's style this out first. So we have an H2, and then we have a paragraph. Come on, a paragraph, and then we have the form, and then get started for free is the submit button. So we're going to have a form which has no action, and then we're going to have an input with a type of email, with a name of email, with an ID of email, with some placeholder text that says email@example.com, email@example.com, and then can set it to required, but it's not necessary. And then we're going to have a button with a type of submit that says get started for free, and then we're going to have a custom class of this button called btn, so that we can apply the styles that we're going to create for this button. Let me see, is the button anyone else? So even this one. So this one should also have a custom class of btn. And then let me just confirm whether I did that, by the way. It should be here. So just give this button a class of btn. And then we can go back to the bottom, and then we can go ahead and create our footer. So cut this out, paste it inside a footer, and paste this in. And then we're going to change this div. Now we're going to change this footer is now no longer going to be a footer, but it's going to be a div, so that we only have one footer. And then on top of this, let's see how this is structured. So we have the logo, we have this part. You know what, I should probably check the desktop design. Okay, so the desktop design is as follows. So we have the image, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grids. Okay, so let me do this. Let me have an article here, which is going to be our image, img, from coming from /images/logo. And then this entire section now, we're going to place it inside the div with a class of footer-inner, like so. And then we're going to cut this out. Let me see. So it has an image first of all. So I'm going to place it inside the footer. And before I place it in, I'm going to add our image, because the image is going to be this location icon right here. And then I'm going to say add a location icon, so icon location here. And then now I can paste this in. Okay. And then we're going to have a UL. So let me see, footer inner paragraph. Okay, footer inner paragraph. So this can be a UL with 2 list items. And then these list items are going to have images as well, because the images are going to be these icons here. And then let me just add them in. So /images / should be font, icon font. And then the text for this is going to say the phone number, obviously, and then cut this part. And then this second one is going to be /images / icon email. And then the email is going to say this. And then just to mention something, if you want that when someone clicks on the phone number, it automatically like opens up a dialog box or goes to your phone application if you're on mobile, then you can cut this out and place it inside an href. And then the href here is going to go into a telephone number, and then paste in your telephone number, and then you can paste this in. So basically it's telling that when you click on this, then call this number. And then on the email, if you want the email to be the same thing, then you can cut it out, place it inside an href, and then you can say mail to, and then pass in the email that you want, like to like, what's it called, to open up when you click on the email. And then, and by the way, you can also add a subject to this, but I can't remember how to do it. You can do some research. And then this part here is going to be a UL as well, with 4 list items, I think they are. And then cut this out, paste it inside here, cut this out, paste it inside here, cut this out, paste it inside here, and then remove this space. There we go. And then finally this one, UL with 3 list items. Cut this out, paste it here, cut this out, paste it here, then remove this space. And then we need our social media icons. So below this, we're going to have another UL with 3 list items, and then these list items are going to be icons. And now let me not do it like that. Let me just have 3 list items here. The first one is the Facebook icon. So probably they should be anchor tags, right? And let me just have them as hashtags for now. But this first one is going to be an icon with the class of FAB and FA-Facebook. That's how you add icons from Font Awesome. And then the second one is FAB and FA-Twitter, FA-Twitter. Is it Twitter? And then Instagram. So an icon with a class of FAB and FA-Instagram. Instagram. There we go. And you should probably research these classes, by the way. Please research these classes because they keep on changing. And then let me see. So if you want this to go into Facebook, then all you have to do is just change this link into like the Facebook link that you want to open up, for example. And then this is going to be going to the person's profile or something like that. Okay, and then you can do the same thing for this. So https twitter.com, and then this one is going to say https into Instagram.com. There we go. And then change this into my website. .com. Change this to my name. There we go. And then now we can finally save this. So save, and then we can see what we have on the screen right here. There we go. So you can see like it's a very bland design for now, but you can see that everything is working as we expect it to. Okay, so now I can place my code editor to the left and then place this to the right so that you can just begin styling it side by side. And the first thing that I want to do is change the background color. So the body should have a dark background color, which should be, let me see, intro and email sign up background. So this one here, copy this, and then inside the index.html, just give the body a background color of this. Save it. There we go. And then now let's begin to style it out section by section. So inside the header, we're going to give this a class of flex and item center and justify dash between, which is going to take the items to the end here. And then let me see, let me go inside the header as well. Let me add a padding all around of 8 to push it inwards just a bit. And then let's go inside this image, give this image a width of dash 40 to reduce it a bit. That's too big. Let's say 24 for mobile screens, obviously. And then let's go inside this UL, give this UL a class of flex and item center and justify dash center with a gap of around 4 to push, like to separate them out just a bit. And then inside the buttons here, so you can click here and hold down the Alt key and click here and here to add multiple cursors. We're going to give this a class of text dash white and text dash small to reduce their size. There we go. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to add a custom class of list item here, list dash item, because remember that the items that have a class of list item are going to be applied the font family of railway. So right here. Okay. And so that is our header. And then what I'm going to do is right on the header, I'm going to add a max width here of 7XL, so that on extremely large screens, or rather not extremely large screens, but on large screens, then the header is not going to go all the way to the end. You can see that it is limited up to here. But if you want it to be centered properly, then you have to have a class of MX auto here, which is going to bring it to the center. And so we're going to be doing that for all the sections basically. So shrink this back up, and then let's go inside the section here. Okay, give this a class of padding all around of 8. Let's go inside. The image can remain as it is, it doesn't really bother me. Let's go inside the H1. I'm going to give this a class of text white and font bold and text 3XL. And then for medium screens, I'm going to say increase the text to 4XL. And then for extra large screens, then I'm going to say increase the text to 5XL. And then let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this paragraph. And then let me see, let's go inside this article. We're going to give this a class of text dash center. Is the text centered? Let me see. Yeah, it's centered. Is it centered even on mobile? Yeah, it's centered even on mobile. Okay. Okay, and then let's go inside this paragraph. We're going to give this a class of text dash small, just to reduce the size a bit. It doesn't really matter all that much. Let's say margin bottom of 10 to push away from this button. And then let's say text dash white with a leading dash loose to increase its line height. There we go. Okay, this is too small. Let's remove this. Okay, and then let's change this. Let me remove that. Oh, wait a minute. I already added a line height on the paragraph. Yeah, I already added this in. So let me just make sure that it's working. Yeah, it's working correctly. Okay. And then now let's create this custom class of btn so that these buttons can be styled out. So right below here, I'm going to create a class of btn. I'm going to give this a background color of, should be cyan, I think. Let me see. Dark blue, cyan. Inside this one should be this one. Copy and then paste it inside here. Is that? Yeah, that's it. And then let's give it a padding all around. All right, let me say a padding of, let's say 0.625 rem on the top and bottom, and 2 rem on the left and right. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, that's fine. And you know what? This button also has a font family of railway. Yes, it does. So let's go inside here, and then let's also give this a class of list item so that the font family of railway is also going to apply on the button as well. Okay, and why is this button now aligned to the left? Why are you now aligned to the left? What did I do here? Font family. Huh. Really? Remove this. What? How does that class mess with this? how does adding this class here mess with the button? Are you serious? Does it mess with the other one on the bottom? It doesn't. Huh. Interesting. Is it because of this? No. Okay. Let's change the color here to white. Change the font, the text color to white. Wait a minute. What am I doing? Text color white. Move this upwards, and then let's add the border radius. Let's say 30 pixels. Then let's say font weight. Change this to, actually not. Will bold even work properly? Yeah, that should do well. That should do well. And then let me say display block and margin 0 on the top and bottom, and auto on the left and right, which should push it back to the center. There we go. And then now we're going to deal with this section next. So for this section, we're going to have this. So this section that has the div with the class of cards. Okay. So this section needs to have a custom background color. And the background color should be main background. Is it this one? It should be this one. Copy this and paste it. Let's see background color. Oops, background color. Paste this in. There we go. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. And you know what? Let's go inside this section because I want to increase the padding on the Y. You see how this padding, like it looks just a bit small for me. Oh, or is it because we haven't added the background image yet? Okay, so I haven't added the background image yet. So let's just hold off from adding the padding here. And then let's go inside this section. Let's give this a class of padding Y-20. There we go. And then padding on the X of 8. And then we're going to have a max width of 7XL. And then let me see, we're also going to have an MX of auto so that it centers it on large screens. And then we're going to do this inside this H3. We're going to give this a class of text dash white, font dash bold, margin bottom of 8. And then we're going to say this. What else do we need to say? We need to say margin top. Now let me do this. Let me say margin top of 8, margin bottom of 4. And then let's increase the text size to 2XL. And then for medium screens, or let me say for large screens. No, let me say for medium screens, then the text should be what's it called? Should be 3XL. That should be fine. Is this too big on mobile? I think that's too big on mobile. So let's change this to XL. Change this to 2XL. There we go. And then let's go inside this image. Going to give this a class of block and MX auto so that it is centered. And then you know what? Let's go inside this article. Give this article a class of text dash center that it also centers everything here. And then let's go inside this paragraph. Give this a class of text dash white. Text white. There we go. Okay, and then we're just going to repeat the classes for these other articles. And so you know what, let me just copy the one that has a bit more classes. So for the H3, copy this, paste it inside this H3, paste it inside this H3, and paste it inside this H3. Let's see, we need to access these articles as well, and then paste it inside here, and inside here, and inside here. So instead of just typing everything out again, we're just copying and pasting. And then copy this on the images, copy and paste it here, and paste it here, and paste it here. And then finally we need the paragraphs. So paragraphs text white. So copy this and paste it here, and paste it here, and paste it here. So that when I save this, then this is all going to reset. There we go. And then now we can display it as a grid. So back inside the parent div, remember the div with the class of cards. Now we can remove this, and we can say display grid on this with grid columns -1. So one column to begin with on mobile with a gap of, let's say, 16. How big is it on mobile actually? Let me see. It's quite a big gap, right? So gap 16 should do it. Let's say gap 20 on mobile. So that we're going to have this looking quite nice. And then now we can go ahead and also say, how does it look on larger screens? So 2 grids basically. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the grid columns should be 2. Okay, and just to show you how we are basically adding responsiveness, so that when I increase this to about medium screens, which is 768 pixels, then we're going to have this. And let me see how it's styled out on larger screens. So everything is still centered even on larger screens, so not much to change really, not much to change, but you can see that it's already working correctly, and we already added the oops. Oh, you know what, the reason why this doesn't go to the end is because we added the max width on the parent where we had placed the background color. Where is it? I missed it. Here we placed the max width on the parent where we added the background color. So what we can do is we can remove this from here, cut this out, oops, and then we can place it inside here, and then that should fix it. There we go. Okay, and then let's see, we're also going to fix this, by the way. We didn't add responsiveness for this, but we're going to fix it. And then let's go ahead and let's say this, let's go inside this section, and this section should be the div of stay productive, right? So inside this div, what I want to do is first of all add a class of padding y of 20 to push it away from this part here, as well as from the bottom part, which is the testimonial section. And then what we're going to do is this, we're going to go inside this h2, give this a class oops of text white and font bold, and let's say, is it centered? Where's the design? It's here. So this part is not centered, and so we're going to say this, we're going to say margin bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph. Then let's say text 3xl to increase its size, and then on medial screens let's say text dash 4xl to make it even bigger. And then, you know what, let me just say here margin y of 8, so margin on the top and bottom to push away from the image as well as from the text. Let's go inside this paragraph. I'm going to give this a class of text dash white, and then just copy this class here, paste it inside this other paragraph. Let's see. Okay, and then we need to increase the margin. We need to increase the margin on this one, so margin bottom of 4 to separate them out, because in the design they're separated out just a bit. And then we can do the same thing for this one, so margin bottom of 4. And then we can go inside this href. We're going to give this a class of, should be the very same cyan, this one. Copy this, and then let's just add a style here. So style is equal to, change the color into this. There we go. And then we're going to style this out, so give this custom classes of underline, so that it has an underline here. And then is it I think it is smaller text than this other one. Just say text dash small. There we go. And then here, because we want this image to come here, right? So we're going to give this a class of flex, and then we're going to say items dash center, and then add a gap of 2 just to separate it out just a bit, and the image comes there. Let's see. Okay, and you know, this is not even an underline, by the way. It is a border on the bottom. So let's say border dash bottom. And you know what, because this class isn't really accessible in tailored, let me add it as a custom classes here. So let's say border to be 2 pixels solid, and then this very same color HSL 176. Add a border on the bottom, so this should be border dash bottom. So that goes all the way to the end. Can I fix that by making this? Let me remove this for a moment. Let me see what happens. Yeah, I guessed it was because of that. So item center, and then let's say justify dash start should fix it. Items dash start. Okay, that doesn't fix it at all. So you know what, let me just remove this from here. Remove this. Oops, no, what am I doing? I wanted to remove this. Okay, and then let's just have the class of underline here. Yeah, and then let's deal with our testimonial sections next. So this part here, so each of these articles has a background color, which is this one, and the background color should be the testimonial backgrounds, this one. So copy this, and then what we're going to do is inside our index.html, we are going to go inside this article, going to give this a style of background dash color and then paste this in, which is going to change the background color of this first one. And then we're just basically going to copy this, paste it inside the second article, and then inside this third article. That should do it. There we go. And then we're going to go inside the parent div of these articles. Where are you? Come on, here. We're going to remove this class, and then we're going to display this as a grid with grid dash columns dash 1 with a gap of 8 to separate them out. How large is it on mobile? Yeah, not so large. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So this also behaves as a grid. Oh, let me move it outwards. Yeah, that also behaves as a grid. So what I'm going to do is this. Therefore, I'm going to grab these entire articles, all 3 articles all the way up to here, cut them out, and then I'm going to place them inside another div, paste them in, and then inside this div, I'm going to grab these classes and then paste them in, so that now this is not going to be affected by the classes of grid. And then now let's go inside these articles. So just at the end of this, let's give this a class of padding or round of 6 with a rounded border, rounded, very slightly rounded. Does that even work? Let's say rounded dash 2xl. How rounded are these? Not so much. They're not so much rounded. Okay, so let me say rounded dash large. How does large look? Yeah, let's do large. And then let me grab this image. Let me add a class of minus margin bottom of 5 to push it just downwards a bit. That's too much. Let's say 1. Let's say 2. That should do it. That's like technically how it looks in the design. And then, you know what? Let me see the bigger image here. Yeah, see how the bigger image, like it's just like what's the word? Like it goes behind the card just a bit. And then we're going to have this. So let's go ahead and let's continue styling this out. So inside this paragraph, give this a class of text dash white and margin bottom 8. And then inside this div, we're going to give this div a class of flex and item center and justify start with a gap of 3. Gap. Separate them out just a bit. Go inside this image, give this a class of width dash 20. How large is that? Too large. Let's say width dash 12. And then let's say rounded dash full to make it completely rounded. And then let's go inside this first list item, give this a class of font bold and text dash white and text dash large. And then inside the second list item, give this a class of, what was it? Text white should do it. Let me see. It's a bit smaller. It is a bit smaller. So let's say text dash small here. Okay. And would you look at that? So all you need to do now is just do the same thing for these other classes, for these other articles really. So let's just do a bit of copying and pasting. So copy this class here, paste it on this article and on this article. And then let's go inside this paragraph, copy this class, paste it on this article, on this paragraph, sorry, and then on this paragraph. And then after that, we need to go inside this div. So copy these classes, paste them here, and paste them here. And then after that, we need the images. So here, copy this, paste them on the image here, and on the image here. And then finally, we need the ULs. So font bold. So let me just copy this first one. The second one is text white and text small. So copy them, paste it here. Give the second one a class of text dash white and text dash small. And then on the third one, paste this in. Give this a class of text dash white and text dash small. Okay, so save this and then let's see. There we go, and that is our testimonial section. And then now finally, let's go ahead and create our, you know what, let me go inside the parent div of these articles and let me add a margin bottom here. So the parent div should be this one. Let me add a margin bottom of 20. Push away from this, exactly. And then let's go inside our form now, or inside our call to action section. And this has a background color as well. So let's just grab it. So it says intro and email sign up. So this one, copy and paste it inside here as a background color. Paste it in. Oh, that is going to, does it really? Does it mess up with something? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. How does it look on mobile? Okay, okay. It doesn't mess up anything. That's nice. That's nice. So let's do this. Let's go inside this div, and inside here, let's give this a padding all round of, let me see, padding all round of 8 with a rounded dash large. How does that look? Okay, with a very slight box shadow, or let me say shadow dash 2xl. How does that look? Because like I can see that it has a box shadow here. See how it has a like it's kind of accentuated a bit, as it is as if it is elevated from the from the body. That's the box shadow. And then let's go inside this h2, give this a class of text white, font bold, text 2xl, and then for medium screens text 3xl, margin bottom 8. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of text white, margin bottom 8 as well. Save this. Let's see what we have. Okay, how does this look? So this is full width for both of them. So inside here, let's go inside this input and give this a class of width dash 4, padding y of 3, padding x of 4, rounded dash full. Is it rounded full? Yes, it's rounded full. And then let's say placeholder dash, let me say placeholder, what color is this? Gray dash 400. How does that look? And then let's also say text small, because the text is small in the design. Then let's say margin bottom of 4 to push away from the button. And then inside here, let's give this a class of width dash full. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, would you look at that? That is our call to action section. But then notice how the call to action section is kind of on the footer. Where's the design here? See how like the footer begins here? Let me add the background color on the footer actually, so that you can actually see it properly. So on the footer, I'm going to give this a style here. Give this a background color. Really? So give this a background color on the footer. Where is it? Here. Copy this and paste it inside here, that the footer has a different background color. There we go. And then now what we're going to do is, because we need this to come kind of on top of the footer, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go back inside this section and remove this padding on the bottom. So inside this section that begins here, I'm going to only say padding top of 20, so that we don't have this padding on the bottom, right? Because we're going to be adding a negative margin to this so that it moves downwards, just like we did for the quotation mark. And so where's the footer here? Let me add it here. So I'm going to give this a class of padding on the x of 8, and then padding on the top of, let me say 52, and padding on the bottom of 20. So increase the padding top massively, so that now I'm going to add a negative margin to this so that it pushes up on top of this one. And I hope it works. So inside here, I'm going to say minus margin bottom, and let's say 32. Okay, so you can see that it works technically, but then we need this to be on top of it. So let me add a class of relative here, and that should do it. There we go. Because the class of relative has a higher z index than the one that only has the background color. So margin top 32, let's 32 here, let's reduce this to about 40. How is this in the design? So it's kind of just on top of the input, and you know, actually that works really, and that actually works. And so now what you need to do is just probably increase the padding on top of the footer. So here, let's increase this to about 64. 64, does 60 exist? Yeah, let's use 60. I think 60 is much better. I think 60 is much better. And then now what I'm going to do is inside this div the class of footer inner, I'm going to remove this custom class. I'm going to add a max width of 7XL here and an MX of auto that it just limits everything. And then I'm also going to add a class of grid here with grid columns 1 with a gap of 20. I think I added a gap of 20 on the top ones, but here it seems to be just a bit less. So let me just say padding a gap of 6 to begin with. And then inside this paragraph, let's give this a class of flex and item center and justify dash start with a gap of around 3 so that this image is pushed away from the paragraph a bit. And then let's say text white here. Okay, let's say item start, not item center, so that this moves to the top. Wait. Oh, so the reason why it is like a bit on top of this is because of the line height that I added. I added a line height here. This should be the reason. Let me see. Okay, it's not. So never mind. So let's go ahead and let's just continue styling this out. So let's say margin top of 10 pushed away from the logo. Let me see. Okay. Let's go inside this list item and inside this second one as well. So click on this first one and then hold down the Alt key, click on the second one to add multiple cursors. So give this a class of flex and then items dash center and justify dash start with a gap of 3. And then let's say, actually that's not going to work here. So let's go inside this href here. And where's the second one here? Give this a class of text dash white. And then let's go inside this first list item. Let's say margin bottom of 3 to push away from this one just a bit. Let's say 6. Too much, let's say 4. And then let's go inside this list item. I'm going to give this a class of text dash white. That should do it. And then let me say, are they separated out? They are separated out just a bit. Oh, and is this font? No, this font is still Open Sans. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Why does this font look like this? Did I do something? Okay. So inside this list item, you know what? Let me just make this to be a flex box. Instead of adding margins on each one of them, I can just add a gap singular. So flex and flex column and items. You know what? Flex column should do it already. And then gap of around 3 to separate them out. There we go. So instead of adding margin bottom of this one and then on this one and then on this one and then do the same thing for this, you can just do this. So just copy these classes and paste them here. And that should do it. There we go. And then let's go inside these list items as well. And you know what? Inside these list items, I'm going to go inside here. So click on this first one, hold down the Alt key, click on the second one and on this one as well. And say text dash white and text dash 2XL to make them larger. So the social media icons. And then inside the UL, I'm going to give this a class of flex and items dash center. How are these structured actually? So these ones are pushed to the center. So item center and justify center. Add a gap of 4 to separate them out. There we go. And then let's just add a margin top of 8 to increase this gap a bit. And then inside this UL as well, I think I'm going to add a margin top. Sorry, a margin bottom actually. Wait, which UL am I on? Inside this UL, inside this one, I'm going to add a margin top of about 6 probably. Increase this gap. There we go. And then probably do the same even for this one. So margin top 6 as well. To separate them out. That's much better. That is much better. And then now all we need to do is just scale this up. You can see that it's looking manageable on medium screens. These are tablet sized screens. You can see it's manageable. But then on large screens, it becomes a bit horrible, right? And so now let's begin from the bottom going to the top. So back on the footer, let's go back to our footer, which should be here. And I'm going to go inside. Oh, I already added the class of max width here. Oh, okay, that's nice. So max width here and MX auto. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the grid column should be 2. Let's see what happens. There we go. And then let's see. So this image still goes all the way to the end, and that is because it doesn't have a max width. So inside this article, let's give this a class of max width 7XL and MX auto, and that should fix it. Let me see. There we go. And then let's go ahead and let me see. I have a margin on top of this paragraph. Is it here? So let me try something. Let's say for medium screens, margin top 0, just to see whether it's going to push back on top. Okay, so that does it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to now go inside this article and say for medium screens, margin bottom should be 10. There we go. So it pushes everything downwards, right? Instead of now adding margin top on this one and then on this one, and so on and so forth. And then now this is how it's going to look on medium screens. But on medium screens, I want this to go back here. So let's go to our social media icons, which is this one right here. Let's say that for medium screens, then I want items to be, no, not items, but should be justify start. That should bring it back to the start here. There we go. Okay. And then let's go back to our div here. And then let's say that for XL screens, then the grid columns should be 4. We should now 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is this correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let me not say this on XL. Let me say this is for large screens. And then you can see that it has a margin on top here and here because we added margin top. And you know what? Let me just go ahead and add for SL screens, then the grid columns should be 5. There we go. And then let's go ahead inside this UL and say that for large screens, then the margin top should be 0. And then here as well, for large screens, then the margin top should be 0. And then let's see here, this is the social media images. We're going to say that for large screens, then the margin top should be 0. Is this for large screens or for extra large screens? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then now we need this to come on top, and we can do that by saying but that for extra large screens, then items dash start. That should do it. Move on top. There we go. And then now, you know what? Let me increase the gap here. This gap is a bit too small for me. Or I can increase, let me see. I think I can increase the width of this paragraph. Where is it here? So let's go ahead and let me say that for large screens, then the width should be a half. Oops. Let me say width dash 4. That doesn't work. So just remove it. But we can increase the gap here. So for large screens, let's increase the gap to about 16. That should do it. It's a bit not so nice. And then let's move this image downwards just a bit. So here, let's give this a class of margin top of about 2. Just to push this image downwards a bit. There we go. And then you know what? Let me also reduce the font size of this text. So text small. That should do it. That should do it for this one. And then let's go ahead and deal with our call to action section, which is this one. So for our call to action, this div right here, let's go ahead and add a max width to this. Oops, not here. Should be on the class. So max width 7XL and MX auto. And you know what? The max width for this one is not even 7XL. It's much less. It's much less. So let's reduce this to about 4XL. And then this should now be centered. So the text should be centered, and then this should be placed side by side. So let's see. Where is it? Here on the H2. Let me say that for large screens, then text dash center. Center the text. And then for the paragraph as well, for large screens, text dash center. And if you can hear some noise from outside, I do apologize, but I can't really do anything about it. and then let's increase the margin bottom here. So let's say for large screens, margin bottom 12. Okay, and then let's now place this form side by side. Let's first of all remove the margin bottom. So let's say for large screens, margin bottom should be 0. And then let's go ahead inside this form, give this a class and say that for large screens, then display this as a flexbox. There we go. And then you know what? Where is it? I said width full somewhere here. Let's say for large screens that the width should be auto. There we go. And then let's do the same thing on this button. Let's say that for large screens then the width should be auto. Okay, how does it look? There we go. And you know what, let's persist this on the input. Let's persist it on the input. How does this look? Okay, we are going to do this. Therefore, let's say that for large screens then the width should be 7 out of 12. Width dash. Okay, width dash 7 out of 12 does work. And then here let's also give it a max width of XL. Let me see. And then let's say MX auto, and then let's increase this to 2XL. That works. And then let's go ahead and deal with this section next. So our testimonial section should be this div. Is it? Where are you? This one. So this is our div that we want actually. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's say that for medium screens, grid columns 2. Then for large screens, grid columns 3. Can you see? There we go. And then let's go ahead inside this div, give this a class of max width 7XL and MX auto to center everything. Fantastic. And then let's go ahead and deal with this section next. So this div, which starts here, let's give it a max width 7XL and MX auto, center everything. There we go. And then how is it structured? So image first and then the text. Okay, so we're going to have this, we're going to do this, we're going to say that for at what point do I want this to display as 2 grids? On medium still looks a bit nice, so let me display it on large screens. So large screens, let me say display this as a flexbox. So here and here, and let me not say flexbox, let me just say grid. And then let's say for large screens then grid columns should be 2, grid columns 2, place it side by side. And then for large screens, let's say place dash items dash center. Move this downwards. There we go. Let's say for large screens, let's add a gap of 16. Separate them out. Fantastic. Would you look at this? I'm going to increase this spacing just a bit. And you can see that this one we already displayed it as a grid, so it's looking nice. And then now we only need to deal with our section. And our section is this one. Our showcase is what I mean. So here, which comes first, the image or the text? Oh, it is just centered. Okay, it's just centered. So let me go ahead inside this image, give this a class of block and MX auto, which is going to center it. Bring it here. Let's give it margin bottom of 10. Okay, and then let's say for large screens, then margin bottom 20. And then let's go inside this article, give this article a max width of about XL with an MX of auto, which is going to center everything here. This is too small, right? Yeah, it's too small. So let me say max width 2XL. How does this look on design? Location should be the last word. Location should be the last word. And what is the text here? So 1, 2, 3 lines. Okay, yeah. That's actually not going to work. So let's say just say max with 3XL. Yeah, let's just work with max with 3XL, and then let's increase the line height for this H1 because it's a bit too they're touching too much really. So let's say that for SL screens, then the leading should be normal, which is going to just increase the line height just a bit. Yeah, okay, that's too much. Let's say leading dash 6. Okay, leading 10. Leading tight. Yeah, let's have leading tight. And so now what we're remaining with is need to increase this logo. Which is this one here. Let's say that for large screens, then the width should be auto. Bring it back to its original size. And then now what we need to do is, let's see, increase the spaces here. Let me just check the design. The designs are a bit more spaced out. So let's go inside this div, which is the testimonials. And the testimonials should be this one, right? This one's. And let's see the testimonials. Let me add a padding Y here of 20. How does that look? And let me say this is for large screen so that the padding doesn't apply for all screens. This is much better. That is much better. Okay, and then probably I should restyle this a bit to be visible. So all the way to the bottom, change, remove this class here, change this into text white. Actually, does that work? Text white, text center. Let's give this class here of underline, copy it, and paste it here as well. And then let me go ahead and say text dash small. How does this look? That looks okay. That does look okay. What happens if I grab this div and put it inside the footer? Does it mess up the styling in any way? Yes, it does. Okay, I don't know what to do with that. So let's just have it outside. It doesn't really matter that much. But what I can do is just increase the padding a bit. Padding Y of 4. Just increase the padding just a bit. And then padding X of 2. Doesn't really matter padding X, but yeah, just good to have it in case the screen is too small. And then now let's go ahead and let's add in our final image, our background image. And the way I'm thinking about it is I'm just going to add the background image and then position it absolute within this showcase. So we're going to do this. Let's go back into our showcase. Should be the top one here. And it should be, let me do it on top of this. Yeah, let me do it on top of this, where I'm going to have a picture tag. And then inside this picture tag, we're going to be targeting a min width of about 768 pixels, where I'm going to have the source set coming from /images. I misspelled this. Images, and should be bg curvy mobile. Desktop. So bg curvy desktop .svg. And then we're going to have an image tag which is coming from /images /bg curvy mobile. And basically what this means is that when the device width is greater than 768 pixels, then the desktop image is going to show. Otherwise, the mobile image is always going to show. So that when I save this, then this is going to affect the layout just a bit. You can see right here. So this is the desktop image. And then when I scroll down to less than 768 pixels, notice it changes. There we go. So now we have the mobile image. And then when I increase it, we have the desktop image. So what we want to do is we want to style this out. So I'm going to go and set this picture tag, give this a class of absolute and width dash full. That it's going to be taken out of the normal flow of the body. And then I want to bring this to the bottom, right? So I'm going to say bring it to the bottom by 0. And it's going to not really do anything other than that really. But I want it to be positioned to the bottom relative to this section. So I'm going to go inside this section and give this a class of relative. Let me see, there we go. So that now it is now completely to the bottom, but it is dependent on this section. So if this section was to go all the way to the bottom, then this one is going to be on the bottom of that section. And then I want this to be a full width image. So let me go inside this image, give this a class of width as full so that it spans all the way to the end. Okay, so something is wrong here because we have a padding 8 here. So that means then I have to say left of 0 as well so that it begins on the left. There we go. And then now when I increase it, you can see that the image just continues to increase even on larger screens, and that's okay really. And then now what we need to do is I want this image to be behind the text, right? So that the text is readable. So I'm going to go inside here, give this a negative z index of 10, which should bring it behind the image, behind the text. Does that not work? Negative z index of 10, negative z index of 50. Oh, you know what? It's because Tailwind version 2 doesn't have negative z indexes yet. So let's give this a style of z index, let's say -10. Should bring it behind. There you go. So that now we have the text on top of the image and everything else. And even on mobile screens we have that. Okay, so that's looking quite okay, right? It's looking quite okay. I don't think I'm remaining with anything else, and that is actually the complete project. So all we need to do is now just create a GitHub repository and submit it. So let's go into GitHub, let's create a repository, and then let's also log into Netlify so that we can deploy it. And so I can now close all of this down. Let me open up my terminal using Ctrl+J. Okay, make sure that we are in the correct folder. Oops. And then let's create a GitHub repository. We can close this. Inside here, let's log into Netlify, create a new repository, and then we're going to create a new repository. We're going to call this philo duck theme dash landing dash page. Create repository, and then this already logged in, so add a new site from GitHub here. And then now what we're going to do is just copy this link, which is the link to our remote repository, and then we're going to say git init, which is going to initialize an empty git repository into this folder, so that all the files now are going to be untracked. And then I'm going to say git add all, which is going to add everything, and then git commit. I'm just going to say initial commit dash project complete. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin, and then paste in the link to my remote repository, and then git push dash u origin main, which is now going to push everything to GitHub. And the commands that I've done are just basically this. Okay, and just wait for this to push. There we go. We can reload it, and our repository is going to be here. There we go. So let's just search for this repository in here. So philo duck theme landing page. Loading, still loading. There we go. So this repository, and then we can just say deploy site, deploying, and then let's change the site name here, change site name into TsbSankara. Let's say philo duck theme. There we go. And this should have already deployed, so that now, oops, not yet. Okay, where are you? Not yet deployed, still starting up. So that is going to deploy, and that is going to be the link to our remote repository. Let's just hope that this deploys sometime today. So let me just wait a moment. Okay, so once it finishes deploying, then we can visit this, and our website is going to be here. Fantastic. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is just copy this link and go back into front-end mentor and say submit solution, which is going to be this live site URL, and then copy this link. It is going to be the repository URL, and then let's just give it the title of mobile first philo duck theme landing page. Let's say HTML and Tailwind CSS. Let me remove this and say in. There we go. And then just say submit solution. And then we wait a moment, and then this solution is going to be submitted. And there we go. We can say view solution to compare it against the design here. So you can check it out. Not so bad. Not so bad. Yep. And would you look at that? We have that as our complete project. We could have limited this a bit more, and even this part. But yeah, would you look at that? That's looking okay. That's looking okay. And so yeah, that is going to be the end of the video. And if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the e-commerce product page challenge. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges. You can search for this challenge, you can click on this card, and then you can just say download the starter if you have the download button here, but for mine I'm just going to say visit challenge hub. And then actually now let me just check if I have the files. Okay, so I already have the zip file downloaded here, e-commerce product page main. If you don't have them, then just click on download starter and it's going to download this zip file. So I'm just going to extract this here, extract it, and then I'm going to right click on this and say open with code. And we're going to be building this in React and Tailwind CSS. So what I've done is I have a new React application canvassed, and I've done that using, oops, where is it? npx create React app, and I've called my application e-commerce product page. So you can go ahead and run this command, and it's going to create a new React application for you. And then once I do that, then I'm going to just say code e-commerce-product page, which is going to open up another instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder right there. So I'm going to close this and place this to the left and then place this to the right, because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. And so what we're going to do is this. I'm going to copy the style guide, the readme template, the index HTML, the images, and the design. So just copy, and then inside my React application, just say paste. Okay, and then inside this git ignore, I'm going to select everything. And then inside my React application git ignore, I'm going to go to the bottom and paste this in, and then now we can close this and make this to be full screen, and then change this into line 36, change this into line 29, and then this into line 30, and then you can save it. And then now let's open up the design file here. Let's open up the design file. So we have the, come on, where's the desktop design? Oh, we can just open the mobile design, it's okay. Hello there, I'm hoping to reach 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So let's just build out the UI first of all, and what I'm going to do is for this section we're going to create an array of objects, and then we're going to be mapping over them and then displaying these images on the screen. And so before we begin, actually, let me just go ahead and install Tailwind CSS. So Ctrl and J to open up your terminal, and then let's open up our browser. Let's go into Tailwind CSS. Let's go into the installation. Let's go to the framework guides. This one, isn't this open? Okay. And then let's go to create React app. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let it run. Copy this second one and let it run. So paste in the second one, and then let's copy this line here, this line, and then inside the Tailwind config file that it has just created, let's paste this in and save it. Don't forget to save it. And then let's go ahead and copy these 3 lines inside the source folder, inside our index.css. Let's paste it on top. And then let's go ahead and now we can run our server. But before we do that, let me install React icons. So npm install React icons, and React icons are going to be the icons that we're going to use for this and for this, as well as I think the cat icon. Maybe not. I'm still thinking about it. So let's see. So there we go. So it has finished installing, and then we can now say npm run start, which is going to run our server on localhost 3000. And then let's just do a bit of cleanup. So we're going to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo reported vitals, and let's set up tests, delete them. And then inside the index.js, let's remove this because we've deleted this file, and remove this as well. And then let's go ahead inside the app.js, let's remove these two lines, and then let's remove this as well. And then yeah, we can remove this as well, like this. So let's return on each one that says e-commerce product page, and then we can save it. There we go. So our application is now here, and let's go ahead and change this title. Let's change the title here to say front and mentor. It's called e-commerce product page. Save it. And then now let's delete this favicon from here so that we can replace it with the favicon from front and mentor. So copy this, copy and paste it inside the public folder. So the favicon, and then now we need to change it. We need to change it here. Where is it? Here. Sorry, that's not the one. This one. Favicon dash 32 times 32.png. And then let's just copy this, by the way, and let's also just replace this. And then we can remove this all the way to here. We don't need the manifest.json file as well, so we can just delete the manifest.json. And you know what, we can delete these two logos as well. So this one and this one, just delete them, so that we only have the index.html, the robots, and the favicon inside here. And then we can remove this comment. And then I hope I remember to change this color, and let me see if I can get it from the style guide. Actually should be orange, so just copy this inside the index.html. Let's just paste it inside here, and there we go. Okay, and I read somewhere that it's not recommended to add in HSL values inside the meta theme color content, but I can't remember whether I'm dreaming about that or whether it's actually true, and I actually do need to do a bit more research, so I'm just going to have it in as it is right now. So let's have this. Let's see. So we have e-commerce product page here, and then you can see that even our favicon has changed. So let's place this. And not, let me just have it to be, should I have it to be full screen first or mobile first? Let's have it mobile first. And then let's grab this font. So we want the 400 and 700 font weights. Let's go ahead into fonts.google.com. We can close this, we can close this, and we can close this, can remain open. So we need the 400 and 700. So medium, sorry, the regular 400 and the bold 700. Let's copy the import here, copy this, and let's paste it inside our index.css right on top of this. And then let's change the font family here to say sans, with a fallback of sans serif. We can build the margin from here, and then let's add a bit more globals here. So let's specify that all the images should have a max width of 100%, so that they don't overflow outside of the container in which they are placed. And then let's say for the URLs, then the list style type should be none, so that we don't have bulleted lists. And then we can remove this part, we don't need it. And then I think we can remove this part as well, so that we're going to have this to be the basics. And then now let's see, we can close this, we can close. I don't think whether we're going to be using any of these colors really, because Tailwind has most of these colors by default. So let's close this, and then let's close this favicon as well. And let's close the config file, let's close the git ignore, and let's begin working on this. Let's see. So the first thing that I want to do is I actually want to create an array of objects for all of this, and the array of objects is going to be the images only. So we're going to do this. So inside the source folder, we're going to create a new file called data.js, and inside here I'm going to say export const data, and then this is going to be an array of objects. So it's going to be structured as follows. It's going to have the ID, which is going to be our unique key. It's going to have the main image, which is going to be the big image that we have here, and then it's going to have the thumbnail. So thumbnail, which is going to be the thumbnail of the projects. And yeah, let me just call it main image. It doesn't really matter all that much. And then this is going to be coming from /images / let me say image product 1.jpg. And then the thumbnail image is going to be this one, but it's going to be called thumbnail. So product 1-thumbnail. And then we need 4 of these. So copy this, and using Shift Alt and then the down key, so 1 2 3, to paste it 4 times. So change this to 2, change this to 2. So just grab this and say Control D, so 1 2, change this to 3, change this, scroll down a bit, change this to 4, and that should be it. If there's anything that we need to add, we're just going to add it in. And then now, in order for this to actually work, then these images should be served from the public folder. So I'm going to grab these images all the way up to here, cut them out, and then inside the public folder, I'm going to create a new folder called images, and then just paste them in. Oops, did I? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. And then let me see, these other images, we can now cut them out from here and paste them inside the source folder. So paste them inside. So only the images that we want to like scroll to here are going to be served from the public folder. Okay, let's see. This shouldn't be here. Let me see. Yeah, this favicon shouldn't be here, so we can delete it. And then we can close this. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and begin working on our UI. So inside the app.js, let's do this. I don't know whether I'm going to create multiple components for all of these. I might just put everything in the app.js. It doesn't really like change anything all that much. So inside here, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's say import use state from React, and then let's give this const. Let's call our state values. Should I say, let me just say products. And then because we're not going to be using the function, or at least I don't think we're going to be using the function, then we don't need to access the function here. So you can just say use state and passing the data that we have, and the data is going to be the one that I've just created, which we also need to import. So I'm going to say import data as a named import from ./data, and it is a named import because it is a named export here. So if you had export default data, then you can name this whatever you want and it's going to work. And then just to test whether this is working, then you can go inside this h1 and you can return data.length to see whether you are getting anything back. And if you are, then you should see 4 here. So you can say 4 items and you can say 4 items. There we go. So our data is working correctly. And now what we need to do is just create the header first of all. So we need to create this header. And then we can go ahead and create this showcase section. So let me create a component on top of the function here, and let me call this function header. And then let's go ahead and say let's return a fragment here. So let's return a div first of all. This div is going to be our image, and the image is going to be our logo. So let's go ahead and import the logo. So I'm going to say import logo from, should be coming from ./images/logo.svg. And then below this div, we're going to have, let me see, not below the div, it's going to be right below the image. We're going to have a navbar with ULs with how many list items? Let me see, 1 2 3 4 5, so 5 of them. Oops, li times 5. And then this first one is going to be collections, and then men, and then women about contact. So women, and then about, and then finally contact. And then outside of this div, we're going to have another div, and then this other div is going to be these 2 buttons. So I'm going to have a UL with 2 list items, and then these 2 list items are going to be buttons. And so this second one is not going to be a button, it's only going to be the avatar image. So I'm going to replace this to be an image, and I'm going to call this image avatar, which we're going to import. And then inside here, we are going to be rendering a React icon called FA cut, which we're also going to import. So let's go ahead and let's import FA cut from react-icons/FA. And then let's also import the avatar icon. So import avatar from ./images/ should be icon. Is it icon avatar? Let me check. Image avatar. So image, is it PNG or JPEG? PNG. Image-avatar.png. And then let's go ahead and now render our image here. Sorry, not render our image, but render our header. So instead of rendering this, let's just render the header. Save it, and then let's see what we have on the screen. We should see something, but we see nothing. Let's reload. Is this even working? Compiling, it does that sometimes. So it says, so fa-cut does not exist. That's basically this error that it's saying. fa-cut does not exist. So let's just go into React icons. Then let's search for the cut icon so that we can get the correct one. So cut. Let's use this one. Is there fa-cut? Let me see. Or it's fa shopping cut. Let's just use this one. Yeah, let's use this one. I like this one. So let's close this. Let's paste this here. And then let's paste this here and import it from AI. And then let's see what we have on the screen. And there we go. So we have our cut icon, we have our image, and then we have our header here. And then what we can do now is you can just tell it out if you want. So give this a class name of flex. My keyboard language has changed. Has it? It does that. Why does it do that? So flex, item center, and justify between, and then padding all round of 8, and border, border dash bottom, and border dash, let's say slate dash 400. So to have the border on the bottom here. There we go. And you know what? That is the wrong thing. So I'm going to grab all of this, cut it out, place it inside a header tag. And then I'm going to grab these styles, cut them out, and place them inside here, because this also needs to be inside the header. There we go. That's correct. And then remember, this is for mobile, for desktop screens, but we're going to be starting with the mobile. Or you know what? Let's do it a bit different. Let's do this. I'm going to give this a class name of flex. Let me see. Should go here. There we go. And then item center and justify start with a gap of 4. And then let's go inside this UL. And you know what? The UL is going to be styled the same way. So you can just copy these classes, paste them inside here. There we go. And then we need to do the same for this. And you know what? It's going to be styled the same way as well. So copy this and paste it here. And should be there. And then we can just reduce the size of this image. So give this image a class name of width-20. Nope, width-12. And we're going to have that. And then let's go inside the header. Let's give it a max width of, let's say 7XL. How does 7XL look? 7XL should be fine. Yes, should be fine. 7XL. And then let's say MX auto so that it is properly centered. Like that. Fantastic. Fantastic. And then now let's go ahead and let's render our products here. So we're going to have a section, and then inside this section I'm just going to say products dot map, and then for every product that we get back, let me call it an item instead of calling it product. Let's return, let's return an article, and then this article is going to have a key of item.id. On top of this, we're going to have an image. This image is going to be item.image, no, dot main image. And then below this, we're going to have another image, and you know what, not even another image, but a UL. And you know what, I'm doing this wrongly, by the way. I have just realized that I'm doing this wrongly. So let me show you the wrong thing first, and then I'm going to show you how to correct it. So inside this UL, we're going to have images, and then we're going to say item.thumbnail. And when I save this, then we're going to have all the images here. So we have the big image, then the thumbnail, and so on and so forth. But that is not what we want to happen. Instead, we only want to access the first image, only the first one, and then show the thumbnail image, and then we can show, sorry, what am I saying? We only need to access the first image to show the big image, and then the thumbnail images can be on the bottom. So I took a little break because there was a lot of noise from outside, but I think we stopped here where we were displaying this on the screen. And you can see that this is not exactly according to design, so we are going to fix it right away. Now what we need to do is, if you check the design, then we need to get the first image and only the first image to display as the big image, and then the rest of them can display as thumbnail images. So what we're going to do therefore is this. We are going to be destructuring, we're going to be destructuring the first image from the products that we have in our array. And in order to do that, actually we need to set up another state value, and I'm going to call this state value, and then I'm going to set the function to be set value. This is going to be equal to useState. By default is going to be 0, not an empty array, 0. And then I'm going to say this is going to be equal to products of value. And then inside here we're going to be destructuring the should be the main image. So get the main image. And what this means is that get the main image from the product which is equal to the current value, and this value is going to be equal to the index of the item in our array of objects. So that means that we are going to have to remove this, right? But now instead of removing everything inside here, I'm just going to remove the article and this image here, and then we are going to set the key on the UL equal to item.id, because the ID is the unique key that we have in our array of objects. And then now what we need to do is, on top of this, we need to display an image, and then this image is going to be the main image. So we're going to be displaying the main image, like so that now when I save this, then something should reset on the screen, and we should go back to the top. Let this just reload for a moment, compiling. Okay. And so once this reloads, you can see that now we only have one big image, and then we have our thumbnail images on the bottom, because our thumbnail images are this UL. Now I want to show you something. If you change the default value here to 1, then this big image should change into this, into the second image here. You can see. So we have the big image here, and then it's showing the second image, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be setting this value on this UL, and you know what, this UL should return a list item. So return a list item like so that now I'm going to place an on click on this list item, so that when I click on this, when I click on this list item, then it's going to be toggling the value here dependent on the current image. So I'm going to say set value into the index, and the index is going to be the index of the current thumbnail image. That means therefore that we need to also get the index from here. So get the index, so that when I save this, and you know what, let's even style this out just so that it looks a bit better. And we're going to do this. I'm going to grab all this, place it inside an article, and then I'm going to grab, let me grab this and place it inside a div. And you know what, this structure looks a bit weird, because now it's going to be rendering four ULs instead of list items. So let me grab this, and using the Alt key, just hold down the Alt key, push it upwards, and then grab this, push it downwards, and then you can remove this div and remove this div. And then now we're going to grab this key from here and place it here, so that now it renders only one UL but with multiple list items. That is much better. So that now when I save this, and let's go ahead, let me just style this out. Give this a class name of flex and item center, and justify start with a gap of 3, and then I'm going to say flex wrap. And then on this image, let's give this images a class name of about, let's say width -20, just for testing it out. And then inside this section, I'm going to give this section a class name of max width 7XL and MX auto, just like we did on our header. So that when I save this, then this should reset just a bit. So it goes here, and then let me see, let's reduce the size of this image. Give this image a class name of height dash, let's say about 96. And you know what, the reason why it's so big is because it's only one grid, right? So let's display it as 2 grids instead. So let me add another article here. And then for now, this article is just going to have an H1 that has some dummy text, so Lauren 5, just to see that it's going to work. And then inside this section, let's display this section as a grid with grid columns 1 to begin with. And then on large screens, I'm going to say grid columns 2. And then let's add a gap of about 10. so that we're going to have this. So that's a bit more manageable, right? And now look at this. Now when I click on this image, then the image should show up here, but when I click on the first one, the first image shows up, and on this one this shows up. And would you look at this? So that functionality is already working as you expect, but now we only need to add some kind of indicator that we are on this image. For example, when I click on this image, then it should show that we are on this image, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Let me close this. So let's go and reduce this to about height dash 9/12. So 9/12, is that okay? Let's say height dash 6/12. That's a half, right? Is this even reloading? Is that even reloading? Let me try width dash width. Oops. Width, I can't type width dash half. Okay. So let's say width dash 9/12. How big is that? Let's work with this for now. I might increase this, but I just want it a bit smaller because I don't want the overflow to show up. And so let's do this. This image needs to have a rounded border. Yes. And these images also need to have a rounded border. So let's say rounded dash 2XL on this image. And then let's do the same for these smaller images. So on these smaller images, let's say rounded dash, let me say XL for these smaller ones because they are smaller, right? And then increase this gap. It's a bit too small. So here, let's increase this to gap 5. Okay. And then on this UL still, let's increase a margin top of 5. Let's add a margin top of 5 so that it pushes away from this image. And then now what we need to do is we need to set a dynamic class name on this list item so that when we click on one, like it shows that you're currently on this one. And also let me add a cursor pointer on it as well. So here let's add a class name, and this is going to be dynamic, so I'm going to place it inside curly brackets. Oops, that's my phone. So here we're going to say this. We're going to say that when the index is equal to the value is true. So when this is true, then we want to add class names. We want to add, let's say, border dash 2 and border orange dash 400, and then opacity dash 80. Let's save this. Let's see what we have. Should show up. There we go. Would you look at this? So now when we are on an image, then it shows this outline, and this one as well, and this one as well. And all we need to do now is we need to add a border on the actual list item even when it is not active, so that, see how like when you click on one, it's as though like they resize just a bit. I mean, it's negligible really, but like I don't want to have it. So what I'm going to do now is this. I'm going to grab this part. I'm going to grab it, cut it out, and place it inside template literals, like so. And you know what? That's not so. Cut it out again. Oops. And we're going to say $, and then our brackets, and then paste this in. What am I doing? Cut this out. Remove this, paste it inside here. There we go. And so what this means is that these classes here are only going to apply when the index is equal to the value. And then outside of this expression, then we can add other classes that we want to be default. So outside of this, I'm going to add a border of 2. Oops, can't type. Border of 2. And then a border of transparent. And then I'm going to add a rounded of XL so that this is also rounded, and then this has a transparent border by default, but then when it is active, it has a border of orange 400. So I'm going to save this, and then let's see. So this should resize, and now the border doesn't show up, and the border doesn't show up. Why? So let's remove this from here. But then the default border is usually like a very light gray. I mean, it's visible here if you look close enough. And then, you know what, let me increase the border radius of this. So here, let's make this 2XL so that like it covers the image properly. And that doesn't work well, so let's remove this from here. Let me see. Reset. Okay. And then let's go ahead and say where is it here? Let's say overflow hidden, so that the image is placed inside there. There we go. Okay, so we can have that, and then let's have a cursor pointer. So let's say cursor dash pointer. Save it, and then when you hover it, now it has a cursor pointer, and we can scroll through the images. And then let's increase the size of this image. Let's increase this to about 11 out of 12. And then now what we need to do is we need to go inside this section. We need to add a margin top of 10 to push away from the header. And then now let's go ahead and deal with this section next. So for our, where is it? For this section, let's have, how is it structured? An H2, an H1, a paragraph. So inside this article, let's have an H2 first of all that says sneakers company. Sneakers company. And then below this, we're going to have an H1 that says something. Let me open our index.html template here so that we can just copy and paste. So this one, copy and paste it here, and this is sneaker, I've just noticed. Okay, and then below this, we're going to have a paragraph. The paragraph says this, so paste it inside here. And then below this, we have, how is this structured? We have the price here. We have the discount. How is it on mobile? So on mobile, there flexbox, this is to the end, and then on desktop it's these two, and then this on the bottom. So let's do this. So below this paragraph, let's have a div. This div is going to have a UL with two list items. This first one is going to be the price, so 125.00, and then this second one is going to have a strike through text saying 50%. So this S is a strike through. That's how you add this. Oh wait a minute, that's not the correct one. It should be on the next one. This is the discount. And then below this, let's just have it as a paragraph inside a strike through text that says 50. Wait, what am I doing? That says $250. So 250.00. Okay, and then below this div, we're going to have another div. Let's say this div is going to be a UL. So a UL with three list items. The first one is going to be minus, and then the price, not the price, this is the quantity, and then plus. So let me just see, we have the plus and minus icons here. So we're going to have an image inside the first one. Inside here, we're going to have an image, img, come on. This one says the minus, which we're going to import, and then this one says 0. And you know, this is going to be dynamic, by the way, so this should say amount, and then this one should say plus. So let's go ahead and create this state value and import these two images. So I'm going to say import minus from /images /icon minus .svg. Copy this downwards, change this to plus, and then change this to plus. And then let's go ahead and import, not import, but create our state value here. So I'm going to say const amount and set amount. This is equal to use state. By default is going to be 0. So that now when you go to the bottom here, the amount is going to show 0 because that is the default state value here. And then let's see what we need to do next. We need to have our add to cart button. So below this UL, we're going to have a button. This button is going to say our shopping cart icon, which I believe we have this one. So copy this, paste it inside here to be a React component. And then the text is going to say add to cart. Is it capitalized? No, it's not. Okay. So add to cart, and then what else? That is the only thing that we need. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen here. Should appear here. What's wrong? Compiling. Why is it taking so long to compile? I mean, okay, there we go. Let's see. And there we go. So this is our strike through text. This is our icon plus does not exist, does it? Icon plus.svg. Why isn't it showing up? Oh, you know what? This should be an image. Should be an image. Source for this is going to be plus. Okay, there we go. So let's begin to style this out. So let me place this to the right because it's going to be easier. and then this to the left. And I've just realized this is a problem. See how this is a problem? That is a problem. So let's go back on top here, change this into widthful, and it should go all the way to the end, and then we're going to fix other things later. But for now, let's just begin to style this out. So inside the h2, we're going to give this a class name of bg slate dash 100, padding y of 2, padding x of, not padding y of 1, padding x of 2, and then text orange dash 400, and then uppercase text, and then let's see tracking wide to increase the letter spacing. Then let's see, we should also say text small to reduce its size for this one. There we go. And then let's say font bold, and then make it an inline block. Then let's give it a rounded border with a very slight box shadow. There we go. And then let's say margin bottom of 10 to push away from the h1. And then let's go inside this h1 and give this a class name of text slate 900, and margin bottom of 10, and then font bold, and then text 3XL. Save it. Let's see. Okay, and then we're going to say that for large screens, then the text should go into 4XL. I think that should be enough. And then for this paragraph, give this paragraph a class name of text slate 600, margin bottom of 10. Let's see, and then let's say leading relaxed. Not, let's say leading loose. Loose is about line height of 2, right? That should be okay. This seems too much, so let's say leading relaxed. And then let's go inside this div. Let me check something. Is the 50% styled the same way? No. Okay. Now let's go ahead and copy this part for the h2. So copy these class names. Copy. And then let's go inside this 50% list item, paste it in, remove the uppercase here, change this bg into orange, and then let's save it. Let's see. Should restyle that. That's looking okay. And then now let's go inside this first list item. Is it bold? Yes, it's bold and a bit bigger. How does it look on mobile? Yeah, bold and a bit bigger. So give this a class name, text slate of 900, font bold, and text XL. Save it. Let's say 2XL. And then let's go inside this UL, and you know what? Not even inside the UL, let's go inside the paragraph first. Give this a class name of text slate 600 and text dash small. Make it even smaller. And then we can go inside this UL. Where is a margin? I added a margin here, this one, because I copy pasted it. So remove this margin. Okay. And then let's go inside this div, give this a class name of flex and flex wrap, so that they automatically go into the next line if they reach the end. And then item center, and then justify between, so that they go all the way to the end. So 1, 2, all the way to the end. And then inside this list item, inside the UL, give this a class name of flex and item center with a gap of 2 to separate this out here. Let's say gap of 5. That's much better. And then let's go ahead and let's deal with this UL. So give this UL a class name of flex and items dash center, and justify between. Let's see. And you know what? Let's go inside this div, give this a class name of, let's say, margin top 10. Okay. And then inside this UL, let's give this a bg slate of 100. Let's see how that looks. Yes. And then a padding y of 2, padding x of 4 with a very slightly rounded edge, and then a slight box shadow as well. Save it. So that we don't have that. And then that's looking okay. And then let's go inside the button. So inside this button, let's give this button a class name of flex, so that the icon and the text go into one line. And then let's say item center, and then let's add a gap of 4 to separate out the icon from the thingy, the text. And then let's give it a bg orange 400. 400, and then padding y of 2, and then padding x of 4, and then let's just say width dash full. How does it look on mobile first? It's a full width on mobile. And then let's say text center. Text center will work, will it? No, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? So let me see something. I've introduced a scroll bar somewhere because of width full. Why is this scroll bar here? Okay, the header is overflowing. Okay, so let me see. BG orange 400, let's say orange 600, let's say 500, and then let's change the text to white. So text to white. I mean, I do realize that like this is not the color provided in the design, but I'm just using the tailwind colors. It doesn't really matter all that much. So change this to text white and font dash bold, and then let's say give this a rounded dash large with a very slight box shadow as well. And then now let's say margin top of 4 or of 5 to push away from this part, and then this should still be a width of full. But why doesn't the text go to the center? I want the text to go to the center. How do I do that? I can't do that on a button, can I? I cannot do that on a button. So let me see if I make this a block element. No, because it's a flex here. So grab this, place it inside the div, and then inside this div, let's give this a class name of text-center, and then let's remove BG orange. Actually, this can remain, and then what we need to do is remove this from here, is it? And then we need to go here, and then let's say MX auto, which should center it, or not. Block. What is happening? I can't style a button. Really? I seriously can't style a button? Are you for real? Let's copy this, then remove this, and then let's start again. So we have a button. The button says add to cart. Oh, you know what? I just realized what the problem is. It's because of Flexbox. It is because of Flexbox. So item center here, and then I should say justify center. We should move it to the center. Or not? Are you serious? If I add width full now, there we go. There we go. Okay. And then now let's go back inside the parent article of this one. So starting from this H2. So the parent article is this one, and then let's give this a class name of padding on the X of 8 to push everything inwards. There we go. And then let's also add a padding bottom of 10 to push, like to add some bit of spacing here on the bottom. Okay, so that looks nice. And when I click on this, I want that this increases. So let's add that functionality. It's very simple functionality. So inside this list item, we're just going to say on click, then we're going to access our value, which is called set amount. So set amount, and we're going to say amount plus 1. So set it equal to amount plus 1, and then copy this, paste it inside here, set this equal to amount minus 1, save it, and then we're going to say plus 1 and then minus 1. And then you know what, when I reach 0, I always want that the amount cannot go into the negative, because you can't have negative stock, right? So we are going to say this. I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to say, let's create a function called, what should I call this? Let me just call it handle minus, because I can't think of anything right now because I am also sick. So on top of this, let's go ahead and create our function here. We're going to say const handle minus is equal to, and then we can paste this in. We're going to say set amount into amount minus 1, and then below this we're going to say if amount is less than or less than, yeah, if amount is less than 0, then set amount into 0. So you can have this because you only have one thing coming from the if statement. And then we're going to do that. Let me say, so if amount is less than 0, set amount into 0. You know what, this is wrong. Let me see, try it out. If amount is less than or equal to 0, There we go. So if amount is less or equal to 0, yeah, that's much better. And then let's go ahead and make this into cursor pointer. So where we have our buttons here, so on, not on hover, class name, give this cursor pointer, then copy this and paste it here. So that now when you hover over them, then it is a cursor pointer. And then now let's go ahead and handle our header. Let's fix our header. So where we have our header, right inside here, we have a navbar. I'm going to give this a class name of hidden by default, that it disappears and we don't have the overflowing effect. And then let's go inside this button. Let's increase the size of this icon. So class name text to XL to make it just a bit bigger. And then let's also say text slate 600. That's looking okay. That's looking okay. And then I've just remembered on mobile we don't have rounded edges here and we don't have these icons. I've just remembered. I have just remembered, yeah, so we only have this on mobile. And then we also have this icon. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's see. Let's go back to our top image, which should be this one. And then we're going to say that this is only going to apply on large screens, so that we don't have a rounded border here. There we go. And then we need to remove this margin on the top. So here, and I'm going to say that this is only going to apply for large screens as well. There we go. And then we need to hide this by default. So let's go ahead and inside this UL. Inside this UL, we're going to say this is only going to display on large screens. And then we're going to set it to hidden by default. So save it and it should disappear. There we go. So this is what we're going to have on mobile. And then we only need to add our two icons here to scroll it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me grab this. Let's restructure a bit. Place it inside a div, and then paste the same. And then we're going to have two ULs. So we're going to have one UL with two list items. And then inside here, we're going to have buttons. And then these buttons are going to be clickable, which are going to be our chevron icons. So here a button and then here a button. And then we're going to be using an icon called FA chevron. This is right because it's the right button here. And then copy this and paste it here. So FA chevron left. So left from React icons. So let's import them. So inside here, let's just copy this down. Let's import FA chevron left and FA chevron right from React icons /FA. So make it the correct folder from font awesome. And then save it and they should appear somewhere here. There we go. So these are our two icons. And then let's go ahead and style them out. So this button and this button are going to be having the same styles. So I've added two cursors by just clicking where I want the first cursor to be, holding down the Alt key and then clicking where I want the second cursor to be. And I can have multiple cursors. So I'm going to say give this a class name of BG white and rounded dash full and padding all round of 5 with a very slight box shadow. And then let me position this as absolute from the top. Position absolute, bring this to the left of 0, and then this second one bring it to the right by 0. And then we need to go into the parent, which is now this div, give this a class name of relative, so that the icons are now going to be positioned relative to the parent div, which is holding this image, so that when I save it, then the images should appear somewhere here or not. So left 0. So now I should bring it to the top. What is the top by a half? Does exist. Top a half exists. So you should bring it here now. And then do the same for this one. Copy this, paste it here, and it should come here. And then you know what? Let's say left of 2 and then right of 2, so that they're not completely to the edge. I mean, are they to the edge in the design? Where is it? No, they are not. So let's increase it. So let's say left of 4 and right of 4. And then now what we need to do is, you can see that they are a bit offset from the top, right? Like they are just a bit more to the bottom than they are to the top. So here and here, once again, I'm just going to say minus transform. Wait, minus transform, translate, minus translate. on the y-axis minus translate y dash a half. That's the class. Save it. And there we go. So that now they are perfectly centered. Okay. So that is absolute positioning, by the way. If you don't understand it, then just go through the CSS part and then you'll realize what this does. Or you can watch the short that I made about absolute positioning. Okay. So these are our icons, and then now what we need to do is we need to be able to scroll, right? So let's go ahead and create our scroll behavior. And for our scroll behavior, then we're going to add in another state value. So here we're going to say const slide index. And if you watched the video where I did the room homepage, then this is basically the very same thing that we're going to be doing. So set slide index. This is going to be use state. By default is going to be 1. And then we're going to create a previous slide function and a next slide function. So let's go ahead and create them. So for the next slide function, let me go below. This appears first and then this appears, or this appears on the bottom. So let me go below this. So let's go ahead and say const next slide. This is going to be an arrow function. You can use the normal functions if you want. I just want to use arrow functions, and then copy this and paste it on the bottom. Change this to previous slide. So previous slide, and then inside here we're going to say this: if the slide index is not equal to the products dot length, then what we want to do is set slide index into the slide index plus 1, meaning increment it and go to the next slide. And then else if we're going to say if the slide index is equal to the products dot length, then we're going to say this: we're going to say set slide index into 1, meaning take it back to the first slide. And then we're going to do this for the previous slide. We're going to say if the slide index is not equal to 1, then set slide index into the slide index minus 1, so go to the previous one. And then below this we're going to say else if the slide index is equal to 1, then we're going to say set slide index into the products dot length, meaning take it back to the like the whatever, the can't think, oh my god, the last one. Can't think. I'm a bit sick, by the way. I don't know whether I mentioned it, but I'm feeling a bit sick. So let's go ahead and call these functions. So where we have our icons, where are they? Here. So on the list items, now I'm going to call the icons, sorry, I'm going to call the functions on the list item. Should I call it on the list item? You know what, let me call it on the button, because I've set the button to have a padding and a background color. So here I'm going to say on click, then we want to call the next slide. Actually, this is the previous slide. And then here we're going to say on click, then we're going to call the next slide. Save it, and then let's try it out. So previous, and I'm missing something. What am I missing? And what I'm missing is we should be displaying all the images. Let me see. That means that we're going to have to restructure a bit. Oh my god, restructuring and restructuring. So on top of this, let's have a div. Let's have a div inside here, and then inside this div, let's say products dot map. So for every item that we get back, item, and then let's also get the index because we need it for our scrolling behavior. So let's go ahead and return. We're going to be returning, you know what, we're going to be returning this image. I think it is. Let's see, let's return the div. Let's return this entire div. Let me see whether this is going to work. So cut this out and paste it inside here. And then this is going to have a key of item.id. You can have the key to be the index here as well, by the way. It's still okay. And then now what we need to do is we need the source here to be is that correct? Item.main image. That should be correct. And then now we need to change up these classes a bit. So instead of having this one here, we're going to have it as dynamic. So we're going to have a class of relative, but then we are going to also add our variables inside here, and we're going to say when slide index is equal to index plus 1, then when this is true, let's see, when this is true, we want it to have a class of relative. Okay, and then when it is false, then we want it to be hidden. Let me see. Save it. Is this going to work? Scroll. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then next. Okay, fantastic. There we go. That's looking nice. And then now on bigger screens, we're going to have to change up this functionality because we don't want this to happen, right? So on bigger screens, we don't want these buttons to show. So let's go ahead and just do it right away. So on this URL, give this a class name and say that for large screens, then they are going to be hidden. So just hide them. And then now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually deal with our lightbox. So we want that when you click on this image, then the lightbox pops up. And before I do that, let me move this downwards and then let's restructure this properly. So let's go ahead, and on our article should be not on this article, it should be on the parent of the article. So this section, we're going to say that for large screens, then place items center. We should move this downwards, and then let's go ahead and grab this. So grab these two, and this should now come here. So where we have our prices, so it should be inside this div. We're going to say that for large screens, then the flex should be column, and then this is going to push them to the center, I think. Yeah, which means that now on large screens we need to say items dash start. We should bring them to the start here, and then let's add a gap. So let's say that for large screens, let's have a gap of about 4 to separate them out just a bit. Is 4 okay? Let me see. Let's say 2. 4 is a bit big. 2 looks okay. Yeah, 2 looks okay. And then we also need this and this to display side by side on large screens. So let's go ahead and fix that as well. So right where we have, this is the UL, and then this is the div with the button. So inside this div, we're going to say that for large screens, then display this as a flexbox. Okay, and then items dash center and justify dash between. And then let's add a gap of 2. Place them to the end. Okay, and then let's go inside this UL, and then we're going to say that for large screens, then let it have a flex of 1, meaning it's going to take up 50% of its, like the width in which it is placed. Not 50%, but full width, sorry. And then copy this, and then let's go inside this div, give this a class name of flex1 as well, meaning it's going to now take up 50%. And then this has a margin on the bottom, or the button has a margin on the top. So here, let's say margin top 0, meaning it's going to push upwards, and we're going to have that. So that is our button. And then let's add a hover effect. Let's add a hover effect here. Let's say on hover, then the BG should go into orange 600. Let's add a slight transition. So transition all with a duration of 200. Let's see. Yeah, that's looking okay. Fantastic. And by the way, you can make this price to toggle depending on the value that is shown here. It's just a matter of multiplication. So just get the value here and multiply it by this, and then you can display the price. So that means that you just have to add another state value called price and then multiply it by the amount that you have inside here and then display it, and that's basically it. So what we need to do is I want to add a bit more padding on the bottom of this. So on the parent section, which is this one, let's say, do I have padding somewhere? I do not. Let's say that for large screens, then the padding on the y-axis should be 20. And then on large screens, you know what? On large screens, I don't want this margin on the top. So let's remove it. Let's see. Padding 20. Increase it. Yeah. I think this is okay, really, because on larger screens or on screens that have a higher window height, then it's going to show up like this. I think this is better. You can see, yeah, I think it's better. And for now, let me just work with height of 80 because I want to be able to see everything that I'm dealing with here. And then now let's go ahead and create our light box. So our light box is going to be a bit of CSS positioning, and let me see where we're going to do it. So let me see, let me just add another component here. So below this, right, yeah, this is the header. Below this, let's have a function called lightbox. And then for now, we're going to be returning, let's just return a section, not a section, let's return an article with an h1 or an h2 that says lightbox. And then let's give this h2 a class name of text 8xl and font bold, because I just want to see where it's going to appear. So let's go ahead and insert this lightbox. Let's render the lightbox. We want the lightbox to render conditionally, right? Only when we click on this image. But for now, let me just go ahead and render it below the header. So lightbox, save it, and it should appear here. So lightbox is here. And then now what we need to do is we need to position this absolute within the body so that it takes up 100% of the body. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of bg black, and then we're going to say position this absolute, and then bring it to the top by 0, to the left by 0, to the right by 0, and to the bottom by 0, meaning take up the entire screen. So save it, and this should now be blacked out. There we go. And then let's increase the z index because I think this is position relative. That's why it is appearing here. So let's increase the z index of this. So let's say z index of 50, push on top of this. There we go. And then now, in order to make it transparent, then you also need to make the background transparent or slightly opaque. Let's say bg black. Sorry, bg opacity is the class. Bg opacity -75 opacity. Let's see. There we go. So that is basically how we're going to be creating our lightbox. So here, and then we're going to be grabbing this image and rendering it on the screen. So let's go ahead and do that. And we are going to be doing this. We need to grab the images. We need to get access to the images. How do we do that? We can pass in props to the component, so products, and we're going to do this. So we're going to pass in a props called products and set it equal to the products state value. And then now I can access the products inside here, and I can say let's have a div. Remove the space. Let's have a div, and then inside this div, let's map over our products. So products.map, and you know what? I actually need to destructure it inside here. So destructure products, and then we can say products.map, and then for every item that we get back, and then we can go ahead and just render out the same way that we rendered out the image here. Let me see. We need to render out this image. We're going to be copying quite a bit of functionality because we need to render out the image, and we also need to render out this UL. So you know what, let me just copy this entire div up to here, copy this div, and then we're going to paste it inside here. Let's see, slide index products.map. What is wrong? It says there's an error somewhere. Item products.map, for every item this should be, oops, this should be double brackets, then item, and then add another bracket on the bottom here, and that does not fix it. Let me see, let's just cut this out. Let's say products.map for every item, then we need to render out this. Okay, and then now we're going to get an error because it doesn't know where this is coming from or where this is coming from. And then what we need to do is we always want this UL to be visible when the lightbox is open. So we're going to remove this class of hidden. And then now what we need to do is the slide index here can remain. So we need to get the slide index. So let me see, we need to get the slide index. And then we also need to destructure the index here, therefore. And then we need to get the what's it called, the next slide, and the previous slide. So let's go ahead and destructure them. I mean, we have already destructured them, but let's go ahead and pass them in as props inside here. So slide index is equal to, so slide index prop is equal to the slide index state value, and then next slide prop is equal to the next slide function, and then the previous slide prop is equal to the previous slide function. And you can call these props whatever you want. By the way, I just like to give them the same name of the function or the state value that I'm passing, so that like it just shows me, it just tells me, like gives me an idea of what the prop is about. So let's go ahead and save this, and hopefully nothing breaks. Save this, and then we should see here. There we go. So that is our slide. So that's not our slide, but this is our lightbox. You can see that it's working, right? It's working, but we want this image width to reduce. So width dash full here, we're going to remove it. Let's save it, and then let's see. Reduces the width. There we go. And then we're going to reduce this width to about, let's say, actually, by the way, do I want the lightbox to open on small screens? Maybe I do. I mean, let me see. Let's just test it out how it looks on small screens. Let's go into the 360 screen. You can see how it looks on small screens. We can move this downwards a bit. I mean, is that a good idea? If I go into this image and say give it a height of full, will that fix it? No, it does not. But I can go inside this div, give this a class name of flex. Let me see what happens. Okay, nothing happens. And then item center and justify center, and then each screen, which should now center it, but nothing still happens. Okay, there we go. Oh, it hadn't reloaded. So that centers it properly, and you can see that the functionality here is working, but I want our images to show here, our thumbnail images. And by the way, the reason we can make this to scroll, by the way, because like you can see, it only takes up 100% of the screen. So if you scroll downwards, then the background color does not like persist, right? So let me change this from position absolute to position fixed. That should fix it, so that now when we scroll, then it's also going to scroll. Come on, reload. It's reloading a bit slow. There we go. So that now it reloads. Okay. So there we go. So now it scrolls with us, right? Now it scrolls. Okay. So that now even on bigger screens it is now centered, and that is exactly what we want. And so that is our lightbox, but we need to add a cross. It has an X here, so that we can close it up. And you know, this image, why does this image look a bit big for me? Let's go back inside here. Let's give this image a height of 9 out of 12 for large screens. Let's say for large screens. How does that look? Okay, so the height does nothing. Height 9 over 12. Let's say height dash a third. Okay, heights don't seem to change this. So let's reduce the width instead. So let's say width a third. Let's see how it looks. Reduce it. There we go. So let's give this a height of 96, which is 384 pixels. Yes. Height of 96, and then let's say width dash full. Span the width. Okay. So height 96 isn't really a good idea. So let me give it a custom height here. And I'm going to give this a style here. And I'm going to say that the height for this image should be 500 pixels. Oops. 500 pixels. Let's see. Too small. Let's say 800. Almost 900. Yeah, let's have 900. That's okay. Oh, though that messed up with the mobile, therefore. Yeah, so annoying. So let's add a custom class to this. Oops. Let's add a class called big image, And then in our CSS, we're going to add a media query, and we're going to say that for a min width of 1024 pixels, then access the big image class and give it a height of 900 pixels. So it's only going to apply on big screens, but on small screens, you can see we're still going to have this, and on large screens, we're going to have this. That is much better. And so now what we need to do is we need to grab the lightbox and make it dependent on when we click this image. So let's go ahead and let's create another state value here called show lightbox. So show lightbox and set show lightbox. By default, it's going to be false because we don't want it to show by default, right? And by the way, I've just noticed that we are no longer using this, so we can remove it. So show lightbox. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab this lightbox, cut it out, and we're going to say that only when show lightbox state value is true, that's when we want to render our lightbox. Otherwise, we don't want to render it. So when I save this, then it's going to disappear. There we go. So now that I want that when I click on this and change this into a cursor pointer, by the way, to show that it is clickable. So right inside here should be it. So let's say cursor dash pointer. So when I click on this, when the cursor changes, so when I click on this, I want to open the lightbox. So inside this image, I'm going to add an on click, and I'm going to say when I click on this, then set show lightbox into true and save it. So let's try it out. So click on this and our lightbox shows. And then now all we need to do now is we need to add the cross here so that when you click on it, then the lightbox does not show. And in order to do that, then we're going to go into the lightbox component, and I'm going to go, let me see, we have the image here. Let me go above, let me go below this div, or above this div really. And then inside this, we're going to have an image. The source for this image should be provided. The image should be provided. Where is it? Icon close. So we're going to import the icon close, and we're going to call it the close. So just copy this down, change this into close, and then change this into icon close. And then now it should appear. So let me save it. Let me see where it appears. It should appear somewhere here. Where is it? It has appeared, but where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So let's increase the width of this. So I'll give this a class name of width dash 20. How big is that? Insanely big. So let's say width dash 10. And then probably it should be here. Probably, but that is going to mess up with the styling. But I want to position this absolute within this div. So this should be correct. So let me position this absolute, bring it to the top by 0 and to the right by 0. So that now it's going to be somewhere here. Yeah. And then now I'm going to go inside this div and give this a class of relative. So that now it's going to appear somewhere here, somewhere, or not. Reload just to make sure. Let's see. So it still appears here. Okay, so you know what? Instead of doing that, therefore, then let me just bring this back upwards. Let me just bring it back upwards, and then add a space here, and then let's bring it to the top by 10 and to the right by 10, so that it should appear somewhere here. Okay, this is okay. But then now let me grab this and place it to be a button, and then add an on click on this button. So on click, I want to say was in my inline function. Inline function, and say set show lightbox into false, which means we need to get this function. So let's destructure this set show lightbox, and then let's also pass it in as a prop inside here. So copy this down, Control D, and say set show lightbox, and then save this. And then now when I click on this, then it should disappear, and when I click on this, it appears. There we go. So the reason why I've left this here is because I don't want to deal with the CSS required to bring it here, but the functionality is working correctly, so it doesn't really bother me all that much. And this is also working. What? This is not working. It's because now it is not dependent on the main image. So that means we're going to create two components for mobile and desktop. Okay, let's fix that. Remember where we removed something here? We removed the main image, so let's bring it back. Main image is equal to products of what was it? Value. Oops, is that correct? Products value. That's all. And so what we're going to do therefore is this, because we want this to show up. So let's do this. We're going to do this very same thing, but now what we need to do is we need to display this as hidden on large screen so that it disappears here. Okay, so it's going to disappear. And where does this div end? It ends here. And so what we need to do is we're just going to copy this div, copy it downwards here, and then here it's going to be hidden by default, and then on large screens it's going to display as a block element. And then we're going to have let me see, products.map. We don't need products.map. We don't need to map over anything here. We only need the image. We don't need this UL, so remove this UL. We need only this div. So, and we need to remove this as well. And we can have that, so save it. Let's see. Display the big image. And there we go. So the functionality remains. And then on small screens, right around there, the functionality also remains. Okay, fantastic. And so next, what we need to do is we need to handle our header on small screens. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and let's bring this in. And you know what, I'm realizing that this is becoming such a huge component. So let's refactor a bit. So let's go ahead and create a new folder inside the source folder called components. And then let's create a header.js. And then inside header.js, we're going to grab this all the way up to here, cut it out and paste it inside here. And then we're just going to change this into export default function. And then we need to get this logo. We need to get the outline. So get the logo here, cut this out, paste it inside the header on top of this. We also need the AI outline. So copy this part because this is also being used somewhere inside this component. So paste it below this. What else do we need? The avatar image. So cut this out because it's only in the header and paste it inside here. Save this. And then we can remove this. And then we need to import the header. So import header from ./components /header. And then we need to do the same thing for the lightbox. So cut this out all the way up to here. Cut it out. And then let's just create a component called lightbox.js. Paste this in. And then let's see, we need to get this. We need to paste it on top of this. And then change this into export default function. Then save it. Let's see, what else do we need? That should be correct. That should be correct. Let's save it. Let's see whether anything breaks. Reload just to make sure. Okay, can't resolve logo in here, so this should be coming from /images, then /images. Save it. Let's see. Lightbox is not defined because we need to import it here. So copy this down, change this into lightbox. Save it, and then let's see. Reload. Can't find icon close here because it should be coming from /images. Save it. And then now, where is it? FA chevron is not defined. Oops. So that's because we need to copy this and paste it here. Paste it here. Save it. What else? What other error do we have? Okay, there we go. There we go. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and delete our header. And our header is going to have the following. We need to import the menu icon. Let me see whether it's provided. so icon menu here. So let's go, just let's say import menu from /images /icon-menu.svg, and then we need the menu icon to appear beside this image. So I'm going to make this into a UL, so a UL with 2 list items, and the second list item is going to be our logo, and then the first one is going to be an image. The source for this image is going to be the menu icon. So that now is going to appear here, and then let's test this out. So let's give this a class name of flex and item center, and justify start with a gap of 4. And then we're going to also style this out. We're going to say that, give this a class name, and say that for large screens, then display this as hidden. There we go. So on large screens, it's not going to be visible, but on small screens, it's going to be visible. And so let's see what we need to do. You know what? Let me make this into a button. So paste it into a button. And then now we are going to do this. Why does it move to the top when you place it inside the button? Okay, then let's just give this a class name of cursor pointer, cursor dash pointer. And so let's go ahead and style this navbar to look like this. Where is it? To look like this for the navbar. So instead of displaying this as hidden, let me remove it so that it now is going to show. And then let's go into our CSS, and just below this, we're going to access the navbar, and we're going to say position this, position absolute. And now let me say position fixed, because I want to be able to scroll with the navbar. So position fixed, and then bring it to the top by 0, 0 to the left by 0. And then let me say, give it a width of 90%, or let me say 70%. And then let me also say, give it a height of 100%. Let's see how it looks. It's because I have something. Where's the, close this, where's the header here? I have this as a flex item, so let's remove this for now. And so we're going to have this. Let's also increase the Z index here, change it to about 99, make it on top of everything, and then let's give it a background color of white. White. There we go. And then let's also give it, let me just say apply a very slight box shadow so that it applies a tailwind box shadow, and let me say shadow dash 2XL. Yeah, that's much better. And then let's also give it a padding all around. Let's say give it a padding all around of 8. And then now let's access the UL, so the nav by ULs. And then let me say apply. You can just use tailwind here. So apply flex and item center and flex column. And then let me say give this a gap of 4, separate them out. Okay, not item center, I want them to be item start. And then let's access the list items. So the nav ULLI, we're going to say apply, and we're going to say font bold, and let's say text large. Okay, fantastic. So this is how it looks when the navbar is open, but by default it's going to be closed. Let me also add cursor pointer here. Cursor dash pointer. So by default it's going to be closed. That means that I'm going to add a custom class here called open, so that when the navbar has the class of open, then we're going to do all this. So bring it here, copy this here. Did I not copy it? Top and left here, copy this here. The background color does not need to be here, it needs to be here. Okay, save it. And then the box shadow, you know what, even this shadow and padding it, I think should be here. Okay. And then now I'm just going to say bring it to the left by minus 1,000 or 100 viewport widths. So take it completely away to the left so that now it's not visible, right? So let's add an on click on this icon. So here I'm going to say that when I click on this, then I want to toggle a state value which we're going to create, and we're going to call it set is open and is open. So we're going to say set is open to, let me say to, what is it, to true. That is correct. And then let's go ahead and create the state value. So const is open and set is open. This is going to be equal to use state and import it from React. So move this upwards because it is a high level import, and it's going to be false by default because we don't want it to show by default, right? And then we're going to do this. So set is open to true. And then on the navbar here, we're going to add a dynamic class, and we're going to do this, add our curly brackets and say when is open is true, then we want the navbar to have a class of open, and then otherwise it's just going to remove the class of open. So let's save this. Let's try it out. There we go. So it opens up, right? But then let's also add a very slight transition here. So let's say transition all the elements by 0.3 seconds, and then let's say is in out. Let's reload this and test it out. So click on this. There we go. So it transitions inside, right? And then now what we need to do is we need to add our X icon here. So let's go ahead and do what? We need to add our close icon. So let's first import the close icon. So grab this too, just change this to close, and then we're going to copy this part, this top part downwards, change this to false, and then change this to the close icon. But you'll notice that they're now going to both appear, right? And so what we need to do is this. We need to grab this part, cut it out, and we're going to conditionally render it. And when we're going to say that only when is open is true, that's when we want this to render. And then we're going to grab this and say that when not is open, meaning when it is false, then we don't want the menu icon to appear. Save it, and then let's see what we're going to have. Of course, nothing is going to appear because we need to style this out. So give this a class name of absolute and top. Wait a minute, that's not going to work. It's not going to work because even if you had a z index of 50 here, it's still not going to appear on top of this because the navbar has a z index of 99. So it's less than the one on the navbar. So let's give this a custom class of close, and then let's style it out. So below the navbar here, let's access the class of close, and we're going to say at apply absolute, so position absolute, bring it to the top by 8, to the left by 8, and then let's add a custom z index here. Let's say z index of 999, so that it is on top of this. There we go. And then let's also add a width of about 20, no 10. 20 was too big. Save it, come on, and reload. Does it reload? Why isn't it reloading? Come on, open up. So width 10 is a bit too small. Width 20. Wait a minute, that won't work because this needs to be on the image here. So on the image we're going to say width dash 20. How big is that? Too big. So width dash 10, width dash 6, and then let's go inside the navbar. So inside the nav should be here. So now instead of let me say this is to the top by 0, if I increase this to about 10 or to 10%, then it's going to move everything downwards, or it doesn't. Why aren't things working the way I expect them to work? Oh, it moves it downwards, but only when like the navbar opens. That's why you saw it's as though it came from the down, right? So let's just take this back to 0. And then when I'm going to say this, I'm going to add a margin top. Margin top, set this to about 100 pixels. Let's see. Okay, so it moves everything. So instead of margin top, we're going to say padding top, because padding doesn't mess with things here. Why are you not working? Grab this, place it inside the ULs here. That should now work. There we go. 60 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. And then now when I click on this, then it closes, and then it opens, and it closes, and it opens, and it closes. Looking nice, looking nice. what do we have to do next? We need to add to cart. I think that is the last thing. And the add to cart, by the way, like I still haven't figured out how to add it to the cart properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create the UI for add to cart, and then in a later video or in future when I figure out how to do this to add to cart, then I'm just going to like place an addition to this video. So let me do this. Let's go ahead and create our cart component. So let's create a new component called cart.js, and then let's just say RFC to create a React function component, and then let's render it out inside app.js, and it's going to be rendered when this is clicked, when the cart icon is clicked. So where do we have our cart icon? Where are you? Where is it? Oh, it's inside the header. Yes, it's inside here. So what we're going to do therefore is I can render it as a list item, I think being the keyword. So let's render cart here, and then let's import it. So import cart from /cart, and we should see something here. There we go. And then now what we need to do is, let me place this here. We need to style out this cart. So let's style this out. Let's have an article, and then give this article a class name of bg white with a rounded dash, let's say 2xl, with shadow dash 2xl, and then let me say padding all round of 8, and then let's have an h2 that says should be sneakers for now. Sneakers, how does the cart look like? So it says cart first of all, so it says cart on top, and then it has a border on the bottom here. So give this a class name of border dash b and border dash slate dash 600 or 400. Let's see, and then we need this image, and then we need the checkout button. So we're going to have a button here that says checkout, and for this button I'm just going to copy the classes that we have in our app.js, should be here. So copy these classes here. Oops. Copy this and then paste them inside here, and then we don't need this flex. We don't need the flex here because we are not rendering any icon. And then let's see, margin top 0, this we can remove. Actually, yeah, we can remove it. So this is the checkout button. We also need to add this image, so thumbnail 1. So let's import thumbnail 1. So import thumbnail from /images/. Actually, is it even here? It's not here. It is only in the public folder. So let's just copy one of these images. So thumbnail, copy this and paste it inside images here. So image product 1 thumbnail. So import image dash product dash 1 dash thumbnail.jpg. And then what we need to do now is we need to render a UL. Is it? No, let me render a div. This div is going to have an image first, image being the thumbnail. Thumbnail has 1h, and then below this we're going to render a UL, which is this one, and then the text. So a UL with 2 list items. This one says autumn limited edition. So autumn, you know what, see how this text says ... because it's not rendering everything. So let me create something. Let me create a value here called text. So const text is equal to, set this equal to autumn limited edition sneakers, I think it is. And then here let's render the text, and then below this we're going to be rendering, we're just going to render this as hard coded. So it should be $125.00 times 3, so times 3, and then this should be inside a span because it is bolded font. So a $375.00, and I've said that it's inside a span because it's a bolded font. That's not actually true. I'm placing it inside a span because I want to style it to be bolded font. Not that when you place something inside a span, then it's going to be bold. Just to make things clear. And then now we have our delete icon here. So we're going to have a button. This button is going to be an image that says delete. And let me see whether it's provided. Icon delete. So let's get it. So let's say import delete from /images /icon /delete.svg. And then now it should render here. Why is this giving me an error? Why are you giving me an error? Image source. What? Delete cannot be called. Okay, icon delete them. Icon delete. There we go. Make this camel case. And then save this, and then let's see what you have on the screen. And there we go. And then now we need to position this as absolute within this. So let's go back and say, where is it? Actually, let me, wait a minute. Wait. This is the article. I want it to be positioned absolute within what? Where's the header? Where's my header? Here it is. So the cut is positioned absolute. I want this to be positioned absolute within this div, should be it. So give this div a class name of relative. Save it. And then now we can go ahead and begin to do things with this. So let me just go to the end and say position this as absolute. Let me see where it goes. There we go. Let's give it a width of about, 9/12 for small screens. Oops. Let's say width dash full. Where does that go? Is that wrong? It's positioned relative within what? The shopping cart icon and what? Okay, let me not position relative to this. Let me position it relative to the header. So give this a class of relative. Save it. And then, okay, there we go. And then now I can go back inside the cart and give this a height of 90% with -9/12. Not 90%, but 75%. Okay, that's not what I want. So let's go ahead and remove this. Let me add a custom style here. And I'm going to say the width for this is going to be 300 pixels. Oops. I keep forgetting this is JavaScript. 300 pixels. There we go. And then let's go ahead and let's say bring it to the right by 0. And then bring it to the top by 10. How is it positioned? How is it positioned? Oh, probably I should do this for mobile first. Because starting it out is going to be easier. So let's go back inside here. Let's break this once again. So we're going to say, where are you? I'm going to say remove this first. Okay. And now we're going to have to add a custom z index here anyway. So z index, set this to about 1000, that it is completely on top. There we go. So instead of right 0, this should be right of 8. And then let's also say left of 8. Let me see where it goes. Left of 8. And then let's also bring it to the top by 32. Should bring it here. There we go. Because it has a padding of 8 here and of 8 here. So padding of 8 is about 32 pixels, I think. Let me see. Padding of 8 here is 32 pixels to rem. So bring it to the top by 32 pixels is going to place it here nicely. And then let's style this out now to be better looking. So inside here, make this font bold, font dash bold. Let's make it text dash. Wait a minute, I'm zoomed in, right? I was zoomed in. So reset. Okay. Font bold. Let's move this. Let's say padding bottom of 2 to push it away from this border. And then let's say margin bottom of 8 to push it away from this image. And then let's go inside this image, give this a class name of, is it rounded? very slightly rounded. So let me say here, let's say rounded dash large, and then let's say width dash 20. Let's say width dash 14. And then let's go inside this div, give this div a class name of width, sorry, not width, but flex, and then items dash center, and then justify dash between. And the effect here is just a bit minimal, but you can see that it works. And then now what we need to do is, I don't want to render this entire text, so I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say this, place in my backticks and my $sign brackets, and I'm going to say render the text. And when I save this, you can see that nothing changes, but I want to get a substring of the text so I'm going to say get it from 0 to about 20, and then render ... So we're going to have something here, edition ... So instead of 20, I want to render the entire word called edition, so edition ... That should be it. There we go. You can see that it works nicely. Let me see how this is done. So this is a bit lighter, so let's go inside this list item and this one, give this a class name of text slate 600 and text small, and then let's go inside this span, give this a class name of font, sorry, not, yeah, should be font bold is correct, and then text slate dash 900, and there we go. Would you look at that? So that is our cart. All we need to do now is just scale it up for bigger screens, so right around here. So on large screens, then I want this to display differently. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go here and say that for large screens, then the width of this should be 96, which is 384 pixels, reduce it. And then now we're going to say that for large screens, bring it to the right by 8. We should now bring it here. Bring it here. Oh, wait a minute, it's already to the right by 8. So what we need to do is we need to say left auto. I think we should bring it here. There we go. And then let me see how it looks. How does it look on large screens? Let's scroll back. Where is the cut? Here it is. Also, the cut is active when you click. No, these are the active. This is the active states. Okay, these are the active states. So let's see. The cut is here. I need to push it just a bit upwards. So for large screens, I'm going to say bring to the top by 20. So it moves upwards just a bit. There we go. And then now let's add the click event on the cut. So let's go back into our header, and then we're going to say we're going to set up another state value here called open cut, and set open cut. This, you know what, let me call it cut is open, and set cut is open. This is going to be equal to use state. Default is going to be false. And the reason I have chosen to call it like this is because it is more descriptive. And so what you need to do is add an on click event on this button, where we're going to say set cut is open to true, or you know what, to the opposite of cut is open. Meaning if cut is open is false, then set it to true, and then if it is true, then set it back to false. So basically we are creating a toggle, so that when I save this, and it should disappear by default, but it doesn't because we need to render it conditionally here. So we're going to say only when cut is open is true, that's when I want to render the cut. So save it and it should disappear. Okay, and then now when I click on this, then it appears, and when I click on it again, it disappears. So there we go. Would you look at that? And then now what do we need to do? Oh, I've just remembered our header is not showing. Our icons, our links are not showing. So let's fix that. And then I think that is going to be the end of the project. So control and backslash to add whatever this is called, I'm forgetting the name. And then what we're going to do is at 10.4 pixels, we're going to access the navbar, and we're going to be resetting these styles. So we're going to set this back to position relative, and then relative, and then I'm going to say top 0, that can remain 0 there, left 0, width, we're going to set this into auto. We're going to set the height into auto. We're going to set the z index into auto. We're going to set the transition can remain, doesn't really matter. And then we're also going to access the nav open, and we're going to say padding top, set this to 0. And then let's see, what am I doing? Oh, I was looking at this. So let's see, for the nav open, we're going to say at apply, and not we can just add it inside here because Tailwind has classes. So we're going to say shadow none, so remove the box shadow. Can't see what I'm typing. What is this? And then the padding is going to reset to 0, so padding 0 on large screens. This should say on large screens. And then now open here, we're going to say background color, set this to transparent, and then let's see, left 0, top 0. Okay, and then we're going to get to the nav ul, and we're going to say padding top, set this to 0. And then inside here, flex call, we're going to say that for large screens we're going to say flex row. So instead of a column, it's going to be a row. Gap of 4 can remain, I think. And then we need to reset this as well. We're going to say that for large screens, then the font should go back to normal. Oops, okay, normal. And then for large screens, then the the text should go back to the base font, mean 16 pixels. And then save this, and it should appear here. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. So on small screens, then the navbar disappears, and then on large screens, then it appears. There we go. That's looking okay. And even when it is open, fantastic. So that's looking okay. All you need to do now is just submit this project. And I know I missed a few things here and there, but that's okay. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to be working on add to cart. And once I figure it out, then I'm just going to do like a short video or showing how to add it to the cart dynamically, so that you don't have to hard code it the way I've done it inside here. Okay, so let me go ahead and create a GitHub repository for this. GitHub repository, and then let me also log into Netlify so that we can deploy it. And then let's check front-end meta so that we can submit it. And then, by the way, confirm that you don't have any errors or warnings. And then you can Control-C to shut this down. And then close this. And then we can close everything inside here. And then let's do this. So repositories. Let me create a new repository. And I'm going to call this e-commerce-yt. Or let me call it e-commerce-product. Oops. Product page-yt. Then create repository. And then copy this link. Control J to open up your terminal. And then let's say git add all. Okay. Adding, and then git commit -m, let's say project complete, and then let me say git push, okay, git remote, add origin, and then paste in our link, and then git push -u origin main to push it to GitHub. And then let's reload this part. And you can see that this is going to be our repository. So now all we need to do is just log into Netlify and deploy it. So let's add a new site from an existing project from GitHub. And then let's search for e-commerce-product-page. And then we're going to be getting the YT one. So the YT. And then let's just say deploy site. And then change the site name into, let me say TsbSankara, let's say e-commerce, e-commerce -yt. Let me just say e-commerce YT here. And then let's wait for this to finish deploying, and then you can submit it. So once it deploys, then we can go ahead and visit this link, and we should see our application. And there we go. That's looking nice. That's looking nice. That is looking. Oh, I just noticed something. I forgot to change this back to the default image. So in our code, I forgot to change the default value here. Where are you? I forgot to change where is it, the value here to 0. I forgot to change it. That's why it's showing this one as the first image, but I mean it's still okay. But let me just make that change. So git add all, git commit, let me say change default image, and then oops, made a spelling mistake. So git commit dash dash amend. That's how you change your commit messages. Make this proper. So change default image and then save it and close. And that's how you change your commit message, and say git push. That should do it. And so it pushes, and then Netlify will trigger a redeploy, and it's going to fix that. So as it does that, then let me copy this link and then let's submit this. So submit solution. Let's submit the live site URL, the repository URL as well. Copy this and paste it here. And then let's say mobile first. Let's say e-commerce product page in reactjs and tailwind css. There we go. And then we can just say submit solution, and then wait a moment. And so there we go. So we can view solution to see what we have, and loading. There we go. Would you look at that? This is our solution, and then this is the design. Looking almost nice. And oh, it captured the error here. It captured it, but that's okay. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but looking quite nice if I do say so myself. It does look nice. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the video. And if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to be using the dog API to display a bunch of dogs which number 172, and then we're going to be displaying information about each particular dog. And then when you hover over one of the cards and you click on them, then it's going to take you into an inner page with that particular dog and then more information about it. And then if you happen to click on one that has a description such as this one, then it's also going to show the description of that dog if it loads in, and it's going to show the description like that. So if it doesn't have a description, then we simply just remove this, and if it does have a description, then it's going to be added in. And then you can also search for a dog by its name or by its breed. So if I search for a German Shepherd, then notice how it gives me a bunch of results. That's because it is going to be matching what we type in and then checking for whether each dog has that particular text string in their name. And then if you search for the full name of the dog, then it's only going to show you the one particular dog. And then when you click on it, it is going to take you to a bigger page containing more information about that particular dog. And then of course, if you had already searched for a particular dog, then you can go ahead and search for another dog, and it's still going to show you the correct results. That is because every time that we are submitting this form, then we are sending an API GET request, which brings back a bunch of data which are just displaying on the screen, and that is what is happening here. So we are going to be building this using reactjs and tailwind css and React Router DOM, which is going to help us in our routing. We're going to be using the dog API, and if you look into the documentation, then we are going to be using the /breeds. So list all the breeds that we can get, and then the GET request that we're going to be sending should be this one right here. So if I go to this link, then this is the GET request that we're going to be getting back. So this is all our data, and you can see that it contains 172 items. And I just want to mention that this extension is called JSON formatter, so it just formats the JSON so that it looks more readable. And now my computer is hanging. So as we begin, I've canvassed a new React application and I've called it the dog app. So you can go ahead and do that by running npx create react app and then giving your app a particular name. I've decided to call mine the dog app. And so what I'm going to do is I just want to open Visual Studio Code into that folder. So I'm going to say code. Oops, what is this? Oh, I accidentally pasted something in. So just say code the dog app. And this is going to open a new instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder, which I am going to maximize. And then we can begin. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So the first thing that I want to do is I actually want to install Tailwind CSS, which is going to help us in our styling. So using Ctrl and J, I'm going to open up my integrated terminal, and then I'm going to navigate back into my browser and head over into Tailwind CSS installation. And then I'm going to go into my framework guides, and I'm going to go into create react app, and then we can begin the installation. So just copy this and paste it inside here and let it run, and then copy this next one, and then once this runs, then we can just paste it in. So once it runs, just paste this in and let this run, which will create our Tailwind config file as well as our post CSS config file. And then once we have these two files, then I'm going to go back inside here and just copy this line, and then inside our Tailwind config file, I'm just going to paste it inside here, paste it in and save it. And then we're going to copy these 3 lines and paste them inside our index.css. So inside the source folder, inside our index.css, we can paste this on top and save it. And then what we need to install next is React Router DOM, which is going to help us in our internal routing. So I'm going to say npm install React Router DOM. And then as it installs, let me go ahead and let's begin some cleanup. So I'm going to delete the app.css, the app.test.js, the logo, reported vitals, and the setup tests. Delete them. And then inside our public folder, we're going to delete the favicon, the logo, as well as the manifest.json. So we're only going to remain with the index.html and the robots. And then inside the index.html, let's just change this title into the dog app and save this. And then we can move these comments all the way up to here because we've also deleted the manifest.json. And then I'm going to change this theme color into 111H27, which is a very dark gray. And we can remove this comment as well. And then we can go into our app.js, and then on top, let's just go ahead and confirm that React Router DOM has finished installing. So let's begin setup. So I'm going to say import browser router, and then import routes, import route as well from React Router DOM. And then I'm just going to remove everything inside here and then return a fragment. And then inside this fragment, we're going to return browser router, which is going to be the parent of everything else. And then we're going to return our routes component like so. Space this out. And then inside our routes component, we're going to begin adding the routes that we're going to have. So inside here, we're going to have a route with a path of /. So the path is where you want your link to go when you click on it. So for example, if you go and type in something inside here that doesn't exist, as long as you have the element pointing to the correct component, which you are going to call the home component, and close it out. As long as the element points this one, when you navigate to this route, then the home component is always going to show. And then of course this, I don't want this to be a link, obviously. So I'm just going to be going into the /, meaning the / which is going to be the home page. And then I'm going to copy this downwards, and then this is going to be going into /; name. And this name is going to be coming from the API once we begin to fetch the data, and it's going to represent the name of every individual dog. So that inside here, we're just going to say single dog component, which is going to return a single dog basically. and then we can save this, and then this is going to break a bit because we don't have these components. So let's go ahead and create them. So inside our source folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder called components. And then inside components, let's go, and you know what, let me not say components, let me call this pages because they are pages. And then let's create a new file inside here called home.js. And then let's also create a new file here called single.dog.js. And then inside here, I'm going to say RFC, which is going to return a React function component and export it. And that is coming from an extension called ES7 React Redux and React Native Snippets. So this extension right here, you can go ahead and install it. And then you can go through its documentation right here to see what you can do with it. And then inside our single dog, so this is the single dog. So inside our home, let's say RFC once again. Just say enter, and then we're going to have this, and then we can import them now. So import home from /pages/home. Copy this down, change this into single dog, and then change this into single dog. And then now this should work, but we're going to test it out by running our application. So npm run start. So our app is now running on localhost 3000, but with an error that says cannot resolve this because we deleted this file, but it's still referenced in our index.js. So let's go inside our index.js, and then let's remove this part, and then remove this part as well, and save it. And once it reloads, then now we should see our application, and it should say nothing. Oh, it says home. Okay, that's correct actually, because now we are on the home page. So it's rendering the home component, and the home component currently says home. So let's begin to work on this. And the first thing that we're going to do is we want to import our hooks, which are going to help us to fetch our data. So import the use state and the use effect hook. And then let's see, I've just forgotten the link to the API, so let me remember it. So this is the website to the API. It's called the dogapi.com. And if we go into documentation, and then we should have something like breeds, and we should say list the breeds, which is a get request. So the get request that we're going to be sending is this one right here. When I go to this link, and we should see some data returned. And I actually think I showed this in the beginning, but I just happened to close this page. So let me just have it open. So this is going to be the link to the API. So let me copy this, and then back inside our application. So I'm going to create our state value, which is going to help us to get the data and to populate it once we fetch our data. So I'm going to call this state value dogs, and set dogs. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array because we are getting an array of objects in from the get request sent from the API. So let's go ahead and fetch our data. So use effect, call our use effect hook with a callback function and an empty dependency array so that it only runs once on the initial render. And then inside here, I'm going to call a function called fetch dog data. This is going to be an asynchronous function like so. And then inside here, I'm going to place a try catch block. And then inside the catch block, I'm just going to say console.error be error. So in case there's an error, then it's going to throw an error in the console. And then inside here, let's go ahead and say let's try and fetch the data. So const res is equal to await fetch, and then just paste in this link, which is the link to our API. And then const data, meaning the data that we get back, we're going to say await res.json, so convert it into JSON. And then let's say set dogs into the data that we get back, meaning populate our state value that we have on top. And then let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and just say below this, let me say actually I'm doing this wrong. By doing this wrong, let me go below this. Let's say fetch dog data, and there we go. And then just to see whether we have anything on the screen, let me just say console log data as well. And then when I save this, then I go into our application, then we should have some data in our console, and we have an array of 172 items. Okay, now I've just noticed something. Don't worry about this favicon. React sometimes does this. It remembers the favicon of the last application that you are working on, so that's why I have this favicon inside here. So don't worry about this. And now let's go ahead and begin to style this out. So inside our home, let's return and you know what, let's check first whether dogs is an empty array or not. So if it is an empty array, then I just want to display loading on the screen. So let's go ahead and add our parentheses, and I'm going to say that if no dogs, meaning if it is an empty array or if it is null or undefined. So if this is true, then return an h1 that says loading. So loading dot dot dot. And then if it is not true, meaning we have got our data back, then I just want to render a fragment, to return a fragment, not render a fragment. So return a fragment, and then inside here, let's return a section. And then inside this section, let's just say dogs.length, dogs, meaning how many dogs do we have, and we should see 172. And so let's go ahead and style this h1. Let's give this a class name of flex and item center and justify center and text slate 800. And then let's just say text center as well, text dash center, and then padding on the x of 5, and then let's increase its size to 3xl. And now loading should appear in the middle of the screen, but let me turn this into positive so that we should always see loading here. There we go. Okay, now I want it to move to the middle. So let's say h of screen, meaning 100 viewport heights, which is going to move it to the middle. And then let's make it bold, so font bold. And there we go. And you know what, let me also make it uppercase. I think uppercase is better. Loading, yeah, I think that is much better. And then let's return this back to the negative so that the loading disappears. And then we have 172 dogs, and then we can tell out this section. So inside this section, I'm going to give this a class name of padding all round of 8. And then let me give it a max width of 6xl and an ms of auto, which is going to like limit everything and push it towards the center somehow. And then let's begin to fetch our data. And before we fetch our data, before we display our data, I want to return an h1 that says the dog up. And you know what, this h1 is going to have the same classes as this. So copy this, paste it inside here, except for the uppercase. So remove this uppercase. And then inside here, we're also going to add a class and say that for large screens, then the text should increase to 5xl. And we should see the dog up here. Okay, so which means we should remove this. There we go. So that it's going to be centered on top. And then let's see, below this h1, let's add a paragraph that says this application is powered by, and then add in an href that says https the dog app, API, is it API? The dog API.com, and then just add the dog API as the text, like so, and we should see this app is powered by the dog API right here. And then let's tell this href, so give this a class name of text indigo -600 and underline. And then when it is active, meaning when you click on it, then change the text into orange dash, let's say 400. Let me see. So when you click on it, see how the text changes to orange. There we go. So that's the functionality that we want. And then let me grab this h1 and this paragraph, just grab both of them, place them inside a div. And then inside this div, I'm going to go and give this a class name of text-center. Let me see, so that everything is going to move to the center now. And then I can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of margin on the y, so margin on the top of and bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph and to push away from the form that we're going to have. And let's actually create that form next. So below this paragraph, let's have a form, and this form is not going to have an action, and for the time being, it's only going to be UI only. We're going to integrate the search functionality towards the end. So we're going to have an input with a type of text, with a name of search, with an ID of search, with a placeholder that says search for a dog or breed. And then let me just have it as that. Let me see. We're going to have search for a dog or breed. Let me style this out. Let me give this a class name of bg rows 400 so that I can actually see it. There we go. And then let's give it a padding of, or padding on the y-axis of 2, padding on the x of 4, with a rounded border. And then let's just say give it a very slight box shadow. Let me see that happens. Let's say width dash full, which should take it to the end. There we go. And then because I don't want it to actually go towards the end, I don't want such a big input, then I'm going to go inside the form and give this form a class name of max width dash xl, which is going to limit this just a bit. There we go. And then I should probably center it, so mx auto. There we go. And then now we're going to remove this. And you know what I've just realized? I want to turn this into a dark theme. I didn't much like the white background that we had. So let me go ahead and do this. Inside the body, let me say at apply BG slate 800. Let me see how this looks. Let's work with the dark theme. I think this is going to be much better. And then back inside our home page, that means we need to restyle this. So inside our H1 here, give this a class of text white and remove this. And then inside, which one is it? Inside this one as well, change this back into text white for our loading. And then inside the paragraph, change this into text white as well. And it should say, there we go. And then our input can remain as it is. Or maybe I should give it a slate color as well. Let me try something. BG slate -400. BG slate 400. Let me change the placeholder. Let's say placeholder -white. Yeah, I think that works. And then let me go ahead and inside the form, let me set autocomplete off. There we go. And then now we can, yeah, of course we now need to change the color of the input. So instead of saying placeholder white alone, let's also say text white. So that we're going to have that. There we go. Fantastic. And then now let's work on displaying our data. So below this div, which ends here, let's have another div. And then inside this div, let's start to map over our data. So I'm going to say dogs.map. And then for every dog that we get back, meaning the object of the dog that we get back, then I want to return an article with a key of dog.id. I think it should have, let me check, dog.id right here, which we are going to use as the unique key. And then close this out. And then below this, we're going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be the the dog.image.url. So dog.image.url. And then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, let's return the dog.name. And then below this, we're going to have an h2. You know what, let me say an h3 that says dog.name, which is going to be the name of the dog, .name. And then below this, we're going to have, let me see. And you know what, because this is only the home page, then probably I should just have this. Or you know what, let me have the bread for. So let's return a paragraph that says bread for, and then let's say dog.bread_4. So let's save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. We should have a bunch of data, and there we go. So it's all just jumbled up, and then now we're going to work on styling it. And let's go ahead and do that. So inside this image, let me give this image a class name of rounded. And then inside this article, let's give this article a class name of BG slate -700 and padding all round of 4 with a rounded border with a very slight box shadow. And I don't really think a box shadow is going to do much because like it's already like the background is already dark. So let me remove the box shadow from here. And then now let's go inside this div, give this div a class name of grid and the grid columns -1 with a gap of 8. And then let's say that for medium screens, then the grid columns should be 2. And then for large screens, then the grid columns should be 3. And then for 2XL screens, then the grid columns should be 4. And then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. And do not, I've just realized it's a bit squeezed. Yeah, it's a bit squeezed because 4 is a bit large. So let me remove this 4th one so that we only have large screens. Let me change this into XL, and then let me go inside the section parent, which is this one, change this into 7XL, make it bigger. There we go. Yeah, this is much better. And then now let's go back inside this div. Let's give this div a margin on the y-axis of 10 to push it away from this input. You know what, let me say that for large screens, margin y20, pushed away even further. There we go. And then on the bottom as well, we're going to have a margin on the y of 20. So we are going to have this. Let's style these images. So let's style these images so that they're going to be the same height. On mobile screens, it doesn't really matter that much. As you can see, it doesn't really matter much on mobile screens. But when you begin to increase it to where you have 2 grids, then the height difference comes into play. So what we're going to do is inside here, we're going to say that for medium screens, then the height is going to be 56, meaning all the images are going to have the same height. And then let's just say width full as well. So let's say width dash full. This can be applied on all devices. It doesn't really matter. Width dash full. And then let me see if there's any that stretches out weirdly. You see how this one is stretching out a bit weirdly? What you can do is you can say object dash contain, but contain is not really all that good because it does this. So I want this image to always stretch to the end. So I'm going to change this into cover, and meaning it's going to zoom in just a bit and the image is no longer going to be stretched out. But you can see that it is no longer stretched out, but it cuts a bit of like the head here. So let's increase this height to about 72. And that should work much better. There we go. And then even on large screens, when you increase this right around here, and then on extra large screens, nothing really changes. So that we're going to have this looking nice. So let's begin to style this out. Let's go inside this h3, give this a class name of text white and text large and font bold. And then margin bottom of 4 to push away from this paragraph. And you know what, let me say margin Y, so pushed away from the image as well as the paragraph. Okay, this is a bit too big. Let me say margin top of 4, margin bottom of 2. And then, okay, that's bothering me. Let me say margin bottom 0, how is that? Okay, I think we can work with that. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text slate dash 300. Let me see how 400 looks. 400. Yeah, 400 is okay. It's readable behind this background. So we're going to have that. Okay, so that is basically our homepage. And I've just remembered something. Let me add lazy loading to these images. So loading is equal to lazy, meaning it's only going to load the images that are closer or inside the view, the what's it called? The viewport. So when you scroll down, then the images that are outside the viewport are removed, and then the images that scroll into the viewport are now like loaded in, so that it just improves the performance of your application. I noticed it when I scrolled down to the bottom and like it hung for a second. That's when I noticed it. So the next thing that we need to do now is we need to make these cards clickable. So in order to do that, then we're going to cut this entire article out, and then we're going to place it inside a link like so, which is going to be linking to a page. And remember, this page, we called it the single dog page, and the path for it is the / name, and the / name is coming from the API, which is going to be the dog.name. So we're going to remove this key from here because now we are not returning the article, we are returning the link. And then the link needs to take in a toprop, which is going to be the path or like the URL where you want the link to go to. So if you have some gibberish inside here, when you click on this link, so let me just try and show you. Click on this link. When I hover, oh, link is not defined. Let's import it on top. So import link. And what I've done there is I've just gone to the component and said control spacebar, which gives me a drop down list, and I can just say click on this link, which is going to automatically import it as you saw. So save this. Now watch what happens. When I hover over this, look at the link on the bottom left. The link is like the gibberish that we put in, right? Now I don't want the link to be like this, because even if I change this into something else, I don't even know how to spell something. Now look at the link on the bottom left, it changes also. So you want that link to be dynamic depending on whatever card that we are hovering over. So what we're going to do is we're going to return template literals inside here with backticks, and this is now going to go into /, and then it's going to go into $, and place in our brackets dog.name. And this is significant because we are saying the path here is going to be the / name, and the name we're getting it from the dog.name, which is coming from the API. So once I save this, then now look, when I hover over this, I return the name of this dog inside here. When I hover over the second one, it returns the name of the dog, and so on and so forth. And so that is working correctly. And now when I click on this, then what we should see is the single dog page that only says single dog. So let's try it out. And you can see it returns single dog. And now look at even the URL inside here has changed. And if I go back, and I try to click on another one, then you can see the URL also changes, but it still returns single dog. And don't worry about this, we're going to populate it dynamically as well. So our routing is working correctly. Now what I just want to do is I want to have some kind of hover on this. Like I just want to make the cards a bit lighter when I hover over them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this out from here, paste it inside here. Nothing should change. Okay. And then now I want that when I hover over this, then the BG should be slate dash, let me say 600 with a very slight transition. So transition dash all with a duration of 200. That like when I hover over it, it gives some kind of notification that I am hovering over this card currently. That's looking much better. So click on one of the dogs and then we can just go ahead and begin to style the single dog page. So inside the single dog, let's return a section inside here with a class of max width dash 5xl with an mx of auto to center everything. And then inside here, let's return single dog. And then let's tell this each one, let's give this a class name of text dash white, just to see like where it's going to be. So it's going to be there. And then what I'm going to do is what I want inside here is I want this to move all the way to the center. So let me say give this a class of flex and items the center and justify dash center with an h of screen, which is going to move everything to the center. There we go. There we go, looking nice. And you know what, let me remove item center from here for a moment. Let me see. It goes back to the top. Okay. And if I remove justify center, then it's going to go to the left. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have that. Actually, okay, you know what, let me just remove this for a moment. Move this for a moment, and you can see that now we have our single dog. So what we need to do inside here is, because we're going to be getting this single dog data, we also need to import use state and use effect. And then we need to import our link, which is going to link us back to the homepage from React Router DOM. And then we also need to import another hook from React Router DOM called use params. And what use params does, it just accesses the URL so that it checks for when the URL like changes. And so what we're going to do is this. We're going to add our state value that's called single dog. Or you know, let me just call this dog and set dog, meaning one dog. This is going to be equal to your state. By default, it's going to be null. And null because now the dog that we're going to be returning is going to be an object. And then inside here, let's also say const name. So destructure the name from the use params from the URL. And then set this equal to use params. Like so, meaning just destructuring the name. And then let's set up our use effect. And then for the use effect, we are going to have this. We're going to have a dependency array here called name. And the name is basically coming from use param. And what it means is that when you have a dependency array in your use effect, then whatever function or whatever like block of code that you have inside your use effect is going to be executed every single time that the name changes, which is what we want, because every single time that the name changes in our URL, that it means that we are on the profile of another dog, and we want to get different data which corresponds to that particular dog, which is what we want. So inside here, we're going to have this. I'm going to go back into our homepage, and then I'm just going to copy this part here, because it's almost going to be basically the same. Let me remove this console log, and then I'm going to paste it inside here, remove this console log, change this into set dog, and then this can remain. We're going to change this link. This is the only thing that we're going to change. And then now let's see, fetch dog data. Probably I should change this function, so Control and D. So fetch single dog data. Let's call it that. And then now let's check for the proper link. And so the proper link for this should be inside our, where is it? Search for breeds by name should be it. Search for breeds by name. So let me copy this, and then we're going to be appending something to the end of this. So just copy this, and you know what, it's only going to add the /. And so what we need to do is we're going to be appending a query to this GET request, and that query is going to be equal to the name, because now look at this, look at how the API works. If I go to this link, then it should return, let me see what it returns. Formatting. Does it return something? I don't think it returns anything. But if I append a query here, and I was searching for bulldog, for example, if I append a query and set this equal to bulldog, then we should get, okay, I got lost for a moment. Okay, so as I was saying, when you append a query to the end of this get request, then you get data which corresponds to that particular query. Now, in our case, the query is always going to be the particular dog name, which means it's going to return only one item. So for example, if I search for German Shepherd as I did, then it's always going to return only one item. And so what I'm going to do is this: I'm going to cut this out and then remove these two quotation marks, and then I'm going to place them inside backticks, and then I'm going to be appending a query here. So question mark q, and set this equal to $ brackets name, meaning set it equal to the name that we get from use params. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. If I render the name inside here instead of just single dog, let's render the name, probably make this about text 3XL, make it bigger. Then we should see the name of the dog here. Now, if I go back and try to click on another dog, then we should see the name of the dog. So our functionality is slowly coming into play. Now, just because I like it, I want to go and search for the bloodhound just because I like it. And then now we're going to be working with this particular one. So let's go ahead and do this. Now, instead of just returning an H1 inside here, cut this out. We're going to return in article, and then we can paste this in. And then on top of this, we're going to have another article. And then let me just, you know what? Let me console log the data. Let me console the data to see whether we're getting back an object or an array. I think I said we're getting back an object, but I'm not sure. Let me see. So we get an array. We get an array. Okay, so that means that we need to do this. Let's cut this out. And we're going to say the following. We're going to say dog.map. And then for every single item that you get back, which is basically a dog, but I don't want to call it like D or something. You can call this whatever you want, by the way, in case you didn't know. Then we're going to be returning a div inside here, which is going to be the parent. And then inside here, we're going to have an article, which is going to be the first image, the image on the left. And then we're going to have another article, which is going to be some more text on the right. And then this is going to have a key of item.id. And oh, therefore this means that this is no longer null. This should be an empty array, just to keep it like what's the word? Like to give it the same like data structure as the API or something. The name is escaping me. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside here, we're going to have an image, and we're going to call this image. Wait a minute. We're going to call it what? Item.image. Let me see. Where is it here? Item.image. Oh, so let me show you something interesting. So we're getting the reference image ID inside here instead of the full link to the image. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to say, actually this can remain. We're going to place in our backticks, and then we're going to have a link, which is a link to the API, and then we're going to be appending the reference image ID at the end of it. So for example, if I go back, let me just go back inside here, just get all the breeds. Loading. Then we're going to have a URL here, and notice how the URL goes up to here, and then it goes into the reference image ID, which is this part right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this part all the way to here, copy it, and then we're going to paste it inside here. And then once we paste it in, we're going to append our $, and we're going to append the item dot what's it called, dot reference image ID. So reference underscore image underscore ID, and then because it's an image, it has to be JPEG or PNG. Just to begin with, I'm going to add JPEG, but you're going to see it's going to be an issue. I mean, for some of them only, not for all of them. And then this is the image on the left, and then now let's work on the article on the right. So inside here, let's return an H1, and this H1 is going to say item dot name. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says item dot description. description. Some don't have descriptions. For example, the only one that has a description here is this first one, but others don't have it. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to cut this out, and we're going to say that when item.description exists, this description exists, only when it exists, that's when we should render the paragraph that says item.description. And then below this, we're going to have another paragraph that says bread 4, and then we're going to say item.bread underscore 4. And then now let's begin to add in some more data, such as the height, the weight, and the breed group. No, we don't need this. Do we need this? I think we do. So let's do this. We're going to have a UL below this with the list items, how many, so the height, weight 1, 2, and then description is there, name is there, bread 4 is there, and you know what, bread 4 should actually be inside this UL actually. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 6 of them, and then we can cut this out and paste it inside here, and then remove this paragraph. And then the next one should say weight bread 4 and then height, and then this should say weight. And then I'm only going to be working with the metric units instead of imperial units, and then this should say breed group, and then it says lifespan and temperament. So lifespan and then temperament. There we go. And then just say item.temperament, and then this one says lifespan should be item.life underscore span. Is that how it is? There we go. And then this should say item.breed underscore group. This one says item.weight should be metric, and then just say kgs. And then this should say item.height metric. Is it? Yeah, metric. And then this should be centimeters. I hope this works. So let's save it, and then let's check our application. So nothing happens. Reload. Okay, so once it reloads, then you can see that this is the page that we're going to have. So let me close the console, and then let's begin to style this out. So let's style out this page, and we're going to do this. Let me see. Oh, by the way, I did mention that this is going to be an issue, and I'm going to try and show you what it is. And I've just realized that let's add an alt attribute here, so that in case the image fails to load, then it should say the name of the dog that you've clicked on. And then now let's go into this div, give this div a class name of grid, and grid columns 1 with a gap of 8. Save this, and then let's shrink this down to see how it looks on mobile screens. So on mobile, I want this to push inwards, so let me say padding all round of 8. And then now let me try and add flex here, and item center, and justify center, and then let's say H screen to see whether this is going to push to the center. There we go, that's what I wanted. And then now when you scale it up to about medium screens, then I want it to display as 2 items. So that we're going to do this. Let me go inside here and say that for medium screens, let's say grid columns -2. Okay, fantastic. And then let's also say that for medium screens, then place dash items dash center, which is going to bring this text to the center. And then now let's type this H1. Is it an H1? Yes, it's an H1. Give this a class name of text-3XL, font bold, text white, margin bottom 8, and then let's say for large screens, text-5XL, make it even bigger. Fantastic. And then let's style out this UL. And you know what? Oh, the description is here, but it's not here. So if it is there, then let's give this a class name of text slate 400. Let me see. Oh, it doesn't have a, okay, so that means then I have to look for one with that description, which is this one. There we go. So description is here. Let's give it a margin bottom, so margin bottom 8, And by the way, this is the only one that I have found that has a description. I don't know whether others do have them, but if they do, that just in case, that this is how it's going to show up. And then let me say this. Let's say that for small screens, then the text is going to be small. And then let's say that for large screens, then the text is going to go back into the base font. So for small screens, look at this here. You can see how it's small and it's a bit squeezed up. So let's increase the line height by saying leading loose. Let me see. That's a bit too wide. Let's say relaxed. Okay, I don't like that. Let me take it back to loose. And then on large screens, so large screens right around here, I'm going to say this. For large screens, then the leading should be relaxed, which is going to increase the line height just a bit, and it makes it more readable. And then let's do the same for this UL. So inside this UL, let me see if I give this a class name of text small, does it affect this? Oh, it does, which means that I can say text slate dash 400 as well. Okay, and then I can say that for large screens, let me say leading loose first of all. Actually, that doesn't affect it, does it? Oh, it does. Okay, fantastic. Then I don't need to add margins manually. And then I say that for large screens, then the text should go back to base, and then for large screens, then the leading should be which one is it? Relaxed. Go back to leading relaxed. That's looking okay. Nice. That's looking nice. And then of course, let's add a back button. So right around, should I add it here maybe, or below the UL? Let me add a link here that links back to the /, which is the home page. And then let's just say ampersand left arrow, so LARR left arrow, and then just say back, and it should appear here. And then let's give this a class name of inline block. Let's give it a BG slate 800. Actually, 800 is the same as the background. Yeah, it doesn't even change. So let's say 400. And not even 400, but like 600. Let's say padding Y2, padding X of 6. Let's give it a rounded border. There we go. Is it inline block? Yes, it is. So I can say margin top of, let me say 8. Pushed away from that. And then let's say this text dash white. And then when you hover over it, then the BG should be slate 500 with a transition of all with a duration of 200. So give it a very slight transition like that. And then when you click on it, it takes you back to the home page. And then you can go ahead and look for another dog. Let me search for the German Shepherd here, and we're going to have that. Okay, that's looking quite nice, as you can see. Very nice. And you know what, I've just noticed something. Probably I want this text to be bold a bit, just so that like it highlights what you are reading currently. I think that is much better. So if I take this part, place it inside a span with a class of font dash bold, and place it in, then it should turn to bold. Do I really like that? Probably if I make this text white. Let me say text slate 200. Let's do that. And then you know what, let me just copy this part copy this one up to here, and then paste it here, add our arrow, and let's change this to height, paste it here, add our arrow, change this to weight, paste it here, add our arrow, change this to breed group, and then paste it here. Oops, made a mistake. Copy this, paste it here, add our arrow, change this to lifespan, and then paste it here, add our arrow, change this to temperament. And I've just realized something else, that I want this to say, oh, it's already years. Oh, wait a minute, does that return from the API? Or did I add the text here, lifespan? Okay. Oh, it returns from the API. Okay. And so let's check what we need to do next. There was one that the picture wasn't showing. Which one was it? It was a terrier. This one. Yeah. See for this one, the picture doesn't show. It's because this picture is a PNG image. So let's try and do this. Let's try and do this. Let me copy this. Let me just test it. Copy this and then change this into PNG. Change this into PNG, meaning how it should work is let me copy this. Because how I want it to work is if this doesn't show, then this should show. So that means that if I cut this out, if I do this, how do I want to do this actually? Okay, let me do this. Let me cut this out all the way to here. Copy, not cut it out, I mean. And then let's do this. Let's place in our backticks and our $sign. And then paste this in. No. Paste in our link. And then let's say this. Let's take a check and say that if this exists, then this image should show. Cut this out. No, that's not even here. It should be here outside this. If this exists, then this image should show. Otherwise, another image should show, which should be the very same one, except should say PNG. I don't know whether this will work. I don't know whether this will work. And it doesn't. Does it? No, it doesn't. So let me see. I'm checking that if... Okay, let's remove this and remove this. Remove this and remove this. So we're checking that if the PNG image does not exist, is it possible to add an OR here? Let me see. Let me see. If I cut this out. Okay, now let me cut this entire thing out. Remove this and remove this. And then when I save this, then nothing should change. So the source for this is going to be this one. And then let's say or this one. So the source is either this one. If this doesn't load, then this should load. Should it? Let me see. Reload. Nothing. Let me try another one. This one still loads in, as you expect. This one should still load in. But still the pitbull does not load in. I don't think this is possible. Is this possible if this does not exist? And theoretically, then it means that if I remove this from here, oops, if I place this to the end of this, then the pitbull image should show, but others won't show. Yeah. Okay, I'm not dealing with that. I've still not figured out how to render the PNG images. So for now, we're just going to have this. And let's just have that for now. Okay, so let me see what functionality we need to add. Have the back button, so we only need to deal with our form. So let's go ahead, let's go back into the home page, and then let's go ahead and create our state values which are going to control the form. So I'm going to call this text and set text, and this is going to be equal to use state. By default it's going to be an empty string, and then let's convert this into a controlled input. So set the value of this equal to our state value which I've just created called text. And then let's have our own change handler here accessing the event value, and then let's say set text into e.target.value, meaning it's going to populate the input with whatever we text in, which is going to populate our state value. I've said text in, I mean type in. And then let's go ahead inside the form, let's have an onSubmit handler. So onSubmit, let's create a function called handle submit. So let's go ahead and create this function below this and say const handle submit is equal to access the synthetic event of e, and then let's call a function called e.preventDefault, meaning it's going to prevent the default behavior of the form reloading the page when you submit it. And then we want to also submit another function which is going to call this API depending on the text that you type in. And I'm going to call this function, let's say, search for dog. And then let's go ahead and create this function above this. So const search for dog is equal to an asynchronous function. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say place in a try catch block. And then inside here we're going to say console.error, the error that we get. And then inside here we're going to say this. So we're going to copy this part, copy it up to here and copy it here, paste it in. And then this is going to go into /search and the query is going to be equal to the text that you type in, and then these need to be backticks like so. So the text that you type in is going to be the query, which is going to cause this to rerun. Let me see. And then once it reruns, it's going to set the dogs. So basically our initial state value, it's going to set it into the data that we get back according to the query. And then we're calling this function inside here. So I think that should work. Why do I feel like it's not going to work? So let's search for German Shepherd. Let me see. Okay, so it doesn't work. F12. So cannot read properties undefined reading URL. Cannot read properties undefined reading URL. The URL is on the image, so it means that something is not working on the image. Let me disable this image for a moment, which should be this one. Disable this image. Let me see. Let's search for German Shepherd. Okay, so it means that something with the image is going wrong. So let me try and do this. Let me cut this out, and then let's place a conditional and check that only when dog.image.url is true, that's when this should render. Save it. Let me see. German Shepherd still cannot read properties undefined reading URL. Oh, you know what? What do we get back from this? What URL? Oh, you know what? It's because when we are searching with the query, there is no image.url from the API. That's what's happening. So we don't even need to have this in. We don't need to have this in. Okay, so that means, that means this. Let me see. It means we're going to have to recreate this. We're going to have to recreate this part. Copy this. And then we're going to paste it here. And then we're going to go into single dog. We're going to copy this part. You know, let's just copy this image and paste this image here. And then the reference image ID is going to remain the same. However, I want these same classes as, where is it? Oops. I pasted it on the wrong thing. That should be here. And then I want the classes here. So class name, copy this and paste them on this image. And then let me see. I don't know whether this is going to work. I'm not sure. Is that going to work? Let me save this. Let's watch our application break. Yes. So that is working correctly. When it breaks, it's working correctly. So that means this should say dog. Okay, and now the only problem with this is that it's going to show like many items instead of just one. This should also say dog. It's going to show like 300 items or something. It's going to show 300 items because we are rendering dogs.map on the bottom here, and we are still rendering dogs.map on the top. So let me create, that means that we need to create another state value. So let me create another state value here. Let me call this searched. Let me just call it searched and set searched is going to be equal to useState. By default, it's going to be false. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go right below on this last one, on this one, and we're going to say this. We are going to say this. Let me see. We want that only when searched is true, that's when this is going to show. So let me try this. Let me add our brackets and say that only when searched is true, that's when I want this to show. Meaning I can remove this one from here and I can remove this one. Okay, so let's save this, and now this should go back to its original form, but it doesn't. It still doesn't. Let me see. Oh, you know what? Therefore, then I should go and say this. I should say set searched into true here. And then I should go and say, where do we fetch our data here? So this is the initial data. So let me say this. Let's say set searched into false. I mean, it's already false, but we're just still setting it into false here before we populate this data. So let me see. Now let's try it again. German. Okay, reading URL. I mean, wait, how did I do it the first time? Okay, so let me try something. Where do we have this? Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to say that when searched is true, then we're going to say dogs.map all the, oops, that's the wrong place. Oh, wait. Okay, so when searched is true, let me cut this out and paste it on top of this, and then remove this. So when searched is true, then the dogs here should map all the way to here. And then when it is false, place your full colon, and then let's just say, what should we say? Close this out all the way to here, is it? What am I missing? Oops. What is missing? Okay, you know what? Let me just remove all of this. Remove. Placing up our bracket here. And now everything should be back to normal. Okay, so everything is back to normal. So let me cut this out all the way to here. Cut it out. And then we're going to say this, that when searched is true, then we want the opposite to render. So this should be not searched. That's when we want our oops. Wait, what? I copied the wrong thing. Cut this out. Okay, so when not searched is true, that's when we want this to render. And then when it is not true, then we want, let me render a fragment. Then we want something else to render, and the something else that we want to render is this. So when not searched, then here we should have a bracket, and then we should have a bracket somewhere. Where does this end? Where does this end? Link ends here, so it should close it out here, or not, it should close it out here. There we go. Okay, so when this is not true, then this part should render, and then when it is true, then we are searching for something, then this part should render, which means we need to substitute this image. So let's copy this part and paste it inside here, and then change this into dog, so dog, and then this should have some class names, so copy these class names here, and then we should paste them here, and that should be fine. I think that should fix it. Reload just to make sure nothing changes. Okay, let's search for something. German. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. And then, like I said, it's the reason why these images don't show is because they are PNG images and these others are JPEG. And then of course you can click on a card here and it still takes you to the internal dog page. And then when you go back to the original page, and it's looking quite nice. So that is cool. Just a small application with some bits of functionality here and there, and it's a good start if you've never worked with the React Router DOM before. So before I end the video, then I just want to commit this to GitHub. So let me close these pages. Oops, my computer. Okay, there we go. So let's create a GitHub repository for this, and then let me just make sure that we don't have any errors in our console. Okay, we have no errors. Close, come on. And then let's close all these pages down. And then I also want to commit this, like to deploy this to Netlify. So let me also log into my Netlify account. So log in, and then let's create a new repository. I actually don't know whether I created a repository for this. So create a new repository. Let me call this the dog app. It's going to be public, so create repository. And then just copy this link, and then let's say git add all, and then git commit, let's say the dog app complete, and then let's say git remote add origin and paste in our link, and git push -u origin main. And then as it pushes, let's go ahead and search for this repository. It should be this one. Import an existing project from GitHub. And it's called the dog app. So the dog app. And then let's just check that this has finished. Okay, it has finished. And you know what? I've just remembered something. And let this deploy, and then I'm going to show you the something that I've remembered. Let's change this site name into site name. Let's say TsbSankara the dog. And then let's wait for a moment for this to finish deploying. So once it publishes, then you can go to this link, and you should see your application. I mean, depending on the link that you clicked on. And then now let me show you what I realized. So if I click on a card here, notice how the link changes correctly, but if I reload it, then the application breaks. So that happens in Netlify when you're building internal routing, and in order to fix that, then what you need to do is back inside the root of your application, you need to create a netlify.toml file, so TOML, and then inside here you can just write in redirects, and then we're redirecting from equals to / every other link. We are redirecting it back into the / index.html, and then we need to specify a status of 200, which means it's okay. And then now when I commit this, so git add all and git commit, let's say netlify redirects, and then let's say git push. So once this pushes to GitHub, and then it's deployed on Netlify, close this. Then let's just check the deploy. It should start another deploy automatically. Let me see. Does it trigger? Starting up. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So it has deployed. Now if I reload this, then it should reload correctly. And then now if I go to another link and then reload it, then our application no longer breaks. So that's basically how you fix the reloading issue in Netlify with the React Router DOM. And with that, that is going to be the end of the project. And it's a fun little project. It's a nice project, and I hope you enjoyed it. And if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the Hurdle landing page with alternating feature blocks. So you can head over to frontendmeta.io/challenges. You can scroll all the way to the bottom. It is the 5th challenge from the bottom. You can click on this card and then you can just say restart. And if you have not completed it, of course you're going to have a get started button here, which is going to help you to download the starter files. Why isn't this loading? There we go, get started. And I'm just going to say download starter, which is going to download the zip file required. And then once the zip file downloads, then you can navigate into your download folder, and then you're going to get this zip file that is called Hurdle landing page with alternating feature blocks, which I'm just going to say extract here, and it is going to extract into this. So I'm going to right click on this and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then I'm going to open the design file for this, so the desktop design, and then close this, minimize, and then close this, maximize this, and then let's see. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So we have the desktop design, we have the showcase. This seems to be some kind of background image, and then we have a section here which has a box shadow, and then we have a call to action, and then we have the footer. Okay, so that seems easy enough to do. So we're going to be building this using Tailwind CSS, and let me just confirm that we have the social media icons provided to us. Let me see. No, they are not provided. That's okay, we can get our own social media images. For now, what I want to do is I want to link Tailwind CSS into my index.html. So I'm going to go into cdnjs.com, so cdnjs.com, and then close this. And then I'm going to search for Tailwind CSS. Tailwind searching. There we go. And then just copy the link tag and then paste the link tag below this. And then I'm also going to create a custom index.css file, so index.css, which is going to be housing my CSS file, and I want to link the index.css file right below this. So link the index.css, and the index.css is going to have our fonts and perhaps our styles. But for now, let's just go ahead and get the font. So we need the Poppins and the Open Sans. So just control click to open this link. To get the Poppins font, we need the what? The 600. And I'm thinking the Poppins is going to be for the headings. So let's get the 600. Where are you? Okay. That took a while to load in. So semibold 600, grab this. And then we also need the Open Sans. So Open Sans, we need the 400 and 700 font weights. So we need the 400, regular 400, and the bold 700 here. And then let's grab the import. Let's copy the import here, copy, and then inside the index.css, let's paste this in. And then let's specify the body should have a font family. Oops, font family of Open Sans with a fallback of sans serif with a font size here of 16 pixels. You don't have to specify this because it's 16 pixels by default, so you can have it in or you can remove it, doesn't really matter. And then let me specify for all the images to have a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of the container in which they are placed. And then let's specify that for all the list items to have a list style type of none so that we don't have bulleted lists. And then I think that is enough for now. We don't have to reset the margin and padding because we're using Tailwind, so Tailwind resets those styles for us. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then back inside my index.html, I'm going to start to build up the structure first before you can move on. And you know what, we can remove this from here as well, just to keep our files uniform. Remove this, and then paste this on the bottom, and then change this to about 14 pixels. That's okay. And then now let's begin to build this out. So the design looks as follows. So we have the logo, and then we have this call to action button. So try it free. So I'm going to grab this, place it inside the header, And then I'm going to have a div here, which is going to be our logo. This logo is going to be an image. The source for this image comes from /images/logo.svg. And then we're going to have a button here, which is going to be a call to action button. Just push this inwards. And I'm going to give this a custom class of CTA, meaning call to action. And then below this header, we're going to have a showcase, and the showcase goes all the way to get started for free. So up to here, I'm going to cut this out, place it inside this section, and paste this in. And then above this section, and you know what, let me just check the mobile design first of all. So the text comes below. Okay, so we're going to grab this once again, place it inside an article, and then grab this and place it inside an H1, and then grab this, place it inside a paragraph, and then grab this and place it inside a button. How is this styled? Button pink. So I'm going to give this a class of btn-pink for the pink buttons that says get started for free. And then below this article, we're going to have another article, and this is going to be our image, our hero image, this one right here. So let me go back to the desktop design because it's a bit more visible. So let's see, we have the hero image where hero mobile illustration mockups should be the one. Is it? That should be it. I think this should be the one. I think this should be the one that is called mockups. So let's have an image tag inside here. The image is ./images/illustration mockups. I mean, if it is not, then we're going to find out in a moment anyway. So let's go ahead and let's build this next section. So grow together, and grow together is going to be structured as follows. Let me check the mobile. How is it structured? So for the mobile, the image always comes first. So we're going to grab this part, cut it out. And actually, that's not the correct thing to do. That's not the correct thing. So grow together all the way up to your users and immediately. So from here up to here, I'm going to cut this out, place it inside this section. And then we're going to paste this in. And then now this part is going to be one article. So place it inside an article like so. And then above this, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be our image coming from ./images that is called grow together. And then below this, we're going to have another div. And then this div is going to have an H2 that says grow together. So cut this out, cut it out and paste it inside here. And then cut this out and paste it below the H2 inside a paragraph. So that now, look at this. This article is going to be one of this. Where is it? The one article is going to be this. And then the second article is going to be this one. And then the third article is going to be this one. So that's basically how I structured it inside here. So just grab this, paste it inside an article, and then inside a div, and then add an image that is coming from ./images / the second one should be flowing conversations. So which one is it? Flowing conversations. And then below this, add another div and paste this in. Paste this inside an H2. Is it an H2? Yes, I used an H2. Space this out, and then grab this and place it inside the paragraph. And then, you know what, let's just copy this downwards. So copy and paste. And then once we paste it in, then we need to change this image here into your users, and then change this into your users. It is camel case. Remove this, and then grab this and paste it inside the paragraph. So up to here, paste it in. Okay, flowing conversations. And then this is the form section, which is here. So ready to build your community. So let's grab this, place it inside another section, and then let's just paste this in. And then grab this, place it inside an H2 as well. And then grab this and place it inside a button with a class of btn pink, so that it takes the same classes as the one on top, and it says get started for free. And then below this, we're going to have our footer. So the footer is going to be this one. So cut this out up to here. And then because you can't have two footers, so just change this into a div. Change this into a div. And then here, let's have in our footer element, and then paste this in. And you know what, before you paste it in, let's just grab this once again, place it inside a div with a class of footer-inner, because the footer inner is the one that is going to be holding the content, but the footer is the one that is going to have the background color, so that when we limit the footer inner, then it doesn't affect the background color. So we're going to have that, and then the first thing that we need to do is we need to add in our logo. So add in an article here and add in a logo, which is coming from /images/footer-logo. Now .svg. Now footer logo does not exist, but we are going to create it. And the reason why it does not exist is because the top logo is black and the bottom logo on the footer is white. So if we try to use the logo that is provided, then the logo here is going to be black instead of white. So we're going to create this logo. And then what we need to do now is we need to add in this part. Let me see how the footer looks on bigger screens. So the logo is on its own, and then this is one grid on bigger screens, and then another grid, and then another grid, and then another grid. So what we're going to do is we are going to go inside this part, grab this all the way to here, cut it out, place it inside another div, and then paste this in. And then now we can grab this, place it inside an article, and then we can place this inside a paragraph, but it has an image here, so we need to add in the image first of all. So add in an image. The source for this image is ./images, and it is called location.svg. And then below this article, we're going to have, how is this structured? We're going to have another article. And let's not have another article. Let's just have a UL with 2 list items. And these ones are going to be the font image and then the font number. So let's have an image here coming from ./images/font. And then this one is going to have another image coming from ./images /email. And then the email, let's just grab this, copy this here, and then copy this and paste it here. And then we have about us to do so we can grab this, place it inside another UL with 3 list items, and then just grab this, paste it inside here, grab this and paste it inside here, then remove this space, and then we can just copy this downwards. Okay, and then we can just change this into career, change this into blog, and then change this into contact us, and then we can remove this. And then finally we have a paragraph here, so just grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And then now what you'll notice is that there is something wrong, but it's kind of hard to detect. But the reason why I'm saying there's something wrong is because the way I structured it, then we are going to be displaying this as a what's it called, as a grid, and this div is the one that houses the text from here. So everything inside the footer except the logo is this div. So what we need to do is, because you can see that if we're going to be displaying the grid on this, then this needs to be one item, and then this another, and then this another, and then the social media icons. So in order to fix that, then we need therefore to grab this all the way to here and place them inside another article, and then paste them in, so that now when we display grid on it, then this is going to be one grid, and then this is going to be another grid, and then this is going to be another grid. And then finally on the bottom, and on the bottom we need this to move outside of the div so that we can add in our social media icons. So UL into LI times 3, and then we're going to add the Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram icons. So here let's add an icon with a class of FAB and FA-Facebook, and then here we're going to have an icon and the class of FAB and FA-Twitter, and then here we're going to have an icon and class of FAB and FA-Instagram. And these icons are coming from Font Awesome. So let's go ahead back into CDN.js, and then let's grab Font Awesome. There we go. So just copy the link tag here, and then let's go back on top, and then let's just paste this below here, and that should do it. So let's go ahead and let's save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen. So I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server, which helps me to launch a local development server with hot reloading, so that every time that I make a change in my code editor, then it's automatically going to show up in my browser. So this is the extension right here. You don't have to use it, but this is what I'm going to be using. So just right click and say open with Live Server. And so once it launches, then you can see this is what I have on the screen. So let me close this page, and let me close this page, and then place this to the right, and then I can have my code editor to the left, so that we can begin to style this out. So let's go into the header, and the header is right here. going to give this a class of padding all around of 8, and then I'm going to say display this as a flexbox with item center and justify between, so that all the items go end to end. There we go. And then let's go into this image. Going to give this a class of width dash 40. How does that look? Okay, and then let me say width dash 32, and then for large screens I'm going to say width dash auto, meaning bring it back to the width of the image on larger screens. And then how is this button styled? So it's white. So we're going to do this inside here. I'm going to remove this class of CTA, and I'm going to give this a class of BG white and padding Y of 2, padding X of 4, and then a rounded of 4. And then, let me say padding on the X of 8, and then I'm going to say text slate dash 900. And slate does not exist on Tailwind version 2 because we are using the CDN. We are using version 2 of Tailwind. So text gray exists on version 2, but text slate does not exist on version 2. And then we also need to say font bold and tracking wide, just to increase the letter spacing just a bit. And then let's save this. Let's see what you have. So it's here. Oh, you know what? I haven't added the background color on the section. So inside this section, and you know what? That means that I would have to display the header as an absolute. So inside here, let me give this a style, and I'm going to give it a background color. And let's grab it from our style guide. So inside here, let's go ahead and grab the very pale cyan, should be it. Paste it inside here. Let's see. That's the one. And then let's go back into the header. Let's position the header as absolute so that this goes behind the header. There we go. And then let's also give the header a width of full so that now this resets back to here for the button. Okay, fantastic. And you know what, I've just remembered as well that this needs to have a, what's it called, a background image. Just add in a picture tag here, and then this picture tag takes in a source media. So we're going to specify that for a min width of 768 pixels, meaning when the device width exceeds 768 pixels, then you want a bigger desktop background to show up. And this is coming from /images/bg desktop. Is it? Let me confirm. bg hero desktop, bg hero desktop.svg. And then on smaller images, so if your device is less than 768 pixels, then you want the bg hero mobile to show up. So when I save this, it's going to break a bit, but we're going to fix it anyway. So there we go. You can see that our background image shows up. So let's just style this a bit. Let's give this a class of width dash full so that it goes all the way to the end. And then now let's go back into this picture tag. Let's give this a class of absolute so that this is now placed on top of it. And then let's also give it a negative z index. So give this a style and give it a z index of -1. Let's see. Okay, I expected that. So the z index of -1 places the image behind the background color, and that is not what we want to do. So let me see if pushing this above the section is going to fix it. Technically, yes. So z index -1. Let me see, index -1. Still doesn't. So instead of placing a negative z index on this, then we are going to go into this section and give this section a class name of relative, which should now place it on top of the image without affecting the image. I still can't see where the image is. Let me remove this background color for a moment. So just cut this out. Just want to be able to see the image. Okay, so that is the image. Okay, width full. Let me see. Let's also say width full here so that this goes all the way to the end. There we go. Let's see. Something is not right. Something is not right. Let me place this back in. And then what do we need to do? So something isn't behaving the way I expect it to behave. So for now, what I want to do, for now, let's just disable this. Let's just comment this out. Okay, so that we're going to have a white background. Or not, we're going to have this. This is class of relative, that's why I want our header to show up. There we go. So let's do this. Let me go into this section. I'm going to give this section a class of grid and grid columns 1 with a gap of 10 to separate it out from this image. And then let me also give it a padding y of, let me say 16. Padding y 16 doesn't look all that well. You know what, let me reduce the padding of the y on the header. So let me say padding y of 5 and padding x of 8. And then let's go back into this showcase. Let's say padding top of 24 and padding bottom of 16. Move it downwards. There we go. And then inside this h1, I'm going to give this a class of font bold, font dash bold, and text 3xl. And then for medium screens, increase the text to 4xl. And then for large screens, increase the text to 5xl. Let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph. Let me see. Okay. Let's also say text gray dash 800. And then inside this paragraph, let's give this a class of text gray dash 700 and a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this image, from the button. And then inside the btn pink class, then we're going to do this. We're going to give this a bg of pink dash 500, padding y of 3, padding x of 8. Let me say padding y of 2, padding x of 8. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say font dash bold, font dash bold. How does that look? Save it. Let's see on the image, on the button I mean. Padding y of 2, not 32. And then let's change the text to white, so text white. And then let's give it a rounded of full to make it rounded around the edges. And then how is it on mobile screens? Mobile, is it centered? Yes, everything is centered on mobile. Yes. So we're going to go back inside this parent article, give this a class of text dash center to center everything. And then inside this section, let me see, inside this section here, let's give it padding on the x of 8 to push it inwards just a bit. Now this is a bit too small, so let's give it padding top of 32. How does it look? 40, how does 40 look? Let's just use 40. And then padding bottom, let's change this to 24. Okay. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. So let's deal with our next section. And you know what, let's just add responsiveness right away, right? So let's say that for large screens, then I want the grid columns to be 2 with a gap of, for large screens, let's increase the gap to 20. For large screens, let's also say place items dash center. Then let's increase this. Let's see how it looks right there. And then let's reset this back to the left for the text. So here, let's say that for large screens, then text dash left, which is going to reset it here. And then let's also add a max width here. So oops. Let's have a max width of 7xl, which should limit everything. There we go. And this is not what I want to happen actually. So the reason why the background color doesn't go all the way to the end is because we are limiting the section with the background color. So if we want to limit the content, then we just need to remove this from here, and we should place it inside another div or inside another parent that houses both articles. So I'm going to grab this article from here up to here, place it inside a div with a class of max width 7xl, and then with another class of mx auto. So I'm using mx so I can do this, and it creates a div with these classes. And then when I paste this in, it's still going to break. You can see it breaks, and the reason why it breaks is because now it is treating this div to have one grid only instead of 2. So we need to grab the classes. Is it, actually every class inside here probably. Let me see, cut them out and paste them inside here. Let me see if that will work. That should work the same way. Yeah, it should work the same way. And there we go. So that's just add responsiveness right away. And then let's go ahead and deal with our next section. So for the next section, we have, where is it? It should be this one. So this section, what I want to do first of all is I just want to give this a class of grid and grid columns dash 1 with a gap of around 8. So it just separates them out, and you can't really see it, but it is there. And then inside this article, I'm going to give this a class of bg white with a box shadow of 2xl, and then with a rounded dash large on the edges. Let's see how this looks. and of course we see nothing, because let's limit this to max width 7XL and MX auto to center it. And then now we should see we have a card here with a shadow, a box shadow, and it is rounded on the edges. And then inside this article, let's also give a padding all round of 8. And then let's do this. Let's go inside the parent section. Let's give it a padding Y of around 32 to push it downwards. So push it downwards from here, and then push it downwards also here. And 32 is a bit large for mobile screens, right? So let's say padding Y of 20, and then for large screens, padding Y 32. And then let's see how we are going to structure it for mobile. So bring this back, and we're going to say this, let me say padding on the X of 8 on the parent section to push this inwards just a bit. There we go, so that now we can actually see the card. And then let's go inside this article, let's say text dash center, and then for large screens, text dash left, so that happens. And then we're also going to do this now on this article, which has these two divs. We're going to display this as a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8 to separate out the text from the image. And then we are going to go inside, let me see, inside this H2, going to give this a class of font bold and text 2XL and margin bottom of 8. And then for medium screens, we're going to say text 3XL, and then for large screens, no, let me just leave it at text 3XL. I think that will be fine. There we go. Let's say margin bottom of 4. Let's say margin top of 5 maybe, to push it downwards even further. Technically you don't have to do this, but let me just do it. And then text, let's say gray dash 800. That should be fine. And then inside this paragraph, let's give this a class of text gray 700. And that should do it. That should do it. And you know what? Instead of doing all this again, let me just copy the classes. So inside this article, copy this class, copy and paste it here, and paste it here as well. And then let's go ahead inside this H2. So the H2, copy these classes and paste them inside here, and paste them inside here. And then for the paragraph, we just need this class. So copy this class and paste it inside here, and paste it inside here, and save it. Let's see what we have. And the class is reset. So shadow 2XL looks a bit too much. So where do I have shadow 2XL? Here. So it changes into about shadow XL. Let me see how it looks. That should be fine. And then change this into shadow XL and change this into shadow XL. And yeah, that should do it. All we need to do now is just scale it up, right? So on large screens, this is how it looks. And what we want to do now is just display this as a grid, as two grids, sorry. So inside this article, we're just going to say that for large screens, then grid columns should be 2. Let me see how that looks. So it places it there. Let me see which one starts first of all, by the way. Is it on the left or the right? So it's on the right first. So this one goes to the right first of all. So let's do this. On large screens, we're going to display this as a flex box, right? Which is going to place them side by side still. But we're going to say on large screens, then the flex row should be reverse, meaning for the first card, then this is going to show up first, and then this one. And then if you want them to take up 50% of like the container, then you can go ahead inside this, the first one that is a flex box, give this a class of, for large screens, let's say flex dash 1, and then copy this, and then inside the second, the second div, paste this in, and now they should be 50-50. And then just move this downwards by going here and saying that for large screens, then items dash center. Move it downwards. There we go. That looks nice. And then now what we need to do is just copy these classes up to here, paste them on this second article, and then inside this div, give this a class of large screens flex dash 1, and then paste it here. Sorry, not paste it, but here as well, we need to give a flex 1. And then on this third article, just paste this in, and then do the same here. So give this a class of large screens flex dash 1, copy this and paste it on this div as well. And then now something is going to be wrong, and you're going to see it. for this second div. So you see how the third div is okay and the first div is okay, but this one needs to come here. So that's very simple enough to do. All we need to do is just remove this actually. Just remove this. And it should come here. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking quite nice. And so one thing that I've noticed is that I think the line height is a bit too small here. So let me specify for all the paragraphs to have a line height of 1.8 just to space them out a bit. Something's wrong. Tailwind has not loaded. There we go. So just separate them out just a bit. It's not really necessary to do, but for me it looks much better. And then for the next section, we need to build our ready to build your community, this section. So let's go ahead and start this out. So ready to build your community should be this one. So give this section a class of bg white. Let me see how it looks. So bg white, and let's say rounded -2xl, and then let's give it a max width of about 3xl and mx auto. Let me see how it looks. Should be here, but it's not really visible. So let me give it a bg of red 400 just so that we can see it. So it's here, and then let me give it a padding all round of 8. There we go. And then we need to move this to the center. Yep. So move it to the center, move the h2 to the center, give this a class name, and you know what, let's just go inside the section. Let's say text-center, and then inside the h2 let's give this a class of font bold and text 3xl, and then for large screens let's say text 4xl and a margin bottom of 8, and then let's say text gray -800, and then let's copy the classes of the button on the top, which is this one. Copy these classes. Oops, copy these classes, and then just paste them on the bottom where we have this button. Where is our button? Button should be this one, so just paste them in. Oops, remove this, paste it in. So get started for free should be here. There we go. And then let's increase the padding on the top and bottom. So here let's say padding on the x of 8 and padding on the y of 16, just to make it a bit bigger. Yep, there we go. And then we can now remove the bg of red 400. We can now remove this so that it defaults back to white, and you can add a very slight box shadow here if you want, just to elevate it a bit. And then now next, let's deal with our footer. So the footer is going to have a background color. The footer has a background color of, is it very dark cyan or grayish blue? Let's just try them out. So inside here, let's give this a style, give this a background color, and set it to this. Should be it. That's the one. And then let's go back inside the footer. So inside this footer, let's give the footer inner. Now let's give this a max width of 7xl and an mx of auto to push this to the center. There we go. And then let's give this a padding on the y-axis of 16 and a padding on the x of 8. Okay, there we go. And it's not even padding on the y of 16. It should be padding top. Increase the padding top massively, because this one needs to come like almost into the footer. So let me just say 52, and then padding bottom 20. So that now I'm going to go back inside this section and add a negative margin to it. So here I'm going to say a negative margin on the bottom of 20 to push it downwards into the footer here. Okay, and then let's also add a class of relative so that it comes on top of the footer. Fantastic. Let's still push it downwards. Let's say margin bottom 32, and that's much better. Would you look at that? And then now let's do this. Let's style it out for mobile, because mobile is much easier, obviously. And I've just noticed something. So this doesn't need to go all the way to the edges. So let's have a margin on the x-axis of 8 to push it in it. Or not. It doesn't push it inwards. Why don't you push inwards? So margin on the x of 8 doesn't work. Why? Oh, margin x of auto is here. So let's say this should only apply on large screens. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I've just realized our headings need to have a font family of popping. So for the H1 and H2, because we don't have any H3s or H4s or H5s or H6s, so we specify a font family here of poppins on the headings with the fallback of sans serif. There we go. So that now the font family of poppins applies here, and tailwind is not applying. It's bothering me. There we go. So let's go ahead into our footer, and inside this footer, so inside this article and inside this paragraph, give this a class of flex, so that the paragraph comes here and the icon comes here, and then let's say items dash start, so that it is on the top, and then let's give it a gap of about 2, or let's say 3, and then let's say text white. There we go. And then let's go inside this image, give this a class of margin top of about 2 to push it downwards just a bit, or let me say 1. No, 2 is much better. Okay, and then let's go ahead, let's go inside this article. The article is this one. Let's go inside the UL, give this UL a class of margin top of 3 pushed away from this paragraph, or let's say margin top 5. And then let's go inside this second list item, let's give this a class name of margin top of 5 as well, to separate them out just a bit. And then on this first list item, let's give this a class of text white. There we go. And then flex to bring it to the side, and then items dash center with a gap of, what did I have a gap of here? 3, gap of 3 to space them out. And then just copy these classes, so here up to here, copy them and paste them here. There we go. And then below this, let's also have a margin bottom of, let's say margin bottom 8 pushed away from these links. And then on this UL, let's give this UL a class name of margin bottom 8. Probably I should have used grid to separate this out, but I've already started using margins, so let me just continue using margins. And then let's say give this to be a flex box with a flex of column, and then let's give it a gap of 4 to separate out the links. And then inside here, let me say, I think I can say text white here and it will work. There we go. And then let's just grab these classes, so copy them up to here and paste them inside this link. There we go. And then let me see, how are these styled on mobile? So they are to the center on mobile. So what we're going to do is we're going to go inside this UL, give this a class of flex and item center, and justify center with a gap of 4 gap. How did I manage to type all that? Gap of 4. And then inside here, let's give this a text of 2XL and text white to make it bigger. There we go. And then just copy this part up to here and paste it here and paste it here. And that should do it. Let's increase this gap to about 5, separate them out properly. And then let's give it a margin bottom of 8, margin bottom of 8 to push away from the copyright. And then inside this copyright, let's give this a class of text dash center and text dash white and text dash small. And then let's see. There we go. So that is our copyright and that is our footer. And not our footer is incomplete because we don't have the logo. So the footer logo that we have here, so let's go ahead and create it. So let's just copy this logo. So copy, and then inside the images, paste it again so that we have logo copy, and then rename this into footer dash logo. And then when you rename it, then it should appear here, but you can see it's still not visible, right? Because it is the darkened version. So we are going to change this pink color into white. So let me just get it. Let's see, where should it be? It should be on the bottom. Let's change this first into white. So FFF. Change that to white. And then on the bottom, let's change the fill color here to white as well. So FFF. Change it to white so that we're going to have that. And then now let's style this out. So let's change this into class of width dash 32. I think that's what I had on the header as well to begin with. Let me just confirm. Yes, so we had the width 32 on the header. And then on the footer, we're going to have the same thing. Oops, where is it? Here it is. And then for large screens, we're just going to say width dash auto. And then let's add a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this text. There we go. And then now let's just start from the bottom going up. Let's add responsiveness for the footer. And you know what? All you need to do is just display this as a grid, I think. Yeah. So let's start from about here. So from about here, let's display this as 2 grids. So let's go inside this div, and then inside this div, we're going to give this a class of grid. Let's say for medium screens, we're going to say grid and grid columns -2 with a gap of about 10. Let me see. So 1, 2, so 1, 2, and 3 and 4. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, then the grid columns should be 4. So let's see right around here. So we have 4 grid columns. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we need this to come back to the top. So let's go ahead into our social media right here. And then let's say that for large screens, then the items should be start. We should bring it to the top. There we go. And then now what we need to do is just bring this text to the right. So let's go here and say that for large screens, then text dash right. Bring it to the right. Fantastic. And then now let's see what is missing. I think all that is missing is the background image here. I think that is it. So first of all, let's limit this header so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So let's go ahead into our header, and our header is this one. So let's say that for large screens, then the max width should be 7XL. Let me see. Sorry, not for large screens really, but let's say that the max width should be 7XL anyways. And then we're also going to say MX Auto to center it, but it's not going to be centered because it is positioned absolute. So in order to fix that, then we need to transform the header. And then for large screens, once again, we need to say bring it to the left by a half, so 50%, which is going to do this. You can see it is offset to the left extremely. And then what we need to do next is we need to say that for large screens, bring it to the negative left of 50%, so minus translate on the x-axis by a half. So bring it back to the original position, and there we go. And then now what we need to do is add our image. Why isn't our image showing, by the way? I mean, I know I commented it out, but absolute positioning is annoying. So our image shows up here. Now what we need to do is, let me see if I position. Oh, you know what? I just realized I had a relative class on this section that had the background color. So like the background color was coming on top of everything. So what we need to do is inside this div that is holding this text and this, then we just need to add a class of relative on it, and that should fix it. There we go. So you can see that now the text is on top of the image is behind it, and then this is also behind it. And then now we need to fix our logo, because you can see that the logo now goes behind like this image, and I think for this one as well. Yeah, so we need to go back into the header, and inside the header let's just add a z index of 10. That should fix it. There we go. Would you look at that? So that now you can select this and you can select this, and that is looking quite nice. It does look quite nice. So all you need to do now is submit it. So let me create a GitHub repository and log into Netlify as well to submit it. So log in and then create a GitHub repo. So create a new repository. So I'm going to call this repository hurdle alternating dash feature dash blocks, like so. Just making sure that I've spelled it correctly, and then create repository. And then let's go ahead and commit this to GitHub. So Ctrl J to open up your terminal, and then let's go ahead and copy this link, and then let's say git init to initialize an empty git repository, and then git add all to add everything to the repository, and then git commit -m. Let's say initial commit. Oops. And then let's say git remote add origin, and paste in our remote repository, the link to our remote repository, and say git push -u origin main to push everything to this remote repository. So once it pushes, then we should be able to see our repository right here. And there we go. So we can reload this and it should appear. And there we go. So we can see our repository. So let's go ahead and commit it, and deploy it. So deploy this from GitHub, and the repository you want is the hurdle alternating feature blocks. Let it search. We can let this remain open. We can close this, but we need this, so we can say submit solution, because we need to submit the solution. So deploy this, and then let's just say deploy site, and then let's change the site name. Let's say TsbSankara. Let's say hurdle alternating feature. feature. Okay, that is the limit. And then save this. And then I think it should have deployed. Let's confirm. There we go. Oh, not yet. Okay, so now it has deployed, or not really. It should have. I mean, it doesn't usually take that long. There we go. So we can visit this link, and we are going to have this, so we can view our application. My internet seems to be a bit slow. Looking nice. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's copy this link. This is going to be our live site URL. Copy this link, which is our repository URL, and submit this. So I'll go to mobile first hardware landing page with alternating feature blocks. Okay, and then let's just say submit solution. And there we go. So we can view solution to see how we did against the design. Let's see. Would you look at that? Looking quite nice. Quite nice. So this is the solution, and then this is the design. And would you look at that? That's looking okay as well. Looking okay as well. And here looking okay as well. Nice. So that is going to be the end of the video. And if you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the final landing page with 2-column layout. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges. You can scroll all the way to the bottom where you're going to find this challenge, and you can click on this card, and then you can just click on the download button here, or you can click on restart, and then let's go ahead and download the starter files. And then once you download the starter files, it's going to give you a zip file, which I'm going to go into my downloads folder, and you should find it right here. And so I'm just going to right click on this and then say extract here, which is going to extract into this folder right here, which I'm going to right click and say open with code. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. And so that opens up an instance of Visual Studio Code inside that workspace. And I should mention that we're going to be building this using Tailwind CSS, and I'm going to be grabbing the CDN from cdnjs.com, which uses version 2 of Tailwind. So Tailwind CSS version 2, we're not going to be using version 3. So just copy the link tag here, and then back inside your workspace, inside the index.html, right below this, you can just paste the CDN inside, and then now we can begin the initial setup for our application. So let me go ahead and open the design file, which should be inside here. And let me just open the desktop design. And so this is our design file. We have the heading on top. We have this section here. And then we have a second section. And then we have a call to action. And then we have our footer on the bottom. And I'm guessing that for the mobile design, they're just stacked one on top of the other. Okay, so that looks easy enough to do. And let me just open this up to check something. So this is also here. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now. I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server. So if you go into your extensions, there's an extension called Live Server right here, which launches a local development server for you with hot reloading, so that every time that you make a change in your code editor and save it, then it's automatically going to show inside your browser. And so what we're going to do is just right click on this and say open with Live Server. And then once Live Server opens up, you can see that this is going to be our application right inside here. And then what I'm going to do is just place this to the right. And then I'm going to place this to the left. And then we can begin. And so what I want to do is just say Control Z, which is going to remove the format that was applied to this text, because I want to change a few things inside here. Let's begin with the footer. So HTTPS, link this to our website, tsb.com, change this to my name, and then let's do this. We are going to do this. So this is not going to be a footer tag, this is going to be a div, and then the footer, we're going to be creating the footer. So the first thing that I want to do is this. I want to grab, let me see all your files, let me see the design, all your files. So this is the showcase. So we're going to do this. I'm going to grab this, place it inside the header tag like so, and then I'm going to grab this, and I'm guessing this is the text and the get started. Let me just check. Get started, enter your email, Philo coworkers. So Philo coworkers, and stay productive is which section? Oh, this one. Okay, so we are going to do this. We're going to grab this part, cut it out, and place it inside this section, and then inside an article, and then paste it in. And then we're going to grab this and place it inside an H1, and then we're going to grab this part, place it inside a paragraph, and then this is going to be a form because it is a form, and then the submit button. So we're going to do this. We're going to cut this out. We're going to add in a form with no action, and then inside here we're going to have an input with a type of email because this is an email input, and then the name is going to be email, the ID is going to be email, the placeholder text, the placeholder, which is this text inside here, says enter your email ... And then we're just going to set this to required so that you can submit the form without filling in your email. And then below this, we're going to have a button with a type of submit, which is just going to say get started. Okay, so let's go back and let's structure this header first. So for our header, we have this text to the right and then this to the left, which is the logo. So let's create a div with a class of logo. And you know what, the class of logo is technically irrelevant because we're going to be styling this using Tailwind. And then inside here, we're going to have an image. The source is going to be /images/logo. And then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, then I just want to display the name of the website, or rather the company, which is called Philo. And then below this, we're going to have a navbar. This navbar, we're going to have an unordered list with 3 list items. So li times 3. And then each of these list items actually is going to have a button because I want these links to be buttons. Now, I've called them links, but I'm placing them inside buttons because they're not linking to any other page. Now, if you're going to be linking to another page, then you should have hrefs inside here with anchor tags, but we are not linking to any other page. So that's why I just want to have buttons. So this one says features, then team, then sign in. And paste it here. And then we can just remove this part. And then this is our section, this is our first article, and then now below this we're going to have another article which is going to be this big image. So I'm going to call it image. Let me see if there are desktop and mobile images, by the way. BGCurve desktop, this is not the one. Avatar testimonial, this is not the one. Illustration should be illustration 1. Let me see. Yes, should be illustration 1. So illustration 1.svg. So let's have an image which is coming from /images, and it's called illustration 1.svg. And then before I save this, because if I save it, it's going to format. You can see it formats. So I'm just going to say Ctrl-Z. So before I save it, I just want to build up the entire structure of this. So this second section is going to be like this. It has a curved image on top. You can see this curved image on top. So we're going to say this. So see how Philo works all the way up to machine. All the way up to machine here. Actually not, it's even here. Wait a minute. Yeah, up to here is one section. So cut this out all the way to here. And place it inside a section, paste this in. And you know what, before you paste it in, just place it inside an article. And then this is going to be an H2. And then this is paragraph text. So cut it out, paste it into the paragraph. Let me see, paragraph is here. All you need. And then securely store this is another paragraph. Cut it out. And then see how Philo works. This is a link. Oh, and it has an image here. Let me check if we have that image. Should be icon arrow. Icon arrow. So we're going to do this. We're going to have an anchor tag inside here. This is not going to be linking to anywhere, but it's going to have a text that says this. And then inside here, we're going to have an image. come from /images called icon arrow.svg. And then below this, we're going to have this card that is a testimonial. So I'm going to cut this out after here. Let me see. There's an image on the top, and then this part, and then this one. So cut it out, and I'm going to place it inside a div, paste this in, and then on top of this div, I'm going to have an image which is come from /images / it is a quote. So this one, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Let me see, paragraph. And then this part, we're going to do this because there's an image here, and then there is text here. So let me see, how do I want to structure this? I can place it inside an aside tag because it's technically almost irrelevant. And then inside here we can have an image which is coming from /images / avatar testimonial, and then we can grab this and then place it inside a UL with 2 list items. And then this second part up to here is just going to cut it out and place it inside here, and then remove this space. Let me see. Yeah, that should work. This should work. Technically, you can remove this even and can place it inside another div. It's going to work the same thing, or you can have it inside an article as well. It's all a matter of preference, really. And you know what? It's not even a matter of preference all the time, but it's more of a matter of how you want to structure your HTML so that it's readable by everyone, including machines. So once we have that first article, which is the text, we need a second article, which is going to be our image, and the image is going to be illustration2. So /images / illustration2, which is the second image. And then we have this call to action. So for our call to action, we have this part that says, this is also a form. Okay. So it says get early access up to help you. So get early access up to help you, this part. I know what am I even doing? It's just this entire thing. Cut it out. Place it inside a section, paste this in, and then cut this out, place it inside an article, and then this can be an H2, and then this is going to be paragraph text. And then outside of this article, we're going to have a form which is going to say get started for free. So we're going to have a form which is not going to have an action, and then inside here we're going to have an input with a type of email, with a name of email, with an ID of email, with some placeholder text that says email@example.com. So email@example.com, and then set it to required. And then below this, we're going to have a button with a type of submit that says this text. So get started for free. And then now we're going to have our footer, which is going to be this part. So cut this out, place it inside the footer, and then let's see how this is structured. So we have our first article, then a second, wait a minute, this is on top of this, so this is a separate, and then 1 2 3 4 grids. Let me see how the mobile is structured. So 1 2 3 4, yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do this. We're going to have a div inside here, and then this div is going to be the parent of this entire text. Okay, and then once we do that, below this div, we're going to have an article. This article is going to be the image. It's coming from /images, and it's called logo. But notice how the logo is light here and it is dark on top. So we're going to be changing that. We're going to be changing that, and we're going to be calling that logo footer -logo. And then below this article, we're going to have another article, and not even another article, but the remainder of this text is going to be inside a parent div, because I want that when I display grid on this div, then it's going to display as 1 2 3 and 4 without affecting the logo on top of it. So we're going to have this. So inside this div, we're going to have an article. This article is going to be having an image, so let's place this to inside UL. So UL with the 2 list items, each of them having images. And then let's just paste this in first here, and then cut out the second one and paste it inside here. Let me say example. Okay, so this image is going to be /images / email, and then this is going to be coming from /images / phone. And then let's see, so article, and then this second part is going to be an article as well. So article with a UL, which is going to have 4 list items. And then because the links are not going to be linking anywhere, I'm going to place them inside buttons, and the links are going to be saying this. So about us, then jobs, paste it here, then press, paste it here, then blog, paste it here. And let's just remove this extra space. Let me see. Okay, and then we're going to do something similar for the next article. So just copy this down and then change this text here to contact us, then terms and privacy, and cut this out. And then we're going to have a final article, which is going to be our social media icons. So this article is going to have a URL, and not, it's even structured the same way. So let's just copy this, copy, paste them inside here. Probably just remove the buttons, remove this. Okay, let me just do it for the first one. So this list item is going to have an image, which is coming from /images/Facebook. Oh wait a minute, did they not provide the social media images? Okay, so they did not provide the social media images. So we're going to do this. We're going to be using Font Awesome to generate these images. And Font Awesome, we're going to be generating the images as follows. So it's going to have an icon with a class of FAB and FA-Facebook. So this is the Facebook icon, and then just copy this down 2 more times, change this to Twitter, then change this to Instagram. Okay, and because we're using Font Awesome, we need to go ahead and grab this CDN. So let's go back into CDN.js. Let's search for Font Awesome version 6. So copy this link, and then back on top right below Tailwind, let's just paste this in. And then let's see, we can remove this class of logo, by the way. Then let's see, what do we need to add? I think that is the entire structure. So now I can go ahead and save this, and then place this back to the left, and then place this to the right, and it should reload. And look at that, we're going to have this on the screen. So we can begin to style everything out so that it looks much more appealing. So right on top, inside the header, we're going to give this header a class of flex and item center and justify between, so that the items go all the way to the end here, end to end. And then inside this image, I'm going to give this image a class of width-20 to reduce it just a bit on mobile screens. That's too small. So let's say width-40 on mobile. Okay, too big, with 32. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then the width should go back to auto. So for large screens, then just restore the original size of the image. And I'm doing something wrong. I've just realized that the font is different, so we need to go ahead into our style guide. We need to grab this font called Railway, which is going to be for the headings, and then Open Sans, which is going to be for the text. So let's go ahead into Google Fonts, and then let's grab these 2 fonts. So just control click. We need Railway and we need Open Sans. So Railway is 400 and 700. So we need the 400 here, and then we need the 700 here, and then we need to go back and search for Open Sans and grab this, and we need the 400 from here. So we need the regular 400, this one, and then just use the import tab, just grab these 2, copy, and then inside our, we don't have an index.css file, so let's create an index.css inside here, and then let's just paste this in, and then let's specify that the body should have a font family of Open Sans with a fallback of sans serif. And then let's specify the H1s, the H2s, the H3s, and we already have H1s and H2s actually, so you can just specify for both of them. And we're going to have a font family of Railway with a fallback of sans serif. And then let me also do this. Let me specify that for all the paragraphs, the line height should be 22, so not 22, 1.8, to increase the line height between each one, like between the text. You're going to see it in a moment. And then we're going to do this let's specify that the color should be, let me see, light grayish blue. Let me see what shade this is. Nope, that's unreadable. Let's see, light gray. This is also unreadable actually. Let me see, paste it here. Almost could be that one. It could be that one. Let me say very dark blue. Copy this, paste it here. See, that is too blue. A lot of trial and error. See this one? Yeah, this is going to be the paragraph text. And then the very dark blue is going to be the text for the headings. So color, set this to this. Oops, set it to this. And we can change this up in Tailwind CSS. So let me see what else we need to do. Actually, I'm wrong. That is not the correct color for the headings, is it? Like this is almost like, see how this is just a bit darker? It's just a bit darker. Oh, this blue is for the footer. See how this blue now matches the footer? So we're going to cut this out. And then we're going to specify that the footer is going to have a background color of this. And I do apologize for jumping back and forth. And then this is our call to action section. So the call to action section should be the desaturated blue, which is this one. And I'm just going to call it .cta and then paste this in as a background color. So that is going to be the background color. And then moderate cyan is going to be for the link. So we're going to be, and the link is this one right here, this part, this link here. So I'm going to create a class of link and then give it a color of this. That should be the cyan. And then now let's go ahead and figure out the, so the heading color is not this, and it's not this, and it's not this, and not this. Okay, so we're just going to do a bit of just visualization technically. Let me place this as it was and then remove this and then save it, and there we go. So now our why doesn't it, oh, I haven't linked it. I need to link this. I need to link our CSS file. So let me link it as the first link. So link this into index.css. And then now it should change. There we go. That's looking much better. And you can see that now the line height is spaced out just a bit. So that's why I added the line height as well. And you know what I've just realized? I wanted this text to be smaller. So font size on the paragraph should go back to, let me say, 14 pixels. That's good enough on mobile. And then we're going to add a media query here. And I'm going to say that for a mean width of 1024 pixels, then the paragraph text should go back to 16 pixels. So font size 16 pixels. So that when you scale this up to about large screens, then the text is going to go back to 16 pixels. There we go. And I've just realized something else that we can do inside here. We can make the font weight on the headings to be bold, so that they can be identified as headings. Is this not working? Okay, so it's not working. That's okay. So let's go ahead and let's just deal with our header now. So inside the header, let's also add a padding all around of h to push everything inwards. And then let's go inside the nav by ul, give this a class of flex and item center and justify dash center with a gap of 2 just to separate these items out just a bit. And then I also want this color to be the very same grayed out color here. So let me do this. Let me do this. Below this paragraph, I'm going to add that for all the list items, then the color here is going to be here, so that this also takes up the colors of the paragraph. And then we can also reduce the font size here. So font size, let's say 15 pixels. I'm just realizing that 14 pixels is probably too small, so let's say 15. I think that's much better. And then this is going to be the mobile header. So the mobile header right inside here is just structured like that. You can see that. Oh, and this font is really, this is not the Open Sans font. So we also need to specify, it's a bit like just going back and forth here. So font family is going to be Railway with a fallback of sans serif. There you go. Okay, and then the font weight here, font weight is going to be 400. Is it 400 or 600? Did I grab the 600 or 700? What is the font weight of Railway? Railway 700. Why is it not applying? It's not applying for some reason. Okay, so let's go ahead inside here. Oh, you know what? The reason it's not applying is because this should be inside the list items and then the buttons. There we go. There we go. There we go. So now let's go ahead and do this. Let's go inside our second section, our first section really. And then inside this section, let's give it a class of flex and flex column reverse because I want the image to appear first and then the text on the bottom. And then let's give this a padding on the let's say padding on the x-axis of 8 and a padding on the y-axis of 16. So push it inwards and then downwards and outwards. Or let me say padding y20. Okay, and then inside you're also going to give it a max width of 7XL because I want that on very large screens, then the text or like the content should be limited. You can see that now this doesn't go all the way to the end. If I were to remove this, just to show you, if I were to remove this, then you realize that this content is going to push all the way to the end. Okay, so it embarrasses me by not doing what I should expect it to be doing. So let me add this in, or you know, instead of adding it in, let me display this as a grid, and the grid columns 1 with a gap of about 8 to push it away from the paragraph here. What is happening? Flex column reverse. Tailoring is not working. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. This should be on the bottom, but it is not. Oh, you know what? Oh my goodness. This should only be applied on medium screens, and then this should only be applied on medium screens as well. And then now it should go well, but it doesn't. Grid columns 1. Okay, grid columns 2. Oh my god, I'm thinking very slowly today. So there we go. So you can see that without the max width, then the content goes all the way to the end, right? I'm just zooming in and out to show you how it would look on extremely large screens. So what I'm going to do is just add a max width here of 7XL, and you'll notice that now the content is going to be pushed to the left. Look at this now. It's pushed to the left instead of going all the way to the end. And then if you want it to be centered, then you're just going to apply an MX of auto, which is going to bring it to the center because it applies an equal margin on the left and right. And then we're also going to limit our header as well. So just grab this part, copy, and then inside the header, we can just paste it inside here. And you'll see that now it's also limited. That's looking much better. So back to 100%, reset this, there we go. And then now let's go inside our H1, inside here, give this a class of font bold and text, let's say text dash 3XL margin bottom of 8. Let's go inside this article, give this a class of text center, which is going to center all the text. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of margin bottom 10, pushed away from this form. And then let's go inside this input, give this a class of border and border dash gray dash, let's say 800 with a rounded border. Let me see this. Let's say padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4. How does that look? Okay, let's say text dash small to reduce the font size. That's looking okay. How does it look on mobile? Oh, so on mobile it goes all the way to the end. So let's do this. Let's go inside here. Let's give it a width of full on the input, which is going to push it to the end. And then on the button here, let's also give this a class of width dash 4, which is going to push to the end, but you can't really see it. But if you give it a background color of like red 500, red dash 500, you'll notice that the button also goes all the way to the end. And then let's give it a padding Y of 2 and a padding X of 4. And then padding X of 4 doesn't really matter because like the button is now full width. Let's give it a text of small with a text of white and font dash bold and tracking dash wide. Then we're going to have this with a rounded border with a very slight box shadow, and then on hover, and you know this is not even the correct color, by the way. This is not the correct color, so this color should be about indigo. Does Tailwind have indigo? It should have. Not, it's even like not indigo. So you know, let me give this a custom class of btn. Remove this part. Let me give this button a custom class of btn so that I can go inside my css, and then right below this I can specify that for the class of btn, then I want the button color to be, let me grab it from here, and it's going to be this bright blue. So copy this and then paste it inside here, remove this full column, and then we're going to have that. Fantastic. And then we can go ahead back inside this button. We can give it a margin on the top of 4 to push away from this input. There we go. Okay, and then let's see, what else do we need to do here with the design? Here it is. So the padding on the Y is just a bit bigger, I think. Or rather, am I just reading into it? Let me see. Padding on the Y, set this to 3 and then set this to 3 as well. Make it just a bit bigger. And then I just realized that this font is also Railway and it is not the Open Sans font. It's Railway. So inside the button, so for all the buttons, where is it? I want this to specify for all the buttons. Let me go below this. Let's specify that for all the buttons, the font family is going to be this. Copy this, paste it here. Or not. It doesn't reset. It doesn't reset. If I set this to important, now it resets. Okay, so let's just have it at that. Though it's usually not a good idea to always add this in. And then now let's deal with our next section. So our next section is going to be this. Let's go inside this article. And is it also aligned to the center on mobile? So it comes first. The image comes first and then the text. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, only the header is aligned to the center. Okay. So let's go inside this article, give this a class of text-center and font-bold and text-3xl, margin bottom of 8. There we go. Now let's say text2xl. What did I have on the H1? 4xl. Yeah, 2xl should work fine here. And then let's go inside this article, inside this section. And I've just made a mistake. I've just realized that I made a mistake because this section needs to have a curved top. So we're going to have a picture tag here, which takes in a source element with a media attribute, and the media is going to be equal to min width of 768 pixels. And then it also has a source set attribute, which links to the image that you want to appear. So I'm saying that for screens that are larger than 768 pixels, then I want the image to appear as follows. I want the bg curve desktop to appear. So images /bg curve desktop.svg, and then the default image that should show in case the device width is less than this should be this one, but the mobile image. So paste this, actually not paste it, copy all of this, paste it inside here, change this to mobile.svg. There we go. Is it bg curve? Okay, bg curve. So that when I save this, then we should see an image on top, and here it is right here. So the image is right here. So let's style this image, and you style this image by styling this part here, not by styling this one. It confused me for a while before I learned it. So give this a class of width-full, which will cause the image to go all the way to the end. There we go. And just like that, then you've already styled that image. You don't really need to think much about it anymore. And then now what we're going to do is this. We're going to go inside this article, give this a class of let me see actually. Let's first go inside this paragraph. give this a class of margin bottom 4 to push away from this second paragraph. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of margin bottom 10 to push away from the anchor, this one. And then inside this href, we're going to give this a class of, remember we created a class of link to give it this text color, and then also going to give it a class of flex so that this image comes here, and then item center with a gap of 2, which is just going to separate it out just a bit. And now let's increase the size of this image. So let's give this image a class of width -5, increase it just a bit. Yeah, that should work fine. And then we should also give this link a class of underline so that it has an underline at the bottom. Fantastic. And then now let's go into this div, give this div a class of margin top of 10 to push away from this. And then let's give it a padding all round of 8 with a bg of white with a very slight box shadow, which is technically not all that visible because like this link, this part is not like, oh wait a minute, this part is not supposed to be white. It's not supposed to be white because this text is this like this div is white. So let me go ahead and grab this color on the image. So let me just grab this extension and grab this color, copy it, and then inside this section, where are you here? I'm going to give this a class of, not a class really, but a style of background color, and set this to this part, so hashtag. And then now we can go ahead and now we can see our white article. And I've just realized something, that probably I should push this part inwards, so padding on the x-axis of 8 to push it inwards. Oh sorry, it shouldn't be here, this should be inside a class, so padding on the x-axis of 8. There we go, to push it inwards. And you can see that now our image has disappeared. That is because the background color is also applying inside this image. So just grab this picture tag and using the Alt key, just push it upwards, so up arrow once. And now the image is going to appear on top, and then the text, there we go. And you can see that this is now much more visible. And then now what we're going to do is go inside this div, give this div a rounded border, very slight rounded border. And then we can go inside this image, give this a class of width -5 to increase the size of this quotes image. And then let's also give it a margin bottom of 4 to push away from this text. Actually, how is this structured? Let me see. Yeah, that is correct. So push away just a bit. And then go inside this paragraph, give this a class of margin bottom of 10 to push away from this image. And then let's go inside this outside tag, give this a class of flex, which is going to place this this content in raw form. And then item center, and then justify dash start with a gap of 2 to separate them out just a bit. And then inside this image, give this a class of width -20 and then height -20 to make it square properly. That is too big, so like let's say 12. How does 12 look like? Yeah, 12 is okay. And then let's say rounded -4 to make it completely rounded. And then let's go inside this first article, this list item, give this a class of font bold, and then let's say text -large, and then let's say text, let's say gray -800, and it's not really a gray text, but let's just work with that. And then inside the second one, give this a class of, let's say text gray 600 and text -small, make it just a bit smaller. There we go. And then now what we want to do is we need to add padding on this section so that this image doesn't touch this bottom part. So let's go back inside the parent section, which is this one. Let's give it a padding on the Y of 20. There we go, so that now you can see that this image now no longer touches this ending of the background color. And then we want this image to always appear first on mobile. So what we're going to do is give this a class of flex and flex column reverse, which is going to bring the image on top. So we have the image on top, and then let's give it a gap of about 16 to push away from this part. There we go. So the image and then the text, and then this part. Are we missing anything? No, we are not. So now let's deal with our get early access. so we don't need to have this inside here. Okay, so let's go into the next section, which is get early access. And let me see, I think I added something here, which is the CTA, the class of CTA. So inside this section, I'm going to give this a class of CTA, which is going to apply the background color. And then I'm going to give this a padding on the Y of 20. And then inside this H2, I'm going to give this a class of text white and margin bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph. And then inside this paragraph, I'm going to give this a class of text dash white and then margin bottom dash 10 to push away from the form. Reload. Okay. And then let's give this a class of font bold and text dash 2XL. Reloading. Okay. And then let's also give it a padding on the x-axis of 8 to push everything inwards. Then let me see how this is structured on mobile. So it's also full width. Okay. Oh, and this text is aligned to the center. So inside this section, let's say text center, and then push everything to the center. There we go. And then now let's go inside this input, give this a class of width dash full, and then let me how is it structured actually? Width full. Okay, so let's just give it a rounded border, very slight rounded border with padding Y of 3 and padding X of 4. And then inside this button, I'm going to give this a class of BTN, which give it its blue background color. Let's say text small, padding Y3, padding X of 4 with a rounded border, margin top of 4 to push away from the input, and width dash full to take it all the way to the end. There we go. And then text white, of course, text white and font bold and tracking wide to increase its letter spacing just a bit. Fantastic. And then now all you need to do is just deal with our footer. And so for our footer, we are missing something. So we are missing the footer logo. So let's go ahead and create this footer logo. And what we're going to do is just copy this logo and paste it in. So we're going to have a logo copy and then rename this into footer dash logo. And then inside footer logo, we are going to go ahead and change the fill color here to white. So FFF. And we're going to have that. And I think this part is also white. Let me see which part that should be. Which part? I'm looking for the color that changes this to white. I don't know whether I'm going to find it though. Should be this one. FFF. There we go. So change those two parts, which is going to change this into white. And then back inside our index.html. Inside the footer, I'm going to give this a class of padding Y20 and padding on the X of 8. And then I think everything is centered to begin with, or not, it's not centered. Okay. And then now we can go inside. Let me go inside this article, give this a class of margin bottom of 8 to push away from this second article. And then inside here, inside the list item, we're going to give this a class of flex, which is going to place the image and the text here. And then item center with a gap of 2 to separate them out. And then let's say text white to change the text color to white. There we go. And then let me grab this part up to here and then just paste it here for the second one as well. And then let me go inside this first list item, let's say margin bottom of 4. And then inside this article, I'm going to give this a class of margin bottom 8, just to separate them out just a bit. And then let's go inside the buttons here. So here, and here, give this a class of text white. Let me see. And then let's say font dash normal to reduce the font weight. And then let's say margin bottom 2. Separate them out just a bit, or 4. How large is it on the design? Yeah, let's just do margin bottom 4, or let me say margin bottom 3. Okay. And then what we're going to do is just copy these classes up to here, and then here and here and here, just paste them in. There we go. Let me see. So increase this spacing here. So what I'm going to do is inside this article, I'm going to give this a class of, let's say, margin top of 8. There we go. And then finally inside this list item, so right here and here and here, I'm going to give this a class of text white. Let me see. Oh wait, that doesn't work. Oh, it does. Okay, it does. So text white And then, oh, and by the way, I just remember to mention, I'm adding multiple cursors by just clicking where I want the first cursor to be, and then holding down the Alt key and clicking where I want the rest of the cursors to be. And that's really how you add multiple cursors. So inside this URL, let's give this a class of flex and item center and justify center with a gap of 2, just to separate them out, which is going to push this to the center. And then, no, what, let me say gap of 6 to increase it. There we go. And then let's go inside this article. We're going to give this a class of margin top of 8 to push away from this part. There we go. And would you look at that? This is our mobile design already done. Look at this. Looking quite nice. All we need to do now is just scale this up. And we're going to be scaling it up beginning from the medium design. So right around here. Okay. So for the medium design, what I want to do is I want this text to go to the left. So let's go back to the top. And we're going to go inside this section. And then right inside here, we're going to say that for medium screens, then the text should go back to the left. It's going to bring this to the left. There we go. And then this is going to remain as it is for now. But on large screens, this button should come here. And then what I want to do now is also inside here, I'm going to say that for medium screens, then place dash items center, which is going to bring this image downwards just a bit so that it is now perfectly centered. And then we're going to do the same for this. So let me just see how it looks. Let's go back to the desktop design. So it is this on the left and then this image on the right. So let's go inside the second section. Where are you? Here, which is here. Let me separate them out. And then we're going to do this. We're going to say that for medium screens, display as a grid. And then for medium screens, then the grid column should be 2. And then for medium screens, then the gap should be 16. Let me see how it looks. There we go. There we go. Would you look at this? Would you look at this? I don't know. For medium screens, this can remain on top. It doesn't really matter. But let's just bring this text back to the left. So let's go ahead and say this H2. Let's say for medium screens, then the text should go back to the left. Bring it here. There we go. And then this text remains as it is. And then let's look at our call to action. So for our call to action, this is displayed to the left and then this to the right. So we're going to do this. We're going to go ahead into this section right here. And we're going to say this. We're going to say that for medium screens, then display this as a grid. And then for medium screens, let's say grid columns 2. Then for medium screens, let's say gap of 16. How does it look? There we go. And then bring this to the left. So right around where here. Let's say medium screens, let's say text dash left. Bring it here. There we go. And then for medium screens, you know what, we can here now we can say place item center because I want this to push downwards. Fantastic. Fantastic. And then let's go ahead and deal with our footer. So for our footer, we're going to do this. We're going to say that for medium screens, then display actually, you know what, it shouldn't even be here. It should be on this div, because this div is the parent of the articles inside. And actually, you know what? It's not even this div, it should be this div, because this div is the parent of the articles that has the links on the social media images. So inside here, we're going to say that give this a class of medium screens, then display this as a grid, and then you can just say grid columns 2 with a gap of 8. And the reason why I'm not adding this directive on the rest of this is because this class is only going to these classes are only going to apply when this has a class of grid. So let's see how that looks. So 1 2 3 4. This is for medium screens right around here. I think I can display this to be 3 of them. 1 2 3. So 1 2 3, but this has a margin on the top. So let's go ahead and find that article that says contact us here. Let's say that for medium screens, then the margin top should be 0 to move it back to the top. There we go. And then what we can do is now we can justify this to the start so that it moves here instead of being centered. So let's go ahead right here. You can say that for medium screens, then let's say justify start, which is going to bring it here. There we go. Would you look at this? And then now we can display it, we can add the responsiveness for large screens, and you can see that it basically just scales up by itself. Look at this, it just scales up by itself. So we're going to be using this screen size. We can place this to be full screen, and the first thing that we're going to do is just bring this part here. So what we're going to do is go back to this parent div, which is here, and then we're going to say that for large screens, then let's say grid columns -4. We should bring this here. Come on, reload. There we go. And then the reason why it's pushed down is because of item center. Let me see, where is it? Where are you? Here. Margin top, it also has a margin top over here. So let's go ahead and say that for large screens, then the margin top should be 0. Go back on top. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then now we just want to limit this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end, just like we did for this section on top by adding a max width of 7XL. So let's go back inside this div, which is right here. And then let's give it a max width of 7XL with an MX of auto to center it. There we go. Fantastic. And then you know what? I don't want it to apply only on this one. I also want it to apply on this image, right? So we need to remove it from here and place it inside this div. So give this a class of that, which is now also going to apply on the image. There we go. That's much better. And then we just need to apply it on this one as well. So we can just copy these classes, move upwards just a bit, right around here, paste it here, which should apply on this second class. Oops, this is going to be a problem. So the max width applies on the section that has the background color. That's why it is limited. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to grab this article and the form. So right around here, grab this and this, and then we'll cut it out, place it inside the div, and then paste it in. And then you'll notice that when I save this, then it's going to break just a bit. The styling breaks just a bit. And so what we're going to do is this. We're going to copy these classes all the way up to here, cut it out, and then we're going to paste them now on this div. So give this a class of this, just paste it in. And then now the classes should go back to normal. You can see that. So what we're just doing is just we're placing the background color, which is the class of CTA that we added inside here. We're just placing it on the parent, and then now the parent is not affected by the max width because the child of the parent is now the div that is affected by the max width, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. However, the background color goes all the way to the end. You can see this. And then let's increase the size of this H2. It's a bit too small for large screens. Let's say that for medium screens, then the text should be 3XL. And then for large screens, then the text should be 4XL. Oops, 4XL. How big is this? Yeah, this is okay. And then let's see what we're going to do for this. The styling for this is also probably going to break, but let me just increase the size of the H2 just like we did on this one. So let me copy these classes here. Let's go inside this H2 here, paste it in. Should increase the size of the stay productive. There we go. And then now what we need to do is just limit this part. So just like we did on this section, you'll notice that if I add the max width background color here, the max width, sorry, if I add the max width to 7XL with an MX of auto, you'll notice that the color doesn't go all the way to the end because we are applying the max width on the parent that has the background color. So what we're going to do again is just cut this entire section out up to here, cut it out, place it inside the div like so, and then go back inside this parent div, and then we're going to copy all the classes beginning where? Here up to here, cut them out and place them inside this div. So give this div a class name of this, paste it in, and reload. There we go. Would you look at that? That is looking quite nice. Amazing. And then remember how we added the max width on this first section and the header as well, and everything is now centered perfectly. Would you look at this? Really nice. Really nice. And then let's just increase the gap on these links if they are a bit too close to one another. So back inside the header, let's increase here. Let's say that for large screens, then the gap should be 8. Just to increase the gap a bit. That's looking much better. Looking amazing. Oh, you know what? Just realize that this button doesn't go all the way to the end for here, and this one should now appear here. So let's structure that. Let's go inside this form. Nope, not inside the form, but inside the input. Let's say that for large screens, then the width should be auto. Let me see. Is that true? Let me copy this, paste it on the button. Oh, we should remove the hover here. So it should also, there we go. And then let's see. Is this true actually? Remove it from here. And then we can go inside the form, give this form a class and say that for large screens, then display this as a flex. There we go. And then let's say that items-center. Move it downwards. And then let's say give it a gap of 2. Separate them out just a bit. And then let me go ahead and do this. Let me say for large screens, then the width should be auto. No. And the input has a margin on the bottom, or the button has a margin on the top. Is it here? Let's say that for large screens, that the margin top should be 0 to reset this so that they are perfectly centered. And then inside this input, instead of saying with auto, let's say with 9 out of 12, so 75%. So take up 75% of the screen. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, that does look nice. Up to here. Up to here, it looks nice. So let's say width dash. Let me say 7 of does 7 over 12 exist? I don't think it does exist. Or it does. Yeah, let's do 7 over 12. 7 over 12 works nice. And then now let's just do the same for this button. So just copy this class here. Let's go inside the button, which should be inside here. Paste this in, which should limit this button. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking fantastic. And that's basically it. So now all you need to do is just create a GitHub repository, deploy it, and then submit it. So let me close this part, close this, and close this. This can remain open. You can say submit solution. But let's go ahead and create a GitHub repository, and then let's go into Netlify so that you can deploy it. So this repository, what is this called? File with 2-column layout. So I'm going to call this repositories, create a new repository. Let's call this file 2-column layout. And then let's say create repository. And then copy this link. And then using Control and J, just open up your terminal. And then let's say git init to initialize a git repository, and then git add all. And then git commit. Let's say initial commit dash project complete. And then let's say git remote add origin, and paste in the link to our remote repository. And then git push dash u origin main, which is going to push it to our remote repository. And then as it is pushing, let's log into Netlify. Logging in. And then let's add a new site from GitHub. And it is called file 2-column layout. So just search for this and then reload this page just to make sure that it has committed. So this is our repository right here. And then let's deploy this. Just say deploy site. And then let's go into site settings. Let's change the site name here. Let's say TSB file dash 2-column layout. And then you can now visit it, and we should see our application. There we go. Quite nice, looking quite nice. Okay, so just copy this link, and then now you can submit it as a live site URL. And then copy this part, which is going to be the repository URL, and then let's say mobile first file 2-column layout in vanilla HTML and Tailwind CSS. Add a space, 0 characters remaining, and then let's submit solution. And there we go. You can say view solution, and you're going to have your solution here. and then the design, looking quite nice, Yep. And yeah, that is going to be the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be doing the Hurdle landing page with single introductory section. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io, you can scroll all the way to the bottom where you're going to find this challenge. You can click on it and then we can begin. And then what I'm going to do is, oh, I haven't submitted this. Okay, so I just want to mention that I've already done this challenge, but I built it in Next.js on my channel. You can find the video, it's one of the first videos that I did on the channel. And so what I'm going to do is, for this project, this time that we're going to do it, I'm going to be building it in HTML and Tailwind CSS. So let's just say visit Challenge Hub, and then let me download the starter files because I don't have them. And so once it downloads the starter files, if you navigate into your downloads folder, then it's going to be right here. So Hurdle landing page, so just extract it here. And then it's going to extract into this folder, which I'm just going to right click and say open with code. And then this is going to be our workspace. So what I'm going to do first is I just want to open the design file here. So the desktop design probably. And then once I have the desktop design, then I can scroll into the mobile design as well, looking quite nice. So let me go ahead and now do this. The first thing that I want to check is whether we have our social media images, which we don't have. We don't have them. So what I'm going to do is I want to use Tailwind version 2 from the CDN. So inside cdnjs.com, then you can search for Tailwind CSS. Tailwind, so just copy the link tag and then paste it below this. And then I also want to search for Font Awesome, which is going to help us to generate the social media icons. So paste it below this. And then on top of this, I want to link my CSS file, which we're going to create called index.css. So inside your workspace, just double click and say index.css. And then what I want to do is just, this can remain here, it doesn't really matter. We're going to change this into your website, tsb.com. Change this into my name or your name. And then what I'm going to do now is this. I'm going to cut this out. Let me see actually how is this structured. So build the community. So this is the second section. How does it look on mobile? So on mobile, this image comes first. So cut this out, place it inside a section and then inside an article, and then cut this out, place it inside an H1, and then cut this out, place it inside a paragraph, then cut this out, place it inside a button. And then on top of this, we're going to have an article, which is going to be, let me see whether it has the BG desktop and BG mobile. No, BG is the background here. So we want the mockups, so illustration mockups. So inside here, let's render images / illustration mockups, and then save this. And I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server. So inside your extensions, just go ahead and install Live Server here, which launches a local development server with hot reloading, so that every time that you say that you make and save a change in a code editor, then it's going to automatically reflect inside your browser. So just right click and say open with Live Server. And then you can see that it opens this up for you. Now the first thing that I want to do is add the background images. And so the background images are going to be added as follows. Right below the body here, we're going to add in a picture tag because it has the BG desktop and the BG mobile. So we want to add both images without toggling them using CSS. So inside here, we're going to have a source media, and I'm going to say that for a min width of 768 pixels, then I want the images, the images /BG desktop.svg to appear. And then for devices that are smaller than 768 pixels, then I want the BG mobile.svg to appear. so that when I save this and go into application, then you can see that it shows our background image. And then when you reduce the screen size, then the image changes also. Where's the BG Mobile? BG Mobile, where is it? BG Mobile .svg is not showing. It's not showing. So something is wrong. The mobile image is not showing, but I'm going to figure it out in a few. What we need to do is just add the background color, and the background color we can get it from our style guide, and it should be let's try violet. Let's go inside our index.css. Let's specify that the body should have a background color of this. Nope, that is not the one, is it? Oh, actually it is. Oh, how does this other color look like? Magenta. Paste it here. Yeah, that is not. Oh, that looks ugly. Okay, so now what we need to do is this. I have no idea why the mobile image is not showing. Okay, so I mistyped this. Okay, images, there we go. See, the problem with HTML, it will never tell you what is wrong. It will show you that something is wrong, but it won't tell you what's wrong with it. So let's give this a class of width-full so that it goes all the way to the end. And then inside this picture tag, I'm going to give this a class of absolute because I want this content to appear on top of the images. And then inside this section, I'm going to give this a section of relative because relative has a higher Z index than absolute, so that now you can see that this image goes on top of the background. And then you also say this should say height full also, is it? Or let me say H screen probably. There we go, so that it goes all the way to the end. Probably I can say object cover, but I'm not sure whether it's going to work. Yeah, let's do object cover. It looks much better. So now let's go ahead and begin to style this out. And you know what? I've just realized this should have a logo on top. So let's add a div inside here. Let's add an image which should be coming from /images/logo. So that the logo appears on top. There we go. And then now we can go inside this div, give this a class of margin bottom of 10 to push it away from this image. And then inside this section, let's give it a padding all around of 8 to push everything inwards. And you know what, let me say padding Y20 and padding on the X of 8 to push everything downwards and inwards. Padding Y20 looks a bit overkill. Let me say padding top of 8. How does this look actually on mobile? Yeah, it's not so much on mobile. So let me do this. Padding top of 8. Let me say padding Y or padding bottom, sorry. Okay. Let me see. And I've just realized this image doesn't go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so let me do this. Let me say padding on the Y of 10. Okay, and then let's remove this part here so that this image doesn't go all the way to the bottom. But width-full, I still want width full to apply, sorry, but it doesn't apply because this is absolute. So let's say width-full here as well, that it goes all the way to the end. And then let's go inside this image, give this image a class of width-40, reduce it drastically. And then let's go inside this H1, give this a class of font bold, text white, text 4XL, margin bottom 8. And then is it centered? Or this entire text is centered. So let's go inside let me go inside this article, give this a class of text center. Center everything, and then let's say margin top of 16, pushed away from the image. And then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of text white with an opacity of -75 to make it as if it is grayed out just a bit. Let's say text small. Let's say leading relaxed. Okay, let's say margin bottom of 10 to push away from the bottom here. Oh, margin bottom 10, not 18. 18 does not exist. There we go. And then, you know what? Let me see. Let's just make it white. Let's make it white instead of adding an opacity because it's white in color. And then let's go inside this button, give this button a class of BG white, padding Y3, padding X4, rounded dash full. And then let's say width dash full as well. Let me see. Width dash full almost does the job. Let's say width dash 7 out of 12. Okay. And then what color is the text? It's purple. So inside here, let me give this a style and give this a color, and then let me grab this color from here, which should be this violet, and paste it inside here. Should change the text color. There we go. And then let's see. Okay, and then we need our social media icons. So right below the button, we're going to have a UL with 3 list items. And then inside the first list item, we want to render an icon with the class of FAB and FA-Facebook. That's how you add icons from Font Awesome. And then just copy this here and here. Change this to Twitter. Change this to Instagram. There we go. Yeah, there we go. And then let's go inside this UL, give this a class, class of flex and item center and justify center with a gap of around 4 to separate them out. Then let's say margin top of 8 to push them from this button. And then let's go inside here. So hold down the click here and then hold down the alt key, click here and here to add multiple cursors, and then let's say text white. Fantastic. Fantastic. Let me say probably text dash 2XL. Sorry, text dash large. Just increase them a bit. Text dash 2XL, okay. XL. And then let's increase the gap here to 8. And then let's go ahead and change the color of the attribution here, which should be this one. Change this color to white. Okay, you know what? Let me just remove this from here. Let me just remove it. And then let me style it out here. So footer here. Change this into text white. Text dash white. Okay, let's say text dash small. Let's go inside here, give this a class of padding X of 8, padding bottom of 10. Just to increase this a bit, let's say text dash center. And then let's go inside this link here, give this a class of underline to make it to show that it is clickable, not to make it clickable. And then copy this part and paste it here. And so this is our mobile design, and then now we just need to scale it up. And scaling it up is just, it's easy because all you need to do is just place this to the left and then this should come here. So what we're going to do is go to the top of this section, which is this one. Might this be a problem? Okay, maybe if I push it upwards. Yeah, yep. So that is going to be a problem. I don't know if there's a fix for it. Just grab this article all the way up to here, cut it out and place it inside the div, so that now we're going to be displaying the div. You can see that nothing changes. So we're going to go inside this div, give this div a class of grid. Sorry, let's say that for medium screens should be grid, and then grid columns dash 2 with a gap of 16, then place dash item center, place it here. Okay, and then let's go inside this section, give the section a max width of 7XL. Yeah, actually, is it? Let me check. 7XL is a bit too small. So instead of 7XL, let's say container, because Tailwind has a class of container. If I can just type it, that is much better. And container is going to limit everything. You can see that it limits everything. And then let me go ahead and say MX Auto. And then let's bring this text to the left. So where is it? This is the image. Space it out. Here, let's say that for medium screens, then text dash left. Then just copy this part. Let's place it. Actually, not that should do it. Actually, yeah, that should do it. And then let me see. The button is no longer as big as this. So where we have our button here, we're going to select for medium screens. Then the width should be auto. There we go. And auto is a bit too small actually. So let's say width dash. Let me say a half. Still too big. Let's say a third. That should do it. And then let's increase the size of this paragraph. Actually, is this zoomed out? Wait, is this paragraph this small on mobile? Okay. So let's do this. Instead of this paragraph being this small on mobile, let's remove it. Let's move, the class of text small. And then we're going to say that for large screens, that the text should be large to increase it even more. Okay. And then let's increase the size of this H1. So let's say that for large screens, then the text should be 5XL. And then let's say that for large screens, then the leading should be loose. Increase the line height. Too big. Let's say leading normal. This should be it. And then now we need to take this out of the normal flow so that it comes here. And then let's also fix this. I know you've noticed this. So let's just go into the attribution, into the footer. Let's give this a class of relative. We should bring it on top. There we go. And then let's grab this and bring it to the corner. So we're going to go and set this UL and say that for large screens, then position this as absolute, which is going to bring it here. And then let's say let's say that for large screens, bring it to the right by 20. And then let's say that for large screens, bring it to the bottom by 20. Place it here. Or not, bottom 0. Oh, you know what? Oh, the reason why it doesn't go here is because its parent has a class of relative. And so what we're going to do is this. Let me show you a cheat. Remove this, and then we're going to say that for large screens, then this should be hidden, meaning it's going to disappear. And then we're going to grab this UL. We're going to go outside of this section, paste it in, and then we're going to display this as a block. We're going to display this as hidden first, because if I don't display it as hidden, then it's going to show up. You can see that it shows up here, but I don't want it to show up here. So I'm going to say that display it as hidden first, so that it disappears. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then this should be a block element, meaning it's going to appear on large screens. You can see right here. And then we're going to say that for large screens, again, this should be positioned absolute. There we go. So that now it is positioned absolute relative to the body. And then for large screens, let's say give it to the right by 20, and then for large screens, bring it to the bottom by 20. So right around here. Yeah, right around here. And then let's do this. Let's do this. So the reasons why they are stacked one on top of the other is because of display block here, meaning this part no longer applies. So how can we fix that? We can go ahead and change this to be a div, and then we can change this to be a UL, and then we can grab this all the way up to here, and then inside this UL, give this a class of this. There we go. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? And then probably let's just increase the sizes of these icons. So here, let's give this 3XL, and then 3XL, and then 3XL. Oops, here, text 3XL. That's much better, much better. And then I don't want, so the reason why we have this overflow is because the image is quite big. So I don't want this overflow to be present on large screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a media query here. I'm going to say that for at media, that for a min width of 1024 pixels, then the body should not have an overflow. So overflow, set this to hidden, meaning it's going to remove the scroll bars both on the left and on the bottom. Sorry, both on the right and on the bottom. And then you might think that this project is complete, but it is not, and it is not complete because we need to change these fonts. So let's go into our style guide. Let's grab the Poppins and the Open Sans. So we need the Open Sans 400, the Poppins 400, 600. So click this. So we can remove this one. We have the Open Sans 400. So we want the Poppins 400 and 600. Poppins 400 and semibold 600. Copy the import. Copy. And then inside our body, just paste this on top. And then let's do this. Let's say that the body should have a font family of Open Sans. Open Sans with a fallback of sans serif. And then the heading should have a font family of Poppins with a fallback of sans serif. And not only the H1, should be the H1 on the bottom. Yes, should be the H1 on the bottom. So H1 and the bottom. And then here I'm going to specify a font weight of 600. But on the bottom, I'm going to specify a font weight of 400. So this will apply over this because of specificity. So let's check our application. And there we go. Would you look at that? That's looking quite better. Much better. Probably you can add a better, like a hover effect for this, but I'm just going to leave it at this. Okay, so this is not the correct font. It's not the correct font. Why does it do that? By the way, I have no idea. Let's set this to important. Let me see. So now it applies. Why does the button do that? Is it something with tailwind or what? I'm not sure. Not quite sure. But yeah, that is that. And probably, you know what? Probably we should display this as absolute. Let me just check how it looks on mobile. Okay. And for large screens. Oops, what is this? What is this? So I want this to also go all the way to the bottom on large screens. And you know what I'm just realizing? This doesn't look good. So let's change this. Let's change that. And we can change that by going inside this section. Where is it? Inside this div. Changing this to large. So that this styles will only apply on large screens. Yeah, so that it's going to persist to have these tiles until it reaches the large screens, and then this happens. And then now what we need to do is we just need to change this up a bit as well. So we need to change this into 1024 as well, so that it's always going to have the mobile image, right? It's always going to have the mobile image until 1024 pixels right around here, right? And then at 1024 pixels, then I want this to have a full height. So let's go ahead and style this out here and say that for large screens, then the height should be screen. Go all the way to the bottom. Oops, is that correct? Oh, sorry, this is the logo. This shouldn't be here. Sorry about that. This should be on this image. So not on this image, on the picture here. Let's say that for large screens, then the height should be of screen, meaning 100 viewport heights. There we go. There we go. Okay, and that is going to be our application. Would you look at that? Looking quite nice. Looking quite nice. And then one final thing that you can do is change this part to increase the size of this logo. So right around here, let's say that for large screens, then the width should be auto. And then let's go ahead and do this as well. For large screens, let's increase the margin bottom to 20, pushed away from this part. And then we're going to have that. And I have margin top on this article, by the way. I'm now becoming a bit of becoming a bit micromanaging. So let's go here. Let's say that for large screens, margin top should be 0, so that it resets. There we go. That's much better. And then now let's go ahead and create a repository and submit it. So go into GitHub, and then also log into Netlify. Close this, and we can close this as well. So create a new repository, and it is called Hard Landing Page. let me call it Hurdle introductory section. There we go. So create repository. Let's log into Netlify. And then let's copy this link. Control and J, open up your terminal. And then let's say git init and git add all. And then git commit -m. Let's say initial commit project complete. And let's say git push. Let's say git remote add origin, and then paste in our link. And then git push -u origin region main. And the commands that I've just done are basically from here up to here. It's basically what we are doing to push this to our remote repository. I've skipped this part because by default GitHub has the main branch to be main instead of master. They changed it up so that when you reload it, then you're going to have your application here, your code here, and then you can log in here. Let's import an existing project from GitHub. And it is called Hurdle introductory section. So this repository right here. And then let's just say deploy site. Deploying. Let's change the site name here. Change site name into, let's say, Hurdle introductory. Oh, the name is too long. Interesting. Intro section. And then we can visit this part, visit the link, and this is our application. Look at that. So copy this link, and then let's go ahead and say submit solution. Live site URL, paste this in. Repository URL, copy, paste this in. Let's change the name to mobile first Hurdle. What's the name of this thingy? Hurdle landing page, is it? Or let me call it Hurdle introductory section in vanilla HTML and Tailwind. In HTML and Tailwind CSS. And then let's say submit solution. And there we go. So that is our solution complete. You can say view solution, and we're going to have it right here, looking almost nice, not too bad. And that is going to be the challenge. And if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing the Hurdle landing page with curved sections challenge from Frontend Mentor. So you can head over into frontendmentor.io/challenges, and you can go to the last challenge. You can click on this card, and then we can just go ahead and say visit Challenge Hub, and then download starter, which is going to download the starter files. And then once it downloads the starter files, you can navigate into your downloads folder, and you should get a zip file called Hurdle landing page with curved sections, which I am going to, I'm going to extract this, extract it here, and it's going to extract into this folder, which I'm going to right click and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code. And then once it opens up, I'm going to maximize it, and then we can check on what we're going to be doing. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So inside the index.html, we have a boilerplate with the text, with the footer on the bottom. Then we have the readme, and we have the style guide, which is going to be obviously our style guide for this. So we have two fonts, we have the Poppins and we have the Open Sans, and this is the icon library, but I think they provide the images, they should. So for the icons here, we're just going to use these icons instead of these icon libraries. And then what we need to do now is I'm going to open up the design file so that I can have a reference for it. So this is the design file, but actually I want the mobile design first because we're going to be building this mobile first. So it looks like a pretty nice design, and what we're going to do is we're going to be using Tailwind CSS to style this out. And for this particular use case, I want to use the Tailwind CDN instead of installing it by npm, because I encountered issues in my last video when I installed Tailwind using npm. So you can go into cdnjs.com and then you can search for Tailwind CSS, Tailwind, and note that this uses Tailwind version 2. The current version for Tailwind is version 3, so take note of this. So I'm just going to copy the link tag, and then inside my index.html, I'm going to go back to the top, and then I'm going to paste it right here. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index.css file, and then inside this index.css, I'm going to cut this out. You don't really have to do this, by the way. I just like having this in a separate file. And then I'm going to remove this part, and then I'm going to paste this in and save it. Then add a space here. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server, which is going to open up a local development server for me, which supports hot reloading. So the extension is called Live Server right here. You can go ahead and install it if you want. So let me just do this. Let me right click on this, and then let me say open with the Live Server, and it's going to format this a bit, but I'm just going to say Control Z, which is going to remove the format because I want to structure this out before we can begin styling it. So once this opens up, or as it opens up, let me go into the style guide and let me get these two fonts. So we need the Poppins and we need the Open Sans font. So just control and click. Oops, what's happening? Okay, control click. So here we have the Poppins font. We want this 700. So just scroll down to this 700, which should be this one. And then we're going to go back to the top. Okay, something is wrong with my computer. Okay, there we go. And then we also need the, let me see, go back to Google Fonts. We need the Open Sans font. And for this, we need the 400, 600, and 700. So the 400 regular. We need the medium 600, the semi-bold 600, and the bold 700. And then I'm just going to use the import tab here, and then just copy this part. And then inside my index.css, I'm going to paste this on top here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify the body to have a font family. Oops. A font family of should be Open Sans with a fallback of sans serif. And then I'm going to specify for the heading, so H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6, but we're not going to use all of them. The font family here is going to be Poppins with a fallback of sans serif. And then we can save this, and then now let's link our index.css file inside our HTML. So let's go right below this. Actually, no, let me go above this. So link the index.css. Now I'm just going to save this, and then once again I'm going to say Control Z because I just want the fonts to apply. So we can close this, and then I can also close this part, and then I'm going to place this to the right, and then place my code editor to the left, and then this is going to be open here. So we need to begin with the header first, and let's go ahead, and you know what, let me do this. Let me just build up the structure in HTML, and then we're going to begin to style it. So try it free. This is a call to action. This is the header, the logo I mean. So let's go ahead and create our header. So header, and then inside here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have an image. The image is going to be our logo, so /images/logo. And then below this we're going to have a button which is going to say try it free. So just push this upwards, and you can push it upwards and downwards by holding down the Alt key and using the up or down arrow key, just like that. And then below the header, we're going to have a showcase. So let me see, get started for free, and then the image. So up to here, cut this out, add in a section, and then an article, and then paste this in. And then below this article, we're going to have another article. And this article, let me just check if it has the mobile as well as the desktop images, just to be sure. So we have a number of images here, but which one is the actual image that we want? This is the footer, section bottom, section top, desktop. Screen mockups should be the one. So inside this article, let's have an image which is coming from /images /screen mockups.svg, and then let's structure this out. This is going to be an h1, paste this in. This is going to be a paragraph, paste this in, and then below this we have a button. This is going to be our button, paste that in, and then we can save it, and then let's view what we have on the screen once it reloads. And you can see that we have that. So once again, just hit Ctrl+Z so that it removes the format. And then once we have this, then let me go ahead and let me just add in this part here as an article. And then inside this article, the way it's structured, look at this. So it has this image on top, then 1.4K, then communities, and then this section. So this section is going to be another part. So that's why I have this one inside an article instead of just being inside a section of its own. So inside here, let me do this. Let me have a div, and then inside this div, we're going to have an image. First of all, this should be coming from /images /communities. So icon communities.svg. This, we're going to give this an h2, and then this, we're going to place it inside a paragraph. And then we're going to have the same structure for this second one. So just copy this downwards, and then paste this here, and then paste this here. And then we need to change this, so this should be messages. There we go. And then when we save it, then it should appear. There we go. So just say Ctrl+Z once again, and then we can go into this next section. Let me see how it is structured. So grow together, flowing conversations, your users. Okay. So see how this the last article here has a curved bottom, that's an image, and a curved top, that's also an image. And then the first one also has a curved top and a curved bottom. So those are images that we're going to be using. So what we're going to do therefore is this. We're going to cut the first one, second one, and third one here, cut it out, place it inside this section, and then paste this in. Let's remove this space. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to grab this entire thing, place it inside an article, and paste it in, because I want to structure this first one, and then we can structure the rest of them. It's going to be easier. And so what we're going to do is this. We need to have a picture tag, because there are desktop images and mobile images as well. So what we need to do therefore is we need the BG section top desktop 1. Oh, wait a minute, how is this? What I need to think. So we have the, actually, you know what, let me open the desktop for a moment. Here it is. So we have the BG top desktop, right? BG section top desktop 1, and we also need the BG section top mobile 1. Okay, so there we go. So therefore we're going to place it inside a picture tag, and then we're going to have a source media attribute here. So source media, I forget the syntax, source media, and then we're going to say that for a min width of 768 pixels, then we want the desktop image to show, which is coming from /images /bg section top desktop -1.svg, long name. And then we're just going to copy this part. Oops, copy. And then below this, we're going to have our image, which is going to be the mobile image. So just change this into mobile. Okay, and then below this we're going to have an h3, so I'm going to place this to be an h3. Wait a minute, we need this image as well. Okay, so we are also going to restructure this therefore. So this is an h3 and this is a paragraph, right? And then what we need to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab this, right? Cut this out, place it inside the div, and then you know what, let's actually cut this out, place it inside an article, so that the article is going to act like one thing, and then this other article that you're going to place is going to have this image. So below this we're going to have another article. This is going to be an image which is coming from /images / should be, actually not, it's not even image, it should be a picture tag. So let's just copy this picture tag here, copy and paste it here, and then we need to change this into bottom, and then we need to change this into bottom. Okay, so let's just save this and let's see what we have on the screen, just to make sure that we're on the right track. Yeah, there we go. So you can see that the top curved image is this one and the bottom curved image is this one. It's very faint, it's barely visible, or at least like when you tilt your screen then it becomes a bit more visible. And so that's what we're going to work with. That's looking okay. And then now what we need to do for the second section is and for the second section I mean this part, because this part doesn't have curved images, it's just completely blank, but it seems curved because of these curved images on the top and bottom. So what we're going to do is we are going to copy this div, and actually, you know what, we're going to copy the entire article. Okay, and no, let's not just copy it. It's even confusing me. Wait a minute. Wait, this article ends here. So this article, copy this article and paste it once, and then what we need to do is we need to remove this article that has the picture tag on the bottom, and then we also need to remove the article, this one that has the picture tag. We need to remove this picture tag, so that we're only going to remain with this div, and this div is going to say what? Let's see. So it says flowing conversations. Cut this out. Oh, wait a minute, I formatted it. Okay, we're just going to have to delete it as it is. So paste this in flowing conversations, and then this should end. Let me confirm something. It ends up to natural flow. So here, cut this out and then paste it inside here, and then let's see, save it. Let's open up what we have. And you know what I'm missing? I've just realized I'm missing my images. So the image should be, oh, that means that I structured this wrongly. So you see, this article should be outside of this div, because this div should have another article, and this article should be the image that comes from /images that says it should be something like grow together. This one, illustration grow together, so that when I save this, then the illustration should appear here. There we go. Okay, so that is the correct format. So this div is outside, and then we have an article with the picture tag, and then another article with the picture tag. No, what is the purpose of this article? Oh, the article is the parent of each particular section. Okay, I'm lagging in my brain for a moment. Okay, so we have this div, and then we have this article, and then let's have another article here, and then this article is going to be an image that comes from /images / should be flowing conversations, illustration flowing conversation. And then look how it's alternating. See how the image goes here first, and then here, and then here. I'm going to attempt, emphasis on the attempt. I'm going to attempt to do it in Tailwind CSS. If it doesn't, then what we're going to do is we're just going to restructure it so that the image appears first, and then this other article appears second. And then now let's go ahead and let's create this third article. So the article should be, let me copy this top one, so beginning here up to here, copy all the way, copy, and then outside of this article below it, paste this in. And then what we're going to do is change this to 2 and change this to 2, and then go to the top, change this to 2 and change this to 2. And that's basically how we're going to be accessing the second curved images. And then we need to change this h3, and the h3 now says your users, so cut this out and paste it here. And then the paragraph ends at immediately, so this entire thing, cut this out and paste it inside here. And then the next section that we need is the ready to build your community. So ready to build your community, let's go outside of this section, let's create another section with an h2 that says ready to build your community. Cut this out, paste it here, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph. No, it's a button that says get started for free. Cut this out, paste it here. And then below this, let's see, we have our footer. So this entire thing is the footer, so cut this out, place it inside the footer. And then we have our image. So let me see how, okay, just a moment. So this on mobile, or no, not on mobile, on desktop, this entire thing is one div or one article, and then this is the other one. So let's see how it looks on mobile, because it might be so on mobile this only comes first. Okay, so that's easy enough. I mean, I thought it was something complicated, but you know. So let's do this. Inside the footer we're going to have a div which is going to be the parent for all this. Now the reason why I have this div here is because I'm going to be limiting the footer on large screens. Like, I don't want the footer to go all the way to the end. Like here it seems as though it goes all the way to the end, but that's only because of the design. So I want that on like extra large screens, like, you know, the big monitors. I don't want the footer to stretch all the way to the end, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be limiting the content inside the footer. So that's why I've added this div, so that I can limit this div, because if I go to limit the footer, then it's going to be limiting even the background color, which I don't want, right? So above this footer, the first thing that we have is this top image. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this article that has the picture tag, paste it below this, and then what we're going to do is, let me just confirm that the footer image exists. Footer top, bg footer top desktop and bg footer top mobile. So we're just going to change this into bg footer top desktop, then copy this part, paste it here, change this to mobile, and that is our footer image. And then below this we're going to have articles. So this first article is going to be our logo, so /images /logo.svg. But notice that our logo is dark in color, our default logo, but the logo on the footer is white in color. So we're going to be changing that a bit, and we're going to be calling it footer-logo, and you're going to see how we're going to change it. And then below this, let me say, let's do this. I'm going to go, actually no, let me just do it inside this article. Let me have another paragraph, and the paragraph says lorem until sem, so all the way up to here. Cut this out, paste it in, and then below this paragraph we're going to have a ul, so a ul that has an image and a font. So ul, which is going to be a list item, this list item has the image. The source for this image is /images / the font image, or the font icon, and then it says the font number here. Copy this, or cut it out really, and then paste it here, and then just copy the list item once, and then change this into icon email, change this into example.huddle.com. I mean, you can make this into links if you want, by the way. And the reason why I'm not adding an alt attribute here is because these images are decorative, so you don't need to have an alt attribute. And then let's go ahead and create our second article. And this second article is going to be an h4 that says newsletter. Cut this out, place it here. Below this, let's have a paragraph that says to up to address, so to up to address here, paste it in. And then we're going to have a form. So below this paragraph, we're going to have a form. And then this form is not going to have an action because it's not going anywhere. and then this input is going to be an input of type email, because it's an email address, because it's a subscription form, it's a newsletter form. And then here we're going to have a name of email with an ID of email with, does have placeholder, it doesn't have placeholder, but we're going to set it to required just in case you try to submit it without filling it in, then it's going to give you like an HTML5 validation. And then below this, we're going to have an input with the type of submit, which is going to say subscribe. Okay. Oh, by the way, I don't know whether you know this, but you can have an input to be a button as well. Or if you don't want to have it an input to be the button, that you can have the button of type submit, and then just set it to submit. It's basically going to be the same thing. So it's all part of your preference. I mean, I don't think there are any downsides to using one over the other. But yeah, and you know what? Let me just use the input. So let's do this. Let's change this into my website, https TsbSankara.com. Change this into my name, and then save it. And then once we save it and we take a look at our application, you can see that it looks quite horrible. And this is the bigger version. So let's begin to style this out. Looks quite horrible, and we're just going to do top down. So let's place this back to the left. Let's go to the top, and we have Tailwind CSS installed, so that is going to be quite easy. Inside the header, let's give this a class of flex, and items-center and justify-between, which is going to take our thingies to the end, like so. Let's give it a padding all around of 8. And you know what? Let me go inside the body. And okay, you know what? I don't want to go inside the body, because I wanted to give the body a class name of padding all around of 8. And at face value, it looks nice. But when you get to these images here, like the ones that are supposed to be going all the way to the end, it's going to be an issue. So let's do this. I'm going to move it from here, and I'm going to be adding the padding on every section. Actually, I've removed it from the wrong section. It should be removed from the body here. There we go. And then let's go inside this image. We're going to give this image a class of about width-20 to reduce it, not remove it. That's too small. Width-56. Okay, too big. Width-40. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then the width should be auto. So just take it back to its original size. And then this button, let me see how this button is styled. This one. So it's pink with a border and pink text. Let me see if I can do it here. So give this a class name, a class of what is it? Text. Does Tailwind version 2 have a class of text pink? Let me see. Okay, it does. Okay, and then let's give it a class of border 2 and a border dash pink dash 400 as well. There we go. Let me reduce this to border 1, and then let's give it a padding y of 2, padding x of 4, and then rounded dash full. Something is wrong. What did I change? Let me see. Let's backtrack. Let's backtrack up to here. Border pink 400. So border 1. Oh, border 1 class does not exist. So let's just undo everything that we have removed here, and then let's add the class of border. There we go. So border 1 does not exist, but border does exist, and that is our button on top. Let's go inside this h1, give this a class of text-3xl. Let's say margin bottom 8, and then let's say text-center. And actually, you know what? Instead of saying text center on this h1, let me go inside this article and then give this a class of text-center. And then we can go inside this section, give this a class of padding all around of 8, padding dash 8. There we go. Let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of, let me say, text gray 900. And now let me just say 600, just to lighten the font a bit. Oh, wait a minute, what is this font? What is this font? Looks like the default. Come on, system UI. Yeah, that's not the correct font. That is not the correct font. Font family should be Open Sans. Do I have this font? Open Sans is here. but it does not apply. Why don't you apply font family? Because the font of Poppins applies on the headers, on the headings. But let me try something. Let's say the body and the paragraph. Okay, now you see this applies. Now the font family applies. Like you can tell the difference. I mean, it still says system UI, but now it looks like the font that it's supposed to be. Okay, let's just continue. Let's take this back to the left. And then what I'm going to do now is this. I'm going to go inside here, inside this class. I'm going to give this a class of text small and leading loose. So reduce the font size and increase its line spacing on mobile screens. And then let's say margin bottom of, let me say 8. I used 8 on the heading. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that for large screens, then the text should go back to base. And then for large screens, we're going to reduce the line height to relaxed. So relaxed. And you're going to see that once you increase it. And then let me just tell out this H1 for large screens as well. And you know what, let me give this H1 a class of text gray 900. And I'm choosing gray because slate does not yet exist in version 2 of Tailwind. And then I'm going to say that for large screens, then the text should be 5XL. We're going to save that. And then let me go ahead and let's style this button. So give this button a class of, let me say, BG pink 400, padding Y2, padding X4, rounded, full text white, and a slate box shadow. And we're going to have that. Let me say text dash small as well. And you know, this font on the button is still not the font that we want. So let me specify that the font family here should also apply on buttons and on inputs as well, because we want it to apply on inputs as well. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to say that for large screens that the text should go back to base. There we go. And all of this that we're applying on large screens, you're going to see it once you start to increase it. And I mean, like, you can pause the video and then just try to increase it, and you'll see that this is what happens when you apply the classes for large screens and so on and so forth. And then let's go inside this article that has the image, give this a class of margin Y. Let me say margin Y of 8 to push away from this button and to push away from this text as well that we have at the bottom. And this text is these images. And then what we're going to do now is this, because this image basically styles itself. So we're going to go into this next section, that is this article. So give this article, let me see how it's styled on mobile first of all. Here, let's go to the mobile. So mobile is just one on top of the other. So let's do this. Let's give this a class name or a class. Oh my god, React is messing with my mind. Let me give it a class of padding all around of 8. And I do realize that that increases this padding as well, but it's okay. White space is nice, you know. And then let's do this. Let me do this. Let's see. Let's go inside this H2. And you know, this H2 and this paragraph are going to be styled the same way. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to hold down the Alt key and click on this second H2 to put 2 cursors. And we can just style them once. So give this a class of text-3XL with a margin bottom of 4. And you know, let me say margin Y of 4 to push away from the image and from the paragraph as well. Okay, that's too much. Let me say margin top of 4 and margin bottom of 2. Save it. Let's see. Okay, and then let's say, let me increase this to about 5XL. It's a bit too small for me, even for mobile. And then let's change the color. So text gray 900. And then we're going to do the same thing. So click on this paragraph and then hold down the Alt key. Click on the second one. Give this a class of, let me say, text gray 600, text small, and let me just say large. Oops. Plug in my charger. Okay, there we go. So for large screens, I'm going to say text dash large, not large but base. So take it back to 16 pixels basically, and we're going to have that. And then let's go back inside this article. Let's display this article as a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8 to separate these 2 out. There we go. And then we're going to say that for medium screens, then the grid columns should be 2, which is going to place this to be side by side. And watch this. If I increase it past medium, then this is what happens, and on large screens it's still going to display as 2 grids. We're going to work on the proper responsiveness once we like limit everything, but for now I just want to get the styles working. And then now let's go inside here, which is going to be some trouble. So the next section is this one, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go inside this image, which is going to be our decorative image on the top. I'm going to give this image a class of width-full, which is going to cause it to go all the way to the end, even on large screens. And then what I need to do now is go inside this div, give this div a class of, and you know what, it's not even a class, but I need this same color. So let me just grab what this color is. Open this extension that is called color picker eyedropper, and just copy this hex value here. And then I'm going to go inside this div, give this div a style, and I'm going to give it a background color and paste this in, so that now this div is going to be, there we go. Would you look at that, looking nice? And it only applies on this div and not on the others. And then we can take this back, and then we can continue styling it. And then what we're going to do now is this. We're going to go to this bottom image, not this one, but this one that has the picture tag. We're going to give this a class of width-full as well, so that the bottom image also goes all the way to the end, so that now it's kind of symmetrical. And then let's go back, let's go inside this div. I'm going to give this div a class of padding y of 10, and then for large screens I'm going to say padding y of 20, just to increase like the padding on the top and bottom, so that there's a bit more space, like, you know, like when you are like viewing this on mobile, so that it doesn't seem all squeezed. And then let me just check the design. Where is it here? So in the design, the image comes first for all three. So the image comes first. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go inside this article. Where is it? Sorry, not inside the article, but inside this div. And we're going to display this div as a flex box, which is going to align them in row form by default. And then I'm going to say flex column reverse, meaning reverse the order in which they appear. So bring the image to be on top first and then the text on the bottom. And then I'm going to go inside this article, give this a class of text-center. And then for medium screens, I'm going to say text-left, meaning align them back to the left on medium screens. And then what I also need to do now is on medium screens, then I need this to display as a grid instead of as a flex box. And then for medium screens, I'm going to say grid columns -2. And then for medium screens, I'm going to say give this a gap. And you know what? For both of them, actually, give this a gap of 8, so that it increases the spacing here. And you know what? Let me say gap of 16. How large is that? Just increase this space. Yeah, that's okay. And then let's go inside this h3, give this a class of text-2xl. So text-2xl, text slate 900. And then let's say margin bottom 8, pushed away from this. And then you know what? I've realized I'm going to be styling the paragraphs the same way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this first paragraph that I had, this one here. Copy this, and let me see. If I install Tailwind by npm, that I could define the classes here, but I haven't done that. So we're just going to have to copy and paste. So paste it here, which is going to style this paragraph. There we go. And then let me go inside this second paragraph as well, which is this one, and paste it in. And then inside this paragraph as well, and paste it in. So it's going to apply for this paragraph as well as for this paragraph. And then let me go inside this h3 that we have on top that we have styled. So basically this one. And then let me copy the classes for this h3. Copy this. And then inside this second h3 here, paste this in. And then inside this third one here, paste this in. And then when you save it, then the styles are going to apply. There we go. And then you know what, these articles are styled more or less the same. So I'm going to go inside here and copy this class of this article, copy this and paste them inside here. No, that's not the correct one. Inside here, which is going to move the text to the center. There we go. And then go inside this third one, which is this one, paste it in and save it, which is going to move this text to the center. And there we go. And then now let's just continue styling this out, because we need to add some bit of padding on the left and right so that this text doesn't go all the way to the end. So let me do this. Let me go inside the first article, which should be grow together, and inside this article, and now let me do it inside this div. so that instead of only having padding y of 10, let me also have padding x of 8, which is going to push everything inwards, including the image, so that now there's a bit of leeway, you can see. And then let's do it for this second article as well, and that is going to be on the div. And you know what, for the div, let me do this. Let me copy these classes, and then let me paste them on this wait, what? Where's the div? This is the div that ends here, and then this div, okay, here it is, here it is. It eluded me for a second. Paste it in, and then when I save it, then now like it has some padding on the top and bottom. And you know, for this second div, for this second div, the flex reverse also works because I want the image to come first. And then let's see, and you know what, this padding is a bit too small for me, so let me just remove the padding here and make it to be 20 by default. And then even on the top one, which is this one, padding 20, and then remove this. And then let me just copy these classes once again, and then let's go inside the final div. So this one ends here, this one begins here, and then just paste it in, and it should apply the classes on this third one as well. So grow together, flowing conversations, and we have your users. Okay, let me see, is there anything else? Now what you need to do is, for this section, we need to increase this width as well. So inside this image, let's give this a class of width -full, so that it goes all the way to the end. And then just copy this part and go to this bottom image here, paste it in, so that now the images are going to be, they're going to go all the way to the end. And then let's go inside the first div. Remember, we had a color, we added a background color here. So just copy this part, and then let's go inside the third div. It's a bit of copying and pasting, but you know, let's just paste it in here, and that color is going to apply for this third div. And there we go. Would you look at that, looking quite nice? And even now, if you increase it, it's not going to look like all that nice, right? But we're going to style that out when you get to it. So now let's deal with our ready to build your community section. So ready to build your community is right here. Give this a class of padding y20. For large screens, let's say padding y40. Increase it for no reason. And then let me see this h2. Where is this h2? Ready to build your community. Okay, so here let's give this a class of text 3xl. For large screens, text 5xl. Let's say text center, let's say text gray 900, change its color. And then let's go back inside this article, inside this section, sorry, and then let's give it a padding on the x of 8 to limit it. And then inside this button, you know, I already styled this button on top, which would be this one. So let's go back to the bottom and paste it here, and it should apply those classes. Oops, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Where is it? Should be this one. Go back to the bottom. Where is it? Oops, that's the footer. Should be here, this one. Paste it in. And there we go, there we go. And then now what we need to do is we need to move this button to the center. So I can do that by going inside this section and transform this section to be a flex box. So flex column, item center, and justify center, which is going to move it to the center. And then just to increase the gap, let me increase the gap to 8 so that it separates from the h2 as well. So that we're going to have this. And then now let's deal with our footer. So for the footer, let me go first inside this image, give this a class of width -full, so that the image goes all the way to the end. And then the footer needs to have a background color, and the background color is this color. So let me just grab this color, use this extension, copy this color, and then let's go inside the footer. Let's give this a class of not a class, but a style equals to background color, and set it to this with a hashtag. Let me see where it applies. Yeah, I was expecting something like that. So the reason why it applies above the image is because the background color is applied above the image. So you can technically move this upwards and it's going to work. And you know, like you can do that, or you can do this. You can move this back down, and then you can set the style property to be on this div. but that is going to cause another issue where I was explaining a few minutes ago, where when you're limiting it, then the background color is not going to go all the way to the end. So let me move this upwards because it's going to be easier. And then let's go inside this footer. Let's give this a class of padding Y20. There we go. And then now what we need to do is we need to fix our footer logo. So let's open up our images, and we're going to copy this logo and paste it in, so that we're going to have logo copy. And then using F2, we're going to rename this into footer-logo. And then now what we need to do is, you can see that now the logo appears here, but the text is unreadable. We're going to change the fill color for this SVG, and it says fill none. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this into hashtag white, so FFF, and save it, and now it should appear. And actually that's the wrong color. The color should be here on the bottom, this one. FFF. Okay, and it should appear. There we go. Would you look at that? Which means you can take this back to none. There we go. There we go. And that is our footer logo. So the footer logo is going to have the same styles as our header logo. So let's just copy the styles here, copy them up to here, go into our footer and paste them on the footer. Where are you? Footer here. Oh my god, everything is so crowded. Paste this in. Okay, and then let's go inside here. Let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push it away from this text. Let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class of text white, text small, leading loose. For large screens, text base. For large screens, text leading relaxed. And the reason why I've moved a bit faster on this is because I've already explained these classes. And we're going to have that, and then let's give it a margin bottom of 8 as well. And then let's go inside this UL, and you know what, not even inside the UL, inside the list item, give this a class of flex, because the list item has the image as well as the text. And then let's give it a class of text white, so that this text changes to white. And then let's give it a gap of 2 so that it separates out the text from the thingy. And then let's just copy this part and paste it here, which is going to apply for the second one as well. And the reason why it stretches is because we need to add items center here. So here and here, items center. There we go. And then let's go inside the UL. Let me give this a class of flex, and let's give it a gap of 4 to separate both of these out. I do not, I want it to be flex column on mobile. There we go. And then let's go inside this UL, give it a margin bottom of 8 to push it away from the newsletter section. And you know what, let me give it a margin bottom of 12 just because. And then let's go inside this H4, give this a class of text white and uppercase and text XL and a margin bottom 8. Let's see the newsletter. There we go. Let's give it a tracking dash wider to increase its letter spacing. That's the widest. Okay, and then this part is going to have the same class as this paragraph, so just do some copying and pasting here. Copy and paste it here. There we go. And then I've just remembered, let's go back inside the parent div so that we can add a padding on the left so that this pushes inwards. So inside here, inside this div, let's give this div a class. Actually, I can do it on the footer, padding X of 8. Yeah, should work correctly. There we go, it works. And then now let's tell this button, and you know this button has the same classes as this one, so let's just do some copying and pasting. You can see it's that's what web development is sometimes. Paste this here, PG pink py2 rounded. Yeah, that should apply. There we go. Actually, this is not completely rounded, is it? Is it? Yeah, I've just, like, it just triggered in my brain. So rounded large. Okay, let's just say rounded. And then let's copy these classes. And now let me not copy them. Let's just tell this input out. Give this a padding y of 2, padding x of 4, and then let's say text pink dash 600. So the text that when you're typing in the text is going to be pink with a shade of 600, and that should be that, but it's not yet because why is this larger? Why is this large? It's because it's an input of type thingy. Is that really true? Could that be true? Actually, you know what? I want this to be a width of full, that it goes all the way to the end and the button goes on the next line, so that I can go inside the form, give this a class of, let me say, flex dash column, and let me say should be items dash end. We should push it to the end, this button here. There we go, because that's how it looks in the design. And then let's increase the margin on the bottom of this input. So here, let's say margin bottom of 4, pushed away from this button just a bit, and then let's say rounded dash large for the input. Okay, that's looking nice. That's looking nice. And you can see that the mobile version of this website is actually complete. It is actually complete. Probably this should move to the center. Is it? Yeah, it moves to the center. So let me try and do that. Let's go back inside the section of where is it? This one here. So grid columns too. Let me see what happens when you say place items center. There we go, so that it's now centered. That's looking nice. Fantastic. So now what we need to do is just begin to scale it up, and scaling it up is going to be easy, because all we need to do now is just like make sure that everything renders correctly. Okay, and we're going to start with the top. So the first thing that we need to do is I want to increase this padding here, or the margin, so that this pushes downwards just a bit. But let me check my phone because it's ringing. Okay, so after phone call, let's continue. So let's go back to the top, and right where here, what I'm going to do is that for large screens, I'm going to put the padding on the Y to 20, so that this pushes downwards. Is that the correct one? Oh, this is, I've said for large screens, so let me make this to be medium screens, so that it pushes downwards. There we go. And increase the padding here, also increases the padding here, but you can see it's very insignificant. And then let's just increase it. You can see that once it increases all the way to the end, then like the text also goes all the way to the end, but I don't think that's how it looks on desktop. So this is one line, and then this is the oh my god, words are going away from me. This is the text. Okay, so we need to just limit this text on large screens. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go into this paragraph, and we're going to say that for large screens, then the width should be a half of what the container is, which is going to push it to the left. And then we can say for large screens MX auto, which is going to push it back to the center. Okay, and not, that's a bit too little. I mean, it's a bit too large, so let's say a third. Let's say width dash a third. Oops. Width dash 1/3. That's much better. And then we need to push this to the center. So let's go inside this one, and we're going to give this a class of block and MX auto, which is going to push to the center. And then what I'm going to do is, because on large screens, oh, actually, wait a minute. Oh, this doesn't, I thought the image would increase. No, I doubt that. Let me go into the responsive tab. Let's use the, oops, that's not a thingy. No, not that one. Which one is the bigger laptop? What? Okay, now rather than do that, let's just go into the responsive tab. Let's increase it ourselves. Reduce this to 50. Oh, I thought the image would increase a lot, but it doesn't. Okay, so that's okay. We just need to limit the header as well, by the way. So let's limit the header, and let's go back into the header. Let's give this a max width of 7XL, which is going to push this back to the left a bit here, right? And now just to center it, so I'm going to say MX auto, which is going to bring it to the center. That's much better. So we're going to be using max width 7XL for the rest of the sections, beginning with this part right here. You can see that this works correctly, but I mean, like, if you increase the screen size, then it goes all the way to the end, so we can limit it as well. And for this section particularly, I want this to be closer, so I'm going to go and do this. Let me make this full screen, and then let's go inside this article and paste this in, but reduce this to about 3XL, and then let's see what we're going to have. That is much better. And then let's deal with this next section. And this section, we're going to start with the H3. And the first thing that we're going to do is increase the size of the H3. So for medium screens, I'm going to increase the size to 3XL. And then for large screens, I'm going to increase the size to 4XL, which is going to increase this H3. There we go. And then what we need to do now is I need to limit. Oh, I've done a mistake. Because actually, you know what, I think I can, let me show you what happens here. If I paste this in, which is our limit for the max width, look at what happens to the color. So the color now doesn't go all the way to the end. See how it leaves a white space here? It doesn't go all the way to the end. So the solution for that would be to grab this article and this second article and place it inside another parent article or another parent div or section, and then placing the background color on this and then limiting it. Sorry. So instead of limiting this, then we limit the other parent article, but it's going to mess up with the styling. Just watch and see. So just grab this article and this second article, place them inside a div like so. And then let's go ahead and grab this part up to here, cut it out. And then I'm going to paste this here. So give this a class of this. And then now watch what happens. It's going to mess up with the styling just a bit, right? So let's fix that right away, because even on mobile, it has messed up with the styling, because on mobile, we want this to appear first. And so now all we need to do is copy. Actually, you know what? I think we can copy all these classes. I think that would be fine. So let me copy it from here up to here and then paste them inside here. Let me see if that works. Okay, let's increase it. Okay, that works. You can see that now it is limited, but then I want this text to move to the center. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm going to say that for medium screens, then place dash items center, which is going to move this downwards. There we go. Okay, and that means that we're just going to have to change the classes for these other sections. But then I noticed something when I was increasing this. I noticed something. Let me see if I can reproduce it. So the image is here, and then oh, it must have been a mirage, which I know technically can't happen, because there's no mirage effect on this. And so we are going to need to do the same thing on these second sections. So for these second sections, then let's do this. Let's go here first of all. Let's say for medium screens, then increase this to 3XL, and then for large screens, increase the heading to 4XL. And then let me just copy this, because we're going to do this for the next one as well. And then let me just go ahead and paste it in right away. And then let's do this. Now for this second div, by the way, there is a hack that you can do. So because this second div doesn't have a background image, then you can just limit it as it is. So if I go inside this second div here and give it a max width of 7XL and an MX of auto, then it's going to be limited, and you're not really going to tell if there's a difference. But just to maintain the structure of everything, then let's just grab this article and this one as well, so that we can place it inside a div, just to maintain the structure, because like one day you're going to be looking at this code and you don't want to be confused. Let's just paste it here. So flowing conversations, and oops, did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong somewhere? Flowing conversation. Okay, so it hadn't reloaded. Okay, so that we're going to have this. And then now what we need to do is we also need to add an MD class of place item center, so that this goes downwards. And then remember that on desktop screens that the image comes first and then this one comes second. So what we're going to do is this. What we are going to do is this. Let me see. So we are using grid here. So I'm not going to use grid for this second one. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the flex should go back into row. And let me see what flex row does. So flex row places them like this, but I want it to be reversed. So flex row reverse, which will place the image first. There we go. So first image, second image, and you just as easy as that. And then let's go ahead and do it for this third one as well. So grab this article and this second one, so this one, cut it out, place them inside a div, and then cut out these classes here, paste them inside here, and then let's say for medium screens, then place item center, and then save it, and that should work. There we go. And then let's go ahead and limit this on max width -7xl with an mx of auto. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking nice, looking quite nice. This is not the correct image. Yep, it's not the correct image, is it? Yeah, it's not the correct image. So this third one should say users, your users, this one. Fantastic. And then now let's go ahead and ready to build your community. You can see this is already styled out well. And then now what you need to do is just style out our footer, and our footer, let's go into our footer here. Let's give this div a class of max width 7xl with an mx of auto, which is going to limit the text without affecting the background color. That's why I added this div. And then let's go ahead and give this div a class of grid and grid columns -1 with a gap of 8. And then for m discrete, let's say grid dash columns -2, which is going to place them side by side like so. And then let me see what we can do. And this is looking nice as it is, except that this is a bit large. I'm missing something here, right? I'm missing something. Social media images. I am missing these 3. So let's go below this UL. Let's go here. Oops. So below this UL, let's have a list item with 3 items, and these 3 items are going to be images. And because they're not linking anywhere, then I'm just going to have them as images and not as links. This is image Facebook. Is it Facebook? Yes, it is. Icon dash. Oops. Is there no Facebook image? What? Did they seriously not provide the Are you serious? They seriously did not provide the social media images. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's go into CDN.js, and then let's grab font awesome, this one, version 6. Copy this link. Let's go back into our index.html on top. Let's paste this link here, and then let's go back to the bottom on our footer, and then inside here let's render an icon with a class of FAB. Actually, what's the Facebook icon? Font awesome.com. Oops, my internet is down. Oh, my internet is down. Oops. Oh well, so that means that I can't show you how to use this, but I mean I can still show you. So FAB and FA-Facebook. So this will generate the Facebook icon. This is how you use icons from Font Awesome. And then here you can have an icon with a class of FAB and FA- which is the next one? Instagram. And this I does not stand for icon, by the way. It stands for italic, but when you're using Font Awesome, this is how you generate the icons. And then this last one is Twitter, so i.fab and fa-twitter. Now other icons use FAS, but social media icons use FAB. Now it's been a while since I've used Font Awesome, so if these icons don't work, then please don't chew my head off in the comments. So let's save this, and then hopefully once this returns, then it should work. Where is it? Here. Take this back to the right, and would you look at that? Here are our icons. Okay, so here are our icons. Let's style them out. Let's go inside this UL. Oops. Give this a class of flex items center justify start with a gap of 4 to separate them out. Let's go inside these icons. Let me go inside these list items. Maybe I don't know whether this would work, but let's say text white, if that will change the color. Okay, there we go. And then let's just increase the size of text dash 2XL. That should be fine. Too small, 3XL. There we go. That's looking much better. Okay. And then now, what do we need to do now? We need to reduce this just a bit, probably. How do I do that? Possibly I can do that by going inside this article, giving this article a class of medium screens, let's say with dash a half, with dash 1/2. Does that limit it? But it brings it here. And then let's say for medium screens, then the margin on the right should be auto, which means it should go to the left, or not. Margin left auto, which means it should go to the right. Okay, there we go. And then let's take this to margin dash a third. Not a third, but 2/3. Increase it, 2/3. Reload, come on. Yeah, this is much better. This is much better. And then on large screens, I think this button is here. Yeah, on large screens, the button is here. So let's tell that out. So let's go inside this form, and then let's say that for large screens, let's say the width should be auto. Let me see whether that is going to bring it here or not. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me say that for large screens that the flex should be row, which means place it here. There we go. And then there's a margin bottom of 4 here. So let me say that for large screens, the margin bottom should be 0. But for large screens, then the margin on the right should be 4 to push away from the button on large screens. There we go. And now we have our button and we have our thingy here. That's looking quite nice. Would you look at that? This is quite a nice challenge. Quite a nice challenge. And just like that, we are done with it. And then now what we need to do is just submit it. So let me go ahead and create a GitHub repository for it. And then let me log into Netlify. Oh my god. My internet's down once again. Okay. So let me wait for this to come back, and then I'm going to create a GitHub repository and then also submit it. So inside my repositories, let me go ahead and create a new repository called Hurdle landing page with carved sections, long name. And then let's create repository, and then inside Netlify, let's log into our account, and then let's copy this link. Let's open this up. Let's close all of this, and then let me say git init, which will initialize an empty git repository here, which leaves everything untracked. And then let's say git add all. Oops. Let it commit first, and then git commit -m, and I'm going to say initial commit -project complete. And then let's say git remote add origin and paste in our link, and then git push -u origin main, which is going to push it to this repository. So let's just wait a moment. And now as this is pushing, let me log into Netlify, and then let's add a new site from an existing project from GitHub. And then it's called Hurdle landing page with carved sections. It's a very long name. So Hurdle landing page. Let me just search for that. Searching. This should have committed, and then when you reload this, then it should appear here. So this is our repository. You can see that it has committed everything 44 seconds ago. And then let's say it's called Hurdle landing page with carved section. Which one is this? I don't remember building that. Must have been a while ago. So let's say deploy site. So deploying. Let's change the site name, and change the site name here. Let's say TsbSankara. Let's say Hurdle carved sections. And then once it deploys, it has deployed. So we can go to this link here, and we're going to see our application or our website running. Would you look at that? Fantastic. And then now all you need to do is just submit it. So copy this link, go into front-end mentor, let's say submit solution, paste in the live site URL, and then copy this link, which is going to be the repository URL, and then let's say mobile first, let's say hurdle curve sections landing page, and then let's say HTML plus tailwind CSS, 0 characters remaining for today. Very nice. And then let's just say submit solution. And there we go. So our solution is submitted, and you can take a look here. So view solution, and then you can just go ahead and try to drag it to the left and right to see what you have. And yeah, that's looking quite nice. We can increase the padding on the header, as you can see, increase the padding on the header and whatnot, and increase the padding on the showcase as well. I mean, just a few things you can change here and there, and yeah, there you go. So that is going to be the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing the EasyBank landing page challenge from Frontend Mentor. So we're going to be building a landing page for a fictional bank called EasyBank, and it's a very interesting challenge, and so we're going to be building it out in HTML and Tailwind CSS. So you can go ahead and look for this challenge on Frontend Mentor. You can click on the card, and then I'm just going to say restart because I already completed it. So restart, which is going to give me access to download the starter files. And I'm just going to say download the starter files. So once the files are downloaded below, I'm just going to navigate into my downloads folder, and I'm going to find my EasyBank landing page master zip file here, which I'm just going to right click and say extract here, which is going to extract into a folder called EasyBank landing page master. And I'm just going to right click and say open with code, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then I'm going to navigate into Tailwind CSS because that is the first thing that I want to do once this opens up. And you know what, as it opens up, let me also open the design files for this. So let me get the design, and let me get the desktop design. You know what, we're going to be building it mobile first, so let me get the mobile design. As we begin, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and ring the notification bell so that you're always going to be notified of when I upload a new video. So I have my mobile design open here, and Visual Studio Code is also open. So I want to maximize this first of all, and then using Ctrl and J, I'm going to open up my integrated terminal. So using Ctrl and J, it opens up my integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code into this folder. And inside here, I want to install Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and navigate into the Tailwind CSS website, the installation website right here. And we're just going to be using the Tailwind CLI. And I'm going to first of all go ahead and say npm install this one. So oops, that's the wrong thing. So copy this, and then inside our terminal we're just going to paste this in and let this run, which is going to create a node modules folder and install Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. And I've just remembered that let's also go ahead and inside our workspace, let's create an index.css file. So index.css, and then let's also create an index.js file, and our index.js file is going to be for our menu toggle, which we are also going to create. For now, it's just going to be empty. And then let's go ahead into our index.html as this still installs, and then let's go ahead and let's grab this attribution, cut it out, and then let's paste it inside our CSS. Oops, I did something wrong. Cut it out and then paste it here. Okay, and then let's remove this, and then let's see what we need to do. We need to go ahead and link our style sheet on the bottom. So right before the closing body tag, I'm going to link my style sheet. So let's go ahead and say link the script source set this equal to, oops, what is happening, ./index.js, and then close it out. And then let's change this into our website. So HTTPS, oh, what's the formula for it? Okay. I forgot how to write a link. Okay. And then change this to my name. Okay, fantastic. And then I don't want to save this yet, because if I save it, then it's going to format and it's really hard to read this. So I'm just going to Control and Z, which is not going to format it. And then we're going to build out this structure first of all in HTML, and then we're going to style it out in our CSS. And not even in our CSS really, but like using Tailwind CSS. The reason why I have this index.css file is because Tailwind is going to look for this file as it compiles into the output file. So now that this has finished installing, let's go ahead and copy this next line. So copy and paste. And then once that runs, you can see that it creates a Tailwind config file. So I'm going to open this file, and then let's go ahead and copy this line right here. Copy this line, and then inside the content, let's paste it in. But we are going to remove this part right here. So our entry file is going to be the /, and then all the files that have an extension of HTML and JS, meaning all the HTML files that we're going to have inside here, which is for this project, it's only going to be one, but if you're going to have multiple, then this is going to work for them as well. Just make sure that this path links to the correct folder. And the reason why I've removed the source folder, the reason I've removed this part is because we don't have a source folder in our workspace. So let's go ahead and save this. And then the next line that we need to do is we need to copy this into our index.css file. Now notice here it says input.css. This is very important. We have called ours index.css. So always make sure that you are referencing the files correctly. And then you can save this and add a space here. And then now we can run this part here, which is going to create our output CSS file. And let me just copy this, and notice how this is accessing the source and input.css. Remember, we don't have this file. However, we do have the ./index.css. So we're going to change this part. So we can just copy this, and then as we paste it in, it's going to run, but it's going to give us an error, and then we're going to correct it. So let me just check if there's anything else we need to do. We also need to link our output file once it creates the output file. Okay, so you can see it says that the source input does not exist. So I'm going to hit the up arrow key on my keyboard, which is going to bring the last command, that is run. And then I'm going to change this into index.css. So index.css, and then remove this source folder, meaning it's only going to remain ./index.css. And then the dist output CSS file is going to be created when this is run. So let's run it. And then let's see. And you can see that it creates a dist folder here with an output.css file, and the output CSS file is the Tailwind CSS file. You can go through this if you're interested in it. And then now what we need to do is we also need to link this output CSS file inside our index.html. So I'm going to say link this into ./dist/output.css. And then let me just check something. I'm not sure whether we need to link our index.css file. So let's just, you know what, I can save this just to test something out. And then I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server, which launches a local development server for me. And you can go ahead and check into your extensions. You can search for an extension called Live Server, if you don't have it installed, that is. And I mean, you don't have to use this specific one, but like, I just like using Live Server. Okay, so once that is done, then let's go ahead and let's say right click and say open with Live Server, which should open a local dev server for me right there. And you can see that this is all the text that we have in our application. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place my code editor to the left. And then just to test whether all of this is working, I'm going to go inside the body and give the body a class of padding all around of 8 to see whether it works. And there we go. So it is working correctly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo everything. I'm going to undo, okay, not everything, but like most of it, so that this goes back to the format that it was in, because I want to structure all of this out before we build it, before we begin to style it. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to grab everything inside here all the way up to right below the footer, right before the footer, cut it out and place it inside a main tag like so. And then we're going to go back to the top, and then we're going to grab this part. Let me just check how this design looks. Next generation banking is the H1, so this must be the header. So I'm going to cut this out and I'm going to place it inside a header tag like so. And then inside this header we need to have a div which is going to be our logo, and inside here we're going to be getting the logo from ./images/logo. There we go. And then below this we're going to have a navbar with a few list items of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So we're going to have an ordered list with 5 list items. And then because these links are not linking to any particular page, you can have them in as buttons, or you can have them in as anchor tags, but with a hashtag href, which means it's just going to be linking to the current page that it's in. But I'm going to prefer to use buttons here. So this one says home, and then about, and then this one says contact, then this one says blog, and then this one says careers, and then we can remove this, and then this is going to be our call to action. Let me just check how the navbar looks when it's open. So careers, where is the, let me check. Oh, it only appears on large screens, so it only appears on large screens, and then it's 1, 2, and 3. So that means that this needs to be in a separate div. I mean, I can have it separately so that this becomes the first item and the second item, and then the third item might be a button that says request invite. And then let's go ahead and let's grab this section. So let me see, we have next generation. So here up to here is going to be a section, and then this part, the text here, is going to be inside an article, and then on top of it we're going to have another article which is going to be our hero image, and in this case our hero image is going to be this first one, this one right here. I don't know whether these are 2 images, but let me just check. Let's check inside our images folder. We need the BG intro desktop and BG intro mobile. And let me see, is this the mockups? I think the mockups are the font here. I think that's what it is. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Because we have the BG intro mobile and desktop, we have the mobile and desktop. I don't know how to toggle using CSS, so I'm just going to have a picture tag here, and then add in my source, and the source takes in a media here, and I'm going to say that for a min width of about I'm forgetting the syntax for this. Let me see, source, this one. Okay, I was correct. So for a min width of 768 pixels, then I want this to come from ./images, and it is called bg intro desktop.svg. And then for devices that are less than 768 pixels, then I want my default image of ./images/bg intro mobile to show up. And then let's see, so if we have the picture tag, and then we also have the mockups, so I'm going to add another image here, and this is going to be /images/mockups, this one. So image mockups.png. And then let's see, we have the H1. So let's go ahead and structure this. This is going to be our H1. This is going to be a paragraph, and then this is going to be a button. So button, there we go. And then this next section says why choose EasyBank, and then let's see, so it has the top, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4, so cards technically. So let's do this. I'm going to grab all of this, cut it out, place it inside a section, and then this is going to be an H2. And you know what, let me do this. Let me see, why choose EasyBank, and then the text. So grab this all up to here, and then this is going to be an article, and then paste this in, and then this is going to be an H2, and then this is going to be a paragraph, and then remove this space. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the rest of this up to here, and then above this we're going to create a div, and then this div is going to be the parent for our cards. So inside each of these cards is going to be an article. So it's going to be structured in the following way. We're going to have an article, and then on top of this we have an image first. So img/img ./images/ should be banking. What is the icon? Come on, banking. Are you serious? So the image here should be the icon online image, and then what we're going to do is below this image we're going to have an h3 which says this text, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Oops, right up to here. Cut it out, place it inside a paragraph, and then we're going to have the same structure for this second one as well. So place it inside an article. This is going to be an h3 that says this. This is going to be a paragraph that says this, and then we're going to have an image on top of this. The image is ./images, and it's called icon-budgeting. There we go. And then this third one, so place it inside an article. We're going to have an image on top of this that's coming from ./images /icon-onboarding. There we go. And then cut this out, place it inside an h3. Cut this out, place it inside a paragraph. And then finally for this one, grab an article, and then on top of this we're going to have an image that's coming from ./images /icon-api. There we go. And then this one, cut this out, place it inside an h3, and then grab this and place it inside a paragraph. And then let's go ahead and let's build up this other section. So the latest articles 1, 2, 3, and 4, cut this out and place it inside another section. And then this is going to be an h2. And then let's see, so it's a div. Let's see, so latest articles, and then it represents this. Okay, so let's see this structure. So it's an image, and then the text is pushed inwards, and then it is white in color. So that would mean the following. I'm going to have let me see. Let me grab all of this up to the bottom, place it inside a div, which is going to be the parent, because I'm going to be using CSS grid on the parent. And then we are going to have, I just want to structure this first one, and then we're going to build up the rest. So let's have an article. On top of this article, we're going to have an image that's coming from ./images / should be, which one is it? Let me see which one is this. Currency. Yeah, should be currency.png. Let me see the currency. Where is the currency? This one, image currency.jpg. And then because this text is pushed inwards, I don't want to do it for every single one, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and place it inside another article. I can use a div, but let me use an article. And then this is going to be an h3, and then this is going to be a paragraph. Let me see. Yeah, that's looking correct. And then basically we're going to do the same thing for these other ones. So grab this, place it inside an article, grab this, place it inside an h3 not h1, and then grab this and place it inside a paragraph. And you know, that's even wrong. This should be inside another article. So article, and then on top of this, let me see. Yeah, on top of this we're going to have an image that's coming from ./images / what is the second one? I don't know that let's see. Treat yourself. Let me see which image is this. Restaurant. That should be the correct one. And then do the same for this one. So cut it out, place it inside an article. On top of it, let's add an image that's coming from ./images / take easy bank. This should be plain. So the plain image, plain. Grab this, place it inside an h3, grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And then finally for this one, cut it out, place it inside an article. On top of this, let's have an image that's coming from ./images / should be confetti. Below this, let's paste this in. I do not, it should be inside an article. Paste this in, and then grab this, place it inside an h3, and then grab this, place it inside a paragraph. And that should be our main section. And then next we're going to have our footer. So for the footer, I'm going to grab this text here up to here, cut it out and place it inside a footer element. And then let's see, so we have the logo on top and then we have this part. So how I'm going to structure it is I'm going to have articles. So the article for the logo, and then the article for the social media icons, and then the article for this, and then this one, and then the final one on the bottom, just to keep it like a bit uniform. So inside here we're going to have an image. This is coming from /images, should be the logo. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, so we're going to have to change something. See how this logo is like navy blue? We're using the same logo on the footer, which is white. So we're going to have to change that a bit. So let's deal with the second one. This second one is going to be an article. It's going to be a list item and another list with how many list items? 5 of them. So cut this out and paste it to the second one. Cut this out. Paste it here. Cut this out. Paste it here. Cut this out. Paste it here. And one is missing, so remove this. And then add another list item and paste it in. And then we have a button. So below this we have an article with a button that says request invite. Remove this. And then we have our copyright on the bottom. So cut this out, place it inside an article, and then inside a paragraph that says copyright. And we are going to have that. Oh wait, I don't have my social media icons. So below this we're going to have an article with a UL with how many are they? They are 5, so 5 of them. And then they're all going to have images. Oops, they're all going to have images. This first one is coming from /images/Facebook. So icon dash Facebook. And then, you know, let me just copy this and paste it here, and then change this to YouTube. Oops. Change this to Twitter. Change this one to Pinterest at Instagram. And then this one says Instagram. There we go. And then now we can go ahead and save this. And then let's see what we have on the screen in our application. And there we go. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking horrible. So now let's go ahead and do this. I want to change the font because I've just realized that it's using the default font. So let's go ahead and grab the font from our style guide, which should be here. And our style guide says we're going to be using the Public Sans with 300, 400, and 700 font weights. So 300, 400, and 700 font weights. Where are you? 300, 400, 700. Use the import, copy this, and then let's paste it inside our index.css. And then, you know what, we also need to define it on the body. So let's define the body to have a font family of Public Sans with a fallback of sans serif. Let's define a default font size of 16 pixels. This is negligible, by the way, because Tailwind already uses this as the default font size. And then let's see, what else do we need to do? The body has a background color. The body is not white, it is gray. So let's check this color. Let's check the color. Dark blue, lime green, grayish blue, light grayish blue, very light blue. Let's copy this and then let's paste it inside the body. Let's say the body should have a background color of this. That should be the one. And then let's save this, and nothing is going to happen on the screen, just to confirm. Oh, it does. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just confirm something and paste this here. Let me confirm something. Background color changes to red. Okay, so I don't need to link the index.css file in my index.html because the index.css is already being compiled when we run the npx. Remember the command that we run? We run this one, the npx statement css, this one. So like the code inside the index.css is already being compiled. So that's looking okay. And then now what we need to do is let me remove this, and then let's go back into our index.html and let's begin starting it from the top. And so we are going to have this inside the header. I'm going to give this class name, and you know what, let me do this. So inside the header, I'm going to give this a class name of, okay, not class name, class. Okay, that is going to be a problem. A class of padding on the, no, let me say padding all round of 5. Push everything inwards. Let's give this a class of flexbox and items dash center and justify dash between, which is going to push all the content in between one another. But nothing happens. Nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? What? Okay, so that is a problem. Okay, so that means that every time that I change the style, then I'm going to have to manually reload it. That is a problem. That is a problem. For the navbar, we're going to do this for now. Okay, for now, I'm just going to say display this as hidden. So display none on it, and then we're going to toggle it on larger screens. And then let's go ahead. The button can remain. Wait a minute, how does it look? Oh, I didn't add the menu button because I just realized that this button does not appear on mobile screens. So we can go inside this button, give this a class of hidden as well. And then you can see that for large screens, then it's going to display as a block element, meaning show it on large screens, but do not show it on small screens. So it's going to disappear. And then we need to add our menu button here. So inside here, I'm going to have a div, and the div is going to be a button. And then the button is going to be an image that comes from /images /icon hamburger should be the one. There we go. Which means that now our hamburger icon should show, and we're going to be creating the toggle for it. So next, let's go ahead into this other section. And you know what? Let me add it as a global style inside my index.css. And I'm going to say that let all the images have a max width of 100%, so that they don't cause an overflow outside of their container. And then I'm going to go inside this image. So give this a class of width-full, which will make this image go all the way to the end, like so. And then what I want to do is I want to display this article. Let me see. How should I do this? I want this picture tag to display as absolute. And you know what? Not really. That's not correct. I want this second one to display on top of this. So I should go inside this picture tag here. Give this a class of absolute, which should bring it on top. I mean, not really on top, but like it, you can see that now it breaks the flow of the content. So bring it to the top by 0, which should bring it here, and then give it should we? If I give it a negative z index, it's going to go behind the thingy, but it doesn't reload. There we go. So this is what I did not want to happen. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to say it's going to be on the top, but look at how it looks in the design. See how it looks in the design? So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go into the header, and I'm going to give this header a class of relative with a z index of 50 to push it on top of the image. Or not. Let's see. So that means that I can go inside here and I can give it a minus z index. So minus z index of 10. Why doesn't the header come on top? 50. Why doesn't the header come on top of it? I didn't realize we're going to be having problems in the first step. Okay, so, oh, you know what? I have this as absolute. I don't have the parent as relative. So the parent of this image should be this article. Let me see, give this a class of relative. Let me see what happens. Should be here. Okay. And then bring it to the minus top of 10. What happens?